guy is so retarded. You should have kept the moon.
All right, that's live. That is how this thing is starting with Kyle's retarded guy.
Welcome to Painkiller Already, episode 190. We return strong and victorious with a brand new host, an old school guest, and a night of fun. I'll be your fourth host tonight, Reptor. I'm a little blinky, a little cracked out, but deal with it.
You look really excited about the show.
Paul, welcome aboard. And Taylor, a.k.a. Mercadurka, a.k.a. the man with the second worst branding on YouTube, welcome aboard. You are now an official host of Painkiller Already. How does it feel?
I mean, I guess it's all right.
You motherfucker, you better rise and shine, or I'll fucking let your ass out of here.
No, it's cool. I mean, it's weird that so many people wanted me because, you know, I'm only 23 and I got in on the ground floor with this. Good Lord, Paul, that's zoomed in close to your head.
That is
But
Super Paul.
Yeah, it's cool that so many people wanted me to come on. I didn't want anyone to think that I shoehorned the previous host Lefty out or didn't.
Not at all.
Like that, which I did. It was a secret ruse, and you all fell for it.
Not at all. Just like Superman, who you slightly resemble, you rose to the occasion when you were needed. You flew in at almost the speed of sound and were there almost instantly, and we appreciated that. Almost.
Well, yeah.
After some heavy negotiations, we managed to land the whale that is Mercadurka.
Contracts.
It was ours. It was worse than buying a car, to tell you the truth.
I I'm a good bargainer, and I said nothing less than $3,000 a show. Are we allowed to say that?
Which was a discount compared to the last guy.
Yeah, but
which is not really true. I don't
while that 3,000 is bankrupting us, it is still less than what Lefty wants. That is not true. He did not want.
Yeah. I don't want to make the whole liar thing actually true.
No. That's just teasing. That's all good fun. It wasn't that much. That's insane.
Hey, so a lot more people watch this than watch the video where we made explaining it. So I feel like we should, I don't know, recover some of that and then move on.
And first and foremost, forgive me if I'm a bit lighthearted about the thing. That's how I deal with stuff, you know? You're not going to see me take too many things seriously. It's just not going to happen. I mean, you know, I've talked about some of the worst experiences of my life, like watching my grandmother slowly slip into death or like having a breakup that drove me to the border of suicide. And I do it with a joke and a smile. So that's me in case you didn't remember. So let's cover the Lefty thing for those who don't know and aren't up to date.
I feel like that's my cue to begin this.
I will begin if you would like.
Go for it.
So I guess we should start at the beginning. So with the tell me where to start and I'll start.
So here's what I'm thinking. What happened was in the very beginning, traditionally Painkiller was just a thing where we had ad money, then we split it. And that was all there was to it. That was all we ever needed. And Lefty was comfortable in that environment where basically all that happened is we sent him money. And then it changed into this thing like, all right, now we're going to have some deliverables that need to get done every week. Now we're going to have a little business. We'll start it up with some money. We'll add adventures. We'll add plays, things like that. And our opening deal to him was, let's be an equal partner. Let's do this. We'll all share this thing 3 ways. We'll be equal owners. We'll have equal revenue, equal expenses, equal everything. And that to me seemed like a really good way to do business. Lefty, Kyle, me, equal. And that wasn't the deal he wanted. He wanted something that he valued more, I guess, which is to say,
yes, with the new things we're doing now, with growing the show, shifting things around, getting everything organized, making the show bigger and better with things like Patreon. He no longer wanted to continue as a partner or a share owner or whatever you want to call him. You know, we everything had always been split between us equally, and he didn't want to continue that way into the future, because there was going to have to be an LLC formed. Now, in case you don't know, one of the best things about a limited liability corporation is that it protects you from being sued. So first and foremost, if you're in the LLC, you can't get sued. That's how it works. So let's just establish that right off the bat.
Unless you screw up badly, right? But that's pretty much what an LLC is for.
Yeah, and in that case, like, only the people who screw up badly would get sued.
But being a guy who really, really wanted to avoid risk, Lefty said, I don't want to be a partner. I want to be somebody who, like, if the partnership was sued, if the LLC was sued, then I would have no exposure to that.
Right.
And if the thing were to possibly lose money, like, I don't know how we lose money, too much in equipment or trips or something goes wrong, then I don't want to be exposed to that. So what he wanted was to be an employee or a contractor instead of an equal partner. And
yeah, that was his words. He said he wanted to be a contracted employee of the show.
Yeah.
And all along he had when we let Wings go and we wanted him to have, everyone had a full vote in that, and we wanted it that way. And even then he had said, I don't feel like I deserve a full vote. I don't feel like a full member of the show. And it was just like, no, man, you're a full member of the show. So we've always treated him that way, and we've always wanted to be that way.
Mm-hmm. But when it came time to have any, I'm sorry, you're fading out for me. But when it came time to have any, exposure to either getting sued or losing money as a company, he didn't want to be that. So to me, it was like the first time he was ever tested. He's like, no, I don't want to be a partner. I want something else. So we offered him a salary that I thought was about equivalent to what the partners were making, and
plus a percentage of
the ads
of the ad revenue.
Exactly.
So it was guaranteed salary every week, plus a percentage of any and all ads we brought in from going forward.
And we thought it was a really super deal, and as a way to a really fair deal, and as a way to like calm his nerves, we're like, we'll make this thing 3 months long, and if in 3 months it feels like you're being overpaid, then we can fix it, we can adjust it. And that's one of the things you do to protect you. If you're not sure about the deal, you can make it short term. And he seemed okay with that, but then he seemed to keep coming back, and during the negotiation process he threatened to quit at least twice. And in addition to that, he also threatened a work stoppage until he had a contract in place. So we had to like pay extra for the attorney to expedite the formation of the LLC and the permits and all that fun stuff. We had to pay extra to get the contract whipped up, super fast. And he's just really expensive to work with because he's threatening these work stoppages.
You say we, and that's the other thing we're going to get to later, is like the money's just coming out of our pockets. Like it's not like there's a... No, everyone's but lefties. Like when you've got to expedite a lawyer, then Kyle just runs his debit card for $750 and does it. Like that's just how it works.
Right. So it was it was frustrating to me because like he's really expensive to work with even as a contractor, because he keeps threatening these work stoppages and you have to pay extra to get all the paperwork in place, or he just won't show up. And
it had kind of become a situation also where Lefty had certain responsibilities to the show, like getting the RSS feed up, and then PKA plays and stuff like that. And it got to the point where we were literally, I personally was like nervous to go to him to like mention one of those things, like, hey man, did you do this or did you do that? And the guy's literally our employee. And I was nervous to go to him because he might say, well, this feels like something that I should be getting paid extra for. I should be getting paid for this because it's related to this. And it's like, no, it's PKA business. You work for PKA. Then you're making more than anyone.
He keeps using this logic, like, hey, since what I do is associated with the product, I deserve a cut of the top line revenue. Meanwhile, he doesn't want a cut of the exposure or the expenses or whatever. And I feel like this is going too long. But what happened in the end is he combined all the offers made over time into a super offer. He got 25% of the revenue, 0% of the expenses, some percentage of the ads, and a salary, all combined, and no liability. And it just turned into this like mega deal. And with that, I was like, I'll tell you what, I'll give you everything you're asking for, everything, and then with that, you have no argument whatsoever to say that we didn't uphold our end, even though in my head we overpaid, and he can go. And he accepted it and he left. So he wasn't really fired. He just took the money and quit. That's how it went down. So
the way someone asked me about it on the subreddit, and the way I put it was like, in the end, we can't afford someone as high priced as Lefty, because the way that you end up having to pay for him, what it's like doing business with him, it was like he wanted to have his cake. He wanted to have some of my cake and some of Woody's cake, and he didn't want to pay for the plates. And then he wanted to eat it.
Everything. So, and I just to give a response, he's been saying that he didn't combine the deals and take the best parts, that they were from different times. But that argument is kind of silly. Like, he wanted to take the money that we received in July for things that we delivered in July, because we don't we don't deliver until we get paid, and call that June. But he didn't want to take any of the expenses incurred in June and call those June. He wanted them to be July. So he just started mixing and matching his time periods such that he maximizes his pay and has no expenses. And yeah, so he was combining offers, and he wasn't a good person to work with, and now he's out. So so that's the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
So basically, you guys got in over your head with money, and you had to go to the discount rack for a new host. Is that what I'm hearing? Hey, here's this guy. He hasn't made a video in a year. He's cheap.
Yeah,
and cards, guys, don't believe anything.
I'm trying to think. Is there anything left on the Lefty topic? I'm trying to think. And we changed the trip.
Yeah. So okay, let's talk about that. That's a good one to get to. So originally our first PKA trip funded by Patreon was going to be machine guns and roller coasters at Six Flags Over Georgia. Not on the same time, though. That would be the best thing ever. Machine guns on the roller coaster. Anyway, and the reason for that trip was that was all that Lefty would agree to. That was the most hardcore thing that he would go with, because, like, we've got some pretty extreme ideas for some of the things we want to do with this trip, and so that was a Lefty-based trip. And to be honest, I think Lefty was going to pull the wings on us on that trip, because he hadn't responded to my Skypes about it for days, like firming up the dates. But regardless, we have changed the trip to something so fucking hardcore that Chiz has to go on a crash diet to get to the weight limit to do it. Okay? So you want to lay it out there?
Basically, we stuck in the United States, but we searched the U.S. for the most hardcore rapids we could find. And there's a place in western North Carolina that has Class 5 whitewater rafting. You're only allowed to do it if you're experienced, so we were forced to lie. And and you're only allowed to do it if you're below a certain weight limit. So Chiz is either forced to lie or to stop eating for the next couple of weeks.
They're going to weigh him.
Are they literally going to weigh him?
There's two parts of the trip. So we're doing the whitewater rapids on the second day. On the first day, we're going ziplining between mountaintops. It's I think 300 or 400 feet off the ground.
They say you go 50 miles an hour.
50 miles per hour, and for half a mile. So that's going to be some beautiful, beautiful GoPro shots, and I think it's going to be cool. I've done it before. It was 250 feet off the ground, 45 miles per hour, and a quarter mile. So this sounds like definitely a step above that, and it scared the fuck out of me, and I'm pretty brave. I've done some hardcore shit, and when I first let go, I closed my eyes for maybe the first half second just to be able to deal with it, because you're just jumping off into no man's land with a hook. It's fun. So we're gonna do that.
So we added that. We added Class 5 whitewater rafting, and we kept the machine guns, and we dropped the roller coasters. So hopefully that makes for some pretty cool videos that people like to see.
I think it will.
And I guess that's that.
Limits for whitewater rafting?
Say that
What's
again.
that?
That's weird. They'd have weight, or I guess, what's the weight limit for whitewater rafting?
There wasn't one for that they mentioned. They just said that you had to be able to do strenuous labor for 3 continuous hours, and you had to be able to carry a canoe like a quarter mile up an incline.
Oh, so this is a safe thing to lie about.
I'm in pretty good shape right now. I think I can handle all those things. And Chiz said he could do it, and I'm not going to doubt the man. So he's going on his diet. I'm sure he's working out, and when we get there, we'll get there and we'll find out. If he's not up to it, then he's going in the wash, and we'll never see him again, which will make some of you guys happy because you hate him for no reason. There's a lot of people out there that are going to watch the survival, the adventure trip. Like, please let Chiz fall in, let him get sucked away.
So I think I just have my facts wrong. So the weight limit's for the zip line, not for the whitewater rafting.
It is.
Got it. Okay. So
because as you can imagine, you're hanging from a wire.
Yes, yeah, I kind of get why there'd be a weight limit on something like that. Maybe we could combine the zip line and the machine gun. I don't see an issue with that.
In all honesty, this does seem like a bad thing to lie about. Kind of like going to, Ghana without your malaria shots. Like, yeah, I'm good.
Hey, like I said,
then you go
he's a grown man. He can handle his own shit.
Yeah.
It's if it was a little kid or something, I'd be like, nah, man, you better not lie. We're gonna talk to your parents about this. But Chiz says he can lose 20 pounds in 30 days, I believe him.
It's PK Adventures, not PK Vacations. We're doing some shit here, baby. And then I guess the next one is when we go in the woods with no tent or shelter or food and try and survive for a week.
Yeah. I wanted to go naked, but Woody wouldn't do it.
You know, you're so full of shit. Oh my God.
I wanted to be PKA naked in the wild.
He always does this.
It.
Right? We talk in private, and it's like, you know, yeah, we'll need some sort of fire starting, a Dutch oven. We'll need a hatchet and a chainsaw. And then you get on the show, and he's like, dude, I wanted to show up with nothing but tools constructed from my pubic hairs. And you were going to go at it.
I wanted a Swiss Army knife and a mirror, and that's it. A mirror. It goes back and forth. It depends on my daily mood. Well, when we were out there...
Is it for your hair? Why a mirror? To signal a rescue?
No, to fix my hair and stuff.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah, gotta be looking good out there. Might find some wilderness people or something. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Some wildlings or something.
These wilderness people? I want to delve a bit deeper.
I imagine them like the wildlings from Game of Thrones.
Oh, that actually sounds
big bushes, but they're nice people.
Imagine the smell of that bush, though.
I imagine it smelling like one of those pine cone air fresheners that you buy at a gas station.
Ooh,
because she's from the wilderness.
Smells
Nobody?
Like a bare asshole.
Yeah, they use cedar, like cedar oil down there, like styling the hair. That's what I do if I lived in the wilderness. You ever see that episode of the X-Files with the wilderness people?
Yes.
Great.
There's more than one, I think.
Yeah, there's a few. I like the New Jersey Devil one's the one I'm talking about. There was also the one with the guys who supposedly found the Fountain of Youth, and they had evolved over the last couple hundred years. They had the red glowing eyes, and they blended in. That was cool.
That one was so... So I don't typically watch X-Files and get like legitimately scared or anything. Like X-Files to me is a more interesting show that I watch and observe than one that I like impacts me. But I watched that one where they evolved and they had the red eyes, and then at the time I left for work at like 5 a.m. in the morning, I ran to my car and locked it because it was all wooded and crazy and whatever. And the next morning, I was still frightened of woods people.
Yeah, because if you there's a couple of scenes where they're like under the bed and you see their eyes and stuff, and they were very scary.
And it's dark out at 5 a.m. in the winter.
Yeah. Back to the survival thing though, and I want to circle around to the X-Files again because I want to talk about the scariest episode ever. But back to the wilderness thing. I'll do whatever the fans want to see. We should really do some kind of a poll, and we should let them decide. To a point, there's some stuff.
Kyle, they want to kill me. If you let the fans decide, I'm going to show up with nothing but like a butter knife.
You say that, but whenever I see a poll, there's guys that are like, just take whatever you need to be comfortable, man, and there's stuff like that. I want to do whatever they want to see. It is a survival trip. It's not going to be a fucking camping trip. Let's stick with survival, but I would be happy with the fans deciding. So leave it in the comment box. Let's see some happy comments down there, you weird motherfuckers. I know you like to be negative and scary. Just ignore those people. Let us know what do you think we should take on the camping trip, the survival trip.
Leave a comment on the video. Let us know what you think we should be bringing on the trip. Leave a little list, and we'll look at it.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, leave a whole list. We'll scroll through the comments.
Yeah, we'll scroll through the comments. We'll see your list of what you think we should be bringing, and that will influence what we bring.
I'll tell you what. I'll give the best list a free SOG knife. How about that?
Free SOG knife.
It's if you want to look it up on the website, it's the SOG knife that has the flashlight in the handle, so you press the button, you can see what you're cutting at night. I'll give you one of those if you got the best list. I'll give it away on the next PKA, so you got all week to leave a comment. Go.
Nice. And for the record, I gave away the last SOG knife. I was a little slow. It took me like a month to mail it, but that's because I suck at that, and it's done. So hey, awesome.
What is it called? The SOG knife?
SOG, S-O-G. SOG is the name of the company, and they sort of sponsored our last survival trip in a way. They gave us some knives to take along and some tools and things, and they gave us some things to give away to the PKA peoples.
It was actually pretty helpful to have us.
Yeah, they're cool. They're cool people over there. They're always happy to work with us and do stuff like that.
I really like I get attached to material things. Like I don't know. I had this knife, and I wanted to look back and be like, "This is the knife I used to keep myself alive for a week. I once gutted a squirrel with it." Like I look at things and attach my memories to them. But now when I see my SOG knife, I'm just like, "Yeah, this is the knife in which I lasted almost an entire day in the woods." Like in a total failure, we drove back home.
Yeah, man.
Until little feeble tummy Kyle had to leave.
Look, all right.
That was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle he was after.
Look, the turtle. Everybody connects the turtle
on those lists.
Everybody connects the turtle with this thing. But it turned out that I had a pretty serious viral infection that I had gotten from that thing, and I just and they just have started clearing it up now. It reoccurred, and I had to be on antibiotics and antivirals for it. So it was pretty serious whatever I got out there. It went away for a long time, and then it reappeared, and I'm just now realizing that's what it was.
So you think it was a virus from the water that you drank by accident?
I don't know if it came from the water. I don't know if I got it 2 or 3 days before I went out there, because I had been in the woods behind my house, starting fires, and
Right.
I had been. I think maybe I'd gotten a tick on me. I don't know. It's not from ticks though. It's actually it's from something in the environment. They don't know what it is. Half the cases they don't even. There's never a cause found. But I remember when I was talking about that I had those like sores in the roof of my mouth and it's painful to eat after that.
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, it was that. Like it's not contagious or anything. It was just some kind of. She explained to me what it was, but I don't. She's an Indian doctor and I have a hard time with her accent. And she gave me some medicine, told me I'd be all good, and now I'm pretty much 100% now. But it wasn't that goddamn turtle. I shot that motherfucker, killed him, and I went
allegedly shot the turtle. Allegedly.
And let me just. All right, PK audience, listen to this right now. Here's what happened. Imagine this scenario. Okay, so Woody and I, if we've ever been the best thing, if you look back on your life, what's the thing that you were best at, you think? Swimming's probably up there pretty high, right?
Swimming, sleeping, I'm awesome.
Okay, so among the world's swimmers, you're definitely in the top 5-10%, right? The world's swimmers.
If you talk about the world swimmers to include like...
No, I'm talking about human beings thrown into water. You're better than 95% of them, right?
Much better than that. Yeah. If you just include like... Among competitive swimmers, I was probably top 1%. Amongst like non-competitive swimmers, like including like, your parents and stuff, I got to be way up there.
Okay. So among shooters, I'm probably better than 95% of the human beings on the planet too. Probably better than 99% of them among the humans. So I climbed up on the log and I did the shooting. And for some reason, Woody didn't do the swimming that was required to get the turtle.
Are you imagining this?
Here we are, the fucking A-team out there. I just went Mr. T on this shit, blew it the fuck up. And then Aquaman over here is just like, good luck swimming across that river and retrieving that turtle, Kyle.
There is a reason. I can explain. See, here's the thing.
Properly dressed.
That's actually exactly it. I am like hypersensitive to poison ivy, so I made it a priority to get my long pants on like all the time. Like we crossed the river.
I've never seen this man wear pants in my life. It'll be Chicago, 40 degrees, Woody's Gamertag shorts.
Yeah, that's true. But on that trip, nothing but pants, right?
Nothing but pants, and I'm rocking shorts for the first time he's ever seen me rock shorts.
Yeah, we switched roles.
You just said one of those things that you don't realize till someone mentions it, but I never have seen Woody in pants.
No.
Of all all this time fooled around in the bedrooms together in the hotels.
Always shorts.
Always shorts.
He likes to show his calves off.
Yeah,
well,
the money makers.
You shake your money makers. So, but in the woods, I was wearing nothing but pants. So I had like long cotton pants on and sneakers and stuff. Meanwhile, Kyle was tooling around in a bathing suit, which is why he ended up being the swimmer.
Yeah, and I can't swim for shit. Like, and I hadn't eaten. I was already out of energy. Like,
right.
I got a pretty fast metabolism, I like to think. So by the time I get to like 3 or 4 p.m., which is what it was, like, and just breakfast that day, and we'd been building and
there's another thing. Both of us were foolishly on the subreddit until like 5 a.m.
Oh yeah,
like all the drama that went down.
Couldn't sleep. Yeah, Wings backed out on us, so I was pissed about that. Couldn't sleep, and like I said it in one of my videos uploaded, maybe 4 hours, but I think it was more like 2 or 3. So when I that quick burst of energy of swimming across that, I don't know how wide that river was, 60 feet, whatever. That took so much out of me. Like I was dog paddling like the last third of it or something, and Woody laughed at me. And I was just like, "This is my low energy swim. What are you thinking? Like I'm running out of steam over here. I'm fucking
dog
burnt
paddling.
Out."
It was
yeah,
great.
I was dog paddling.
So
there's nothing wrong with dog paddling.
So anyway, we're gonna give that a round 2. We're gonna do a survival trip. We're gonna do a whitewater rafting, zip line, shooting trip. We're gonna make trips that we think you guys want to see.
Oh yeah, we're still doing the shooting. That's right. Yeah. So we're doing it's shooting, whitewater rapids, and zip lining. 3 days. We found a really cheap place to stay in. It's like $150 a night for 3 people. Like not per person, like total. Like a house. So we managed to save a lot of money that way.
And it kind of reminds me, one of the Patreon donator levels, it's kind of expensive, so it's not the sort we'd expect you to do every month. But it's join us on the adventure. So if that's appealing to you, then if you feel like shooting machine guns, zip lining, and whitewater rafting, if that's the sort of thing you're down for, then there's a price on that. I think it's like $5,000. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, keep in mind you'll be signing so many liability and waivers and non-disclosure agreements and like secrecy vows that either come with an open mind or a lawyer.
Yeah. But it should be awesome. So if that's the kind of thing that like, I don't know, to me, some of these things are like dream trips, and
Yeah, this is gonna be a cool one, man. You're gonna I'm gonna teach you how to shoot skeet. Let you shoot an M16, and then you get zip lining, whitewater rafting, and you might get to see Chiz die.
Yes.
Yay.
10% chance Chiz dies.
10%, you say? Is that what the statisticians have come up with? Yeah.
That's what I've come up with. Yes, I've consulted with several authorities. We've got 10% odds on Chiz not making it out of the river.
What is the assurance?
Only 10%? I'll take the over.
What's the name of the insurance person who comes up with these things? Like it starts with an A.
What are we talking about?
The insurance person who's good with statistics, who decides like the odds of something.
An adjuster?
Nope.
No, it's like an acronym or an acronym.
Adjuster.
It's sort of a slash between an accountant and a statistician.
Yeah. Gosh, it's slipping my head. And the
listeners, leave a comment with just.
No, I want to figure this out. It's gonna bug me. While you look for that, I should mention that the river that we're going down is the same river they filmed Deliverance on.
Really?
So imagine it. I'm imagining I'm John Voight, Woody's Burt Reynolds, and Chiz is Ned Beatty. And we're going down that fucking river, man.
Chiz is the one that squeals like a pig?
Dude, think about that. That's totally our roles, too.
I'm just catching up with Dr. Chiz little comments on the subreddit. What did he do to make everybody hate him?
He killed a baby 2 years ago.
I know. I told him, dude, keep the baby like mistreatment to raping only. It's what I do.
Keep that baby murder game that you're always up to. Keep it on the down low. And he's like, no, I like to stream it. I'm like,
dude, you can still get 1 million subs as a pedophile, but the murder thing is not okay. Right. And he just ignored my advice.
Too much murder game business. I don't know why people dislike him. A lot of we like him a lot, and we like him a lot because he's a hard worker and he's a good friend.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in years, but I remember from when I spoke to him, he's a cool dude.
I think actuary is what we were looking for.
Actuary, there you go, nailed it.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, we have a sponsor, and then we can just start going into topics.
I think we do the sponsor, and then we get to hear what Paul has been doing for the last little bit, because I want to know.
Ooh.
All right, discussion zone. Kyle, take it away.
Oh my goodness, I don't have my discussion zone notes in front of me. I want to get the exact URL right.
Discussion zone is a general discussion community with an awesome and active user base, meaning we participate in active discussions. They include, but not limited to, gaming, sports, debates, graphics, computing, freebies, and a marketplace to sell any item of interest. It's www.discussionzone.co. So you'd think it's .com, but it's actually .co. Discussionzone.co. And I actually went and checked it out before the show started, and I was like, what is this thing going to be? But dude, there's like thousands of threads on here. There's like lots of people have registered. It's actually a forum that's already populated with people, and you can go and chat with guys and make friends and argue about movies or whatever. So check them out.
They talk about a lot of stuff. They do like gaming and sports and graphics and everything, right?
Yeah. It kind of like, dude, it matches up with our demo pretty well. If you like video games, if you like sports, if you like computers, if you like graphics, if you want tech help or whatever.
Do they do Game of Thrones talk over there?
They have movies, video, and media, so I would guess.
Then I might head over there, see some of the fan theories.
I loved you. I like fan theories.
I do too, but I only like them if they're completely spoiler free. Like the last thing I want is some book reader to come in there and do something. I don't want them to give me too much information. Like what I want is like, there's this guy on Reddit who does it occasionally, and he posts this thing, and it's like, he gives you all of the information that book readers know up to the episode where you are, if that makes any sense. So that he gives you a more filled in, more detail-driven information about all the stuff you've already seen, but nothing about what you're going to see.
Yep,
and that's awesome.
You know what I was thinking about doing as a video series? I was going to give a synopsis of the previous night's Game of Thrones, but completely fuck everything up. Just like make up all my own fan theories that are completely wrong, like why Jon Snow is gay and why Jaime Lannister is actually the king and nobody knows it and stuff like that.
With your name control, I just do not recommend this.
This is perfect. My name control just lends into it. I have to screw up every character's name.
Who is the female Jewish comedian that once dated Jimmy Kimmel? What's her name?
Sarah. I think I actually know it right now because I don't mess this up. It's Silverman, right?
Yeah, and the young lady who was Harry Potter's sidekick, what was her name?
Emma Watson.
Emma Watson. Okay, and the redhead from Superbad, what's her name?
I don't know that.
Wait, the redhead from Superbad. What else has she played in?
Her first name's also Emma.
Emma Stone?
Oh, now I know.
Emma Stone, okay. And the young lady from Pirates of the Caribbean?
Megan Fox, I don't know.
All of this excitement and more over at DiscussionZone.com.
You've actually got pretty control this week. Pretty good control this week. This is impressive. This is the best I've ever seen.
I feel like this is a little easier than the format I normally do, which is to like come up with her name on the fly mid-discussion.
Okay, so maybe that's the issue.
Yeah, that throws me off a little more.
Have the information. The subreddit was fucking with you about that.
They always mess with me about that. Yeah, they're like PKA historians will go back to like episode 19 where I fucked up a name then. Like, oh my god, like yeah, because I'm so bad. There are a lot of people who theorize that I'm doing it for effect, and then they like go and disprove them by like how it happened, like even way before it was a thing. But yeah, discussionzone.co. There'll be a link in the description, annotation on the screen, things like that. Check them out.
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, so Paul, what you been up to? Oh, Jackie has joined.
I'm on the front page of E-Bomb's World.
Congratulations.
I'm getting choked out. I don't know how this popped up, but
that's great.
Ooh. What is the title of the article?
Being choked out and what it looks like.
That's great. Well, see now, that's what you get when you step up and you take you take getting choked unconscious. You might get your video featured.
On E-Bomb's World, no less.
Yeah,
it would have been better to be on the E-Bomb's World in like 2004.
Yeah.
That's what it got some play on Reddit, and once you get some play on Reddit, like all the other ones pick it up. I had one where the dog collar one, like it made it to the front page of Reddit, which is like the big thing. Great. And then everything else, like Stumble Upon, E-Bomb's World, Dig, etc., kind of like follows. And it turned like almost all of the irregular videos I've made, not almost all, but like a lot of them get some play. Like the random microwave one will show up years later, people still looking at it. There's one where I used a chair and a leaf blower. There's like a TV company or something that signed to put that on. I just got on TV for... that was the dog collar one again. Whatever. Those ones seem to have a little more long tail than just like random gaming videos.
Yeah.
Has anyone out there noticed my sound quality isn't horrid?
Oh, it's beautiful. That's what that Patreon money's all about, making Mercadurka sound like a champ.
Yes.
Exactly. I went out and with my own money purchased equipment.
That's not
did
true.
Is that what happened?
No, it's not what happened at all.
No, man.
I remember.
Then Woody comes in here, and he says, "Hey, when we get on the show, you tell everyone I bought that for you, you little bitch."
It's supposed to be the kind of thing that the Patreon money covers, but Lefty took all the money, so we're still coming out of our pockets. And
yeah, I had to pay for the I had to pay for the whitewater rafting and the zip lining out of my pocket, and
I had to pay for the rental house and the microphone equipment out of my pocket because Lefty took all the money.
It's funny, but it's sad.
So you guys don't get any money at all out of this.
Yeah, I know we're dragging this out again.
Don't make it feel like we're not going to reimburse ourselves from the thing. It's just like right now the things suck dry.
Yeah, in the long run, I think this will turn out great for us, and for everyone watching. But the challenge was It was almost one of attitude. Like, you know, when I think, all right, we're going to start a business, we need to make a product that people are going to love and have happy customers and they're going to buy it and it's going to be a win. With Lefty, it almost felt like, oh, we're going to start a business. I've seen my dad do this. The first thing I'm going to do is start like fucking hard-nosed negotiating, threaten to quit, get as much out of this thing as I possibly can, get a better deal than Kyle and Woody, etc. And it's like, well, fuck. You know, you didn't want to just be a partner like us. You know, you had to like get special provisions and salaries and cuts of the top line and avoid expenses and never lose or come up with anything from your pocket. He just didn't want a fair deal. So that's how that went down.
And it was just one we could. The way I like to think of it, and the way I do feel about it, is like we literally just couldn't afford him. Like whether it's right, wrong, or whatever side somebody wants to skew this thing, as it often gets skewed. In the end, it was someone who worked for us, who was an employee, and we didn't feel like we could afford to pay him what he wanted to get paid, and that's the end of it.
Or ask him to do what he was supposed to do, because every time we did, he flipped out.
Yeah, that was awful.
You know, Lefty, can you get the... Okay, for example, the Patreon feed, right? It goes up early, and the people who help support the show like that, they get to see the show a few hours or ideally a day or so early. And he was like, well, I'm too sleepy. I'll just do it tomorrow morning. And it's like, man, that early access is what people are really paying for. So Dr. Chiz would step in and do Lefty's job for him because Lefty didn't have the enthusiasm, energy, work ethic, call it what you will, to do his own job. And, you know, that kind of thing mixed in with everything else, when he offered to leave, we just jumped right on it.
Paul, your 2 cents.
I agree. Excellent. That's it.
Thank you so much. Hey,
Shut the fuck up, Paul. I've heard enough out of you.
That's it.
Paul,
See you guys.
Yeah, Paul,
That's
what have
me
you
not-
been
no,
up
I'm
to?
kidding.
Tell us
What have
your
you been
deal.
So the last time I was on here was episode 6.
Was it that early?
Was it? I don't know. I came on really freaking drunk though. I remember that. You guys remember that?
I
I've been in my
remember.
head.
Dude, that hurt my feelings a little bit because apparently you were like telling people, hey, I'm going to go on PK and fuck up their show.
Dude, me of 3 years ago was an asshole, so I totally agree with you there. It was my first year of college, and I was in that mood of going out and getting every single night, getting like just absolutely shit-faced drunk. So, yeah, I kind of look back on those past couple of years as like, I don't know, I kind of view myself as a different person now. So there you go.
I think
apologies.
that's fair. Oh, accepted.
Yeah.
That was actually not much more perfect than that. The me of your age was also like a dramatically different person if you just space it out like every 18 months or 2 years in the way that I grew up.
I think of that because I look back at myself like 2-3 years ago and think I was an idiot. And then I know for sure I'm going to look back in 2-3 years' time and think I was an idiot. So it never really ends, so we'll see. But always constantly evolving. So I was just entering into college last time I was on here, and I actually just graduated like a week ago. So there we go. That's a full circle, so to speak.
I feel like I understand like English, Irish school. Finishing college means you have 2 more years of university left, or help me out here.
Sort of. The way it
you
goes
map it
is
to
college.
US?
College over here is sort of like the last few years of high school in America. Whereas, so I just graduated from university, which I got my undergraduate degree, which was Bachelor's of Science in Computer Science. That would be your 4-year degree you take over there. But over here it's 3 years, so I just graduated from that, but I had the option to go into a master's or a PhD, but I wanted to get out of academia.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
It burns you out after a while. I hear you.
Like, the thing for me was college was hyped up to be this big, like, party and fun. But most of the time for me, it was just deadlines. Like, I just felt like I was under a lot of stress all the time. And, you know, ever since I've stopped and I graduated, I don't know, I just felt a lot more at ease because maybe it's because I haven't gotten near a proper industry job yet, but I don't know. We'll see.
Dude,
I mean, same when I was in college, it was all deadlines.
Yeah.
Are you being sarcastic, or I can't tell?
No, I'm being facetious. It was not. No.
It was for me.
Yeah.
For me, it was super tough. Like when I was in school, I've mentioned this before. it always felt like I was supposed to be devoting myself to something school related. You know, I couldn't rent a movie. That's the example I use without thinking, man, I just blew 2 hours when I know darn well I have this paper due or this project I'm supposed to code or you know, there's some sort of deliverable that I should have been working on because I know that I'm not doing everything I can. And you know, so any downtime was me not working like I was supposed to.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't rent a movie or go to the soda fountain or play kick the can with your friends in the town square. One of those things. Or hide from the, you know, planes flying over.
Sometimes when I was feeling adventurous, we'd take a hoop off a barrel and then push it down the road with a stick.
Ooh.
that was the big game.
See how long you can keep it going?
Woody was the best hoop pusher.
Okay.
Taylor, I got a question for you. I've seen this brought up a bit. Are you willing, if we were able to plan such a thing around your scheduling, to come on some sort of one of these trips with us?
Yeah, I mean it's not like a matter of willing. Like it sounds like fun to me. Like all of these sound like fun. I mean, I'm not gonna die in a river in North Carolina because you guys think lying about that's a good idea. But I mean, yeah, it'd be a lot of fun. It's just about making sure my work schedule can get around it so I can get time off for it. But yeah, if I can get time off, I'd absolutely be interested.
Do you have that sort of thing where like if you had a month or so advance, you could get like maybe like a Monday and a Tuesday off, or is it not like that?
I could try and workshop something like that. Yeah.
All right. So,
yeah, we'll talk specific dates. And
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm glad that you're down for it because we were thinking of going to like the Gaza Strip and seeing what it's like to kill.
Yeah, he jokes, but we really are. We got this thing worked out. There's this company, and they do like wartime footage video stuff, and they'll basically let us tag along with them and give us like a media pass. So we're technically reporters. But I was like, well, what happens if we're in a gunfight? I was like, we're in a war zone, right? He's like, there's plenty of guns. Yeah. He's like, if you need a gun, you pick up a gun. If you need a camera, you use your camera. He's like, you'll be like wartime correspondents with an AK-47.
This is like the perfect YouTuber adventure.
So we're planning on doing that sometime around Christmas.
And it doesn't have to be the Gaza Strip. If by Christmas or something they're all religious about it, we can go to Crimea or Iraq or Afghanistan.
Yeah, he said there's war zones all around the planet. He called them hot spots, I think, and he said he could get us into any of those. Just he said that they do it a pretty cool thing because we'd be tagging along with some guys who are basically like mercenaries, and so a lot of times they get to parachute in and stuff, which I've never done before. And that's the scary part for me, not really the going to war part, I guess.
Freaked me out so much.
Jumping out of the plane.
It should be safe. Because these guys are like ex-special forces.
Yeah, they get paid really well, apparently. Like, we're not getting paid for this shit.
No.
Oh, the guys are going with are getting paid, several grand a day. So.
I would want one of those guys to like have me strapped on their chest for the parachute.
He said you could bring your Benelli. I asked him about that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we'd like to get you in on that one.
Yes.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like fun. Just gotta.
You guys should get Chiz on that as well.
Oh, Chiz is coming. They're going to hook him up with some
what we should
landmines.
do? We should lie to Chiz about the weight limits and then just progressively take him down and get him in shape. You're like, yeah, for this one it's 245. For this one it's 235. There's parachuting involved. You got to be down to 215 until eventually the guy's like a lean, mean fighting machine.
It has like a.
You should make Chiz do his. Sorry, Paul.
Oh no, I was just saying like Chiz going to war and just ending every conflict. The super soldier around the earth.
The way I
can imagine that, he just seems like that sort of guy.
Is Chiz drops in like the Gaza Strip, and then the Palestinians and the Hebrews stop hating each other, and then just all get pissed off at Chiz. he just attracts that much hate, and then they find common ground.
Yeah.
These adventures would be funny if you had if you cut your guy's adventure, which was really intense, like that, something crazy, with Chiz's, and you made Chiz go on a different adventure. Like his adventure is he has to take a Greyhound bus from LA to Boston. That's his adventure. And it keeps cutting back from him on a bus for 3 weeks, and you guys just live in the dream. And that's
wait a minute now. Maybe you're all right, so have you ever seen An Idiot Abroad?
I love that show.
I love it.
what if we did? That would be funny if like one trip, for example, or one part of one trip, like the three of us stayed and did the trip with vastly different amounts of money. Like let's say like our total like. Let's say that the group per diem is like $1,000. Let's say we gave like 850 of it to Woody.
I like where this is headed.
And we gave like 100 of it to me, and only 50 of it went to Chiz. And we had to survive that day with that money. And we just went and did different things. Like Woody's staying in a really nice place, like he's eating a fine dinner. He's just having the best time.
I've got guys in rickshaws carrying me around, like pushing
I'm
me.
staying in a hostel eating fast food, and Chiz is just homeless.
He's got beat up and got his $50 robbed.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. He's on the street somewhere, getting rousted by hobos.
He's buying retired circus animal meat on a spit from some foreigner with a cart.
You know, the goal is to go to some places where there's some retired circus animal meat on sticks. You know, I think we should go somewhere that's like that. The little European trip we've been talking about. I know we're going to Amsterdam on that one, so that'll be cool. But we're also,
it's all about Europe, man.
I can think of something to do in Amsterdam.
Everyone, God, you people.
Make him eat like 4 brownies.
My brother's going to Amsterdam. He booked it tonight, but all about Europe. Interrailing, so easy to get around over here. Like when I was in America last year, just getting across Florida alone was a pain without a car. So over here, it's so much easier.
You got to rent a car. That's the way it is.
That's the only.
And I think it's 25, isn't it? As well.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to be 25 to rent a car. Yeah.
I think you need to be over. Actually, Merker,
it's 25.
Yep, it's 25.
Do you have to be over 25 or 25?
Exactly 25.
Okay, well I stand corrected because I thought it was over. But fair enough. So so you couldn't do it. Fair enough. If you work for a big company, you can. That's what I always did.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose.
So, Paul, I was looking at your YouTube channel, and you're still doing the Pokemon? Because I remember you were doing.
Oh
it
yeah,
years
man.
ago. And I actually just got back into it. I bought a Game Boy from some used shop, and all the old ones.
You know, my YouTube thing, I was at a point where before I went to university, it was either go to college or don't, because at the time you got people like T-Mart and Syndicate and Jericho and all those old school sort of Call of Duty guys that really decided not to go to or dropped out of college to do the YouTube thing. So I was like, I'll go, because I was afraid of like the YouTube like dropping off. And I'm actually glad I managed to keep my YouTube sort of steady. It never really grew, but it never really died. So that's where I am now, and I'm at a point where I'm starting to get back into it and sort of pour a lot of stuff out. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm like maybe 4 or 5 videos a day. I've been doing for the past couple of weeks, ever since I graduated.
Back in the day, I watched anything and everything you would ever upload. It didn't matter. I watched your entire I can't remember. You were really good at a game that involved Sonic the Hedgehog. I watched your entire Sonic the Hedgehog playthrough. Yeah, he went through. He'd get every like special bonus and the rotating cubes and stuff like that. And I just it didn't matter what it was. And then when I finally met you, my wife was so excited. Do you remember that?
I do.
My wife
I hadn't even showed my face then, man.
She loved his Irish accent, and I nearly lost her to Pyropuncher, to Paul over here. And like she'd hear me talk to him like on a mic or something, like over Skype. This is years ago, and she'd be like, "Is that him? Is that really him?" And yeah, I nearly lost her.
Yeah, I still get a lot of compliments on it. I personally don't like my accent. It's probably because I hear it a lot, but a lot of people have been telling me it's become somewhat Americanized because I hang out with a bunch of guys from the US like all day just playing games. So I've picked up a bit of like it's probably not noticeable to you guys, but over here we speak at like 1,000 miles an hour, and you probably couldn't understand me if I had a conversation with someone over here just because we speak really fast. But it's slowed down quite a bit, so I think that's just
some
hanging around.
should come with subtitles.
Yeah, you know, I play with a group of guys on a server, a sort of community called Minecraft, and initially when I get into that, the guy that sort of runs it said he couldn't understand anything I said. We were doing a little introduction, so we got to know each other, and he said he just didn't understand me. But thankfully, I've slowed down a bit, and I'm kind of glad, because I did speak too fast. I actually went in private a lot of my old videos just because of that. Yeah.
You private
have you
your
ever
old
seen
videos
Snatch?
for that reason?
I private a lot of my old videos just because I don't know, they just sucked. Like I had a very squeaky voice. The audio was awful. You know,
Uh,
I still keep pride in some of them. I have my very first commentary on my channel, so it's still there. But a lot of my 2008 2009 stuff is privated.
I like mine as like a history and evolution of the channel. Like that's why I keep mine up. I've only privated like the worst of the worst, like live stream announcements and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But by and large, like if I made it, it's still up there. And you know, you can see like when I went through my singing phase, you know, and I started like hiring professional singers, and you know, videos got to be non-gameplay related. And I don't know, the whole thing is sort of out there.
Oh yeah. For me, it was I think I went through a period where my YouTube was starting to take off, but it wasn't at that point where it was like super big, and I was afraid of what some of my friends would have thought. So I deleted a bunch of my old videos, and a lot of people, the younger kids nowadays, message me saying this, like they're afraid of what their kids will think. I just think like, who gives a fuck, really? I mean, something I enjoy, and look what it's turned into nowadays. I mean, for me and a lot of my peers, you know, they're now working full time just doing this, so it's kind of crazy. And I was going to close it all down eventually because of, you know, what I was afraid of a few people might have thought.
Have you given any blowjob advice?
I haven't just
No,
yet.
well, then you're fine. Yeah, you'll be all right.
That's my biggest fear, though. That's my biggest fear. Like in 10 years, if I have to go and get like, you know, an office job, have I said anything that like, you know, completely puts me in the red? I don't think I have. But
I used to
eyes are always
daydream
open.
about being in politics. And
Yeah.
I think that's over. That's not a good thing. It won't work out.
You don't think you'll be able to run for local mayor or anything?
No,
Dude.
no, they would just totally go for it.
I don't know.
think
There's some.
my potential history
Crazy.
or potential future. I'm sorry.
You've got that one drunken rant on video. There's that one.
There's that one. But like, it's only uphill from there because that's literally the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened in my entire
Well,
life.
there's also
So it's
that
like,
video of you passed out in that bed and that.
oh, dude, that's not nearly as bad.
And Onslaught does a PhD flopper on you.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember seeing that when it came out.
The video of me and T-Mart hooking up was way worse than that, though. And thank God you never uploaded it. But,
Yeah. It's all night vision-y. It's Paris Hilton
Oh.
style. It's pretty hot though.
I remember.
Yeah.
I either didn't upload or privated something on your request. I forget what the video was. Maybe it was that one.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, I don't know.
I've got the link if anybody wants it.
Yeah, but
Have you
what
seen
topics do we have
Steve Irwin's
lined up for
daughter?
today?
I want to talk about Steve
Oh,
Irwin's
there
daughter.
we go.
First,
Great
we're talking about Steve
transition.
Irwin's daughter, and then I want to go back to the scariest episode of the X-Files ever made. So Steve Irwin's daughter, what's her name, like Bindi or something like that?
I'm googling. Is Bindi?
He gave her the stupidest. Yeah, so Steve Irwin was the crocodile hunter, of course, you know, the khaki short-wearing crocodile wrestling daredevil from Australia with the blonde hair
G'day,
who
mate.
got killed by a stingray. Really loved that guy. That guy was cool as fuck. And you always
I'm
thought
looking
a
at
croc or a
pictures
snake
of
was
her.
gonna get
She's
him.
a sweet little thing.
Yeah, you want the newest pictures possible because there's lots of her as a child because she did lots of like child acting work with him and stuff.
Oh, so these
and that-
pictures of her aren't current? She's a little girl?
Nah, she's grown up now. I'm hoping
16.
Is she
Yeah, I don't understand
16?
what you see in her.
Oh,
She's
shit.
16.
She's
You
16.
can't tell
Oh
with
my
girls.
God.
You can never. She looked 18 on the magazine cover. She was on the cover of like Us Weekly or something like that. Why is she 16?
Is this
Now look
her
all
with Syndicate on my screen?
Oh man, now I look all creepy.
Yeah, Kyle.
She looked like an adult on the magazine cover I saw today. I apologize for saying that
I-
the
You
child
had to
was
know that she
attractive.
was 16 because you were talking about her before the show, so you had to Google her or something to see that.
No, she was on a
born in
magazine
1998.
cover today at the pharmacy. That's exactly
Yeah.
what it was. And I
Kyle,
was like, oh, yeah,
there's
she's
only
grown
room
up
for
now.
one pedo on this show. You fuckers
Son
think I
of a
won't
bitch.
fire Kyle too? You think I won't do it? He's all you got left.
If he
I
does,
think
I'll
as a
start my new
series
show.
of-
It'll be Kyle and Friends, and it's just me. It's just me though.
Cal, Lefty. He joins them. Wings. Cal and friends.
No, it would just be me by myself, and I would just talk to myself for at least 3 hours at a time.
People would watch that. They would
So
like
basically, be my daily drive. Like when I drive, I do that like a psychopath. So like, and like sometimes people in traffic will catch me talking to myself. So I'll kind of turn it into like maybe I was singing a song. Like because that's less embarrassing.
Dude, I do that all the time, where I just rant about things randomly to myself in my car.
Yeah, or I'll be explaining to someone who doesn't understand my point of view, and I'll be like, no, what you don't understand is like this and that, and like I'll look over and some ladies like watching me do this, and I'm like, it's like this and like that and like this and it's like this, and I'm like trying to change to a
You gotta
song,
start moving
like
your head to a beat or something.
yeah, like start moving my head to a non-existent beat. Radio's off. I'm just talking to myself. That happens. Okay, so the worst, scariest episode of the X-Files is called Home, I believe, Home. It involves the Peacock family, who it's a group of inbred, it's this inbred, deformed, fucked up family, and they the sons have sex with the mother at this and sort of some like back to back with their like inbred, retarded, fucked up sperm, and the mother just happens to be, she's been in a car accident, so she's a I don't know what you call it when all four limbs have been amputated, but
quadriplegic.
Well, but she doesn't have the limbs anymore. Quadriplegic's when you can't move all four limbs. She does
a quadruple amputee.
That would be stumpified.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, she's stumpified. Thank you for the medical term, Taylor.
Yep.
And they keep her on like one of those creepers, the things that they use to go like lay on and go under a car to like change the oil or something. So she's on like something like that, rolled up under like a countertop, and they wheel her out to like fuck her and get advice. And like they make some sort of triple sperm into the egg mutant baby that they then have to like. And the opening scenes of the episode are her giving birth to this like nasty inbred mutant baby.
Is she happy with this arrangement, where pretty much she just has sex and gives advice?
Yes.
Yeah.
She says, "quote We gotta keep the bloodline strong."
'Cause that sounds like a job I might like.
That's what she sounds like. Mm-hmm. It's an absolutely horrifying episode, and it's they only played it once, aired it twice on television because it's TVMA mature in the U.S. And there was big controversy both times. I watched it when I was in the second fucking grade. Came into school and discussed it with my teacher. I remember that distinctly because we were.
So if you type in X-Files Home, that'll be all the pictures, like these really gruesome, deformed people.
Yeah. It's season 4, season 5, somewhere in there. Like it seems like episode 10, 11, 12, somewhere in there.
Dude, this is creepy.
Very scary episode. Best episode of the X-Files. If you're just gonna watch one, because it was kind of a monster of the week type episode that stands alone well, that's a good one. So is the one with the forest people that Woody and I discussed earlier. X-Files was a hell of a show.
I didn't watch X-Files very much. I did what was it? The old one, basically the old X-Files.
Oh,
50s. Twilight Zone. I really
Twilight
like
Zone.
Twilight Zone. That's it.
Yeah, I went back in recently actually, maybe 8 months ago, and watched all the black and white ones on Netflix, and I really enjoyed them.
Yeah.
Have you seen the movies?
No, I haven't.
So the Twilight Zone movie was like plagued with like tragedies and accidents. Like one of the things that happened, like a helicopter went down during filming, and a couple of child actors who were illegally working died. Like there was lots of bad stuff that went on. Seems like one of the actors died filming it as well. If I remember right, they do the episode that originally had Stephen Shatner in it, the one where there's a gremlin on the wing of the plane that only he can see, but it's actually there and nobody believes him. You familiar with that one?
I saw it.
So no. they do that episode, but they get John Lithgow to play Shatner's part, who's 10 times the actor, so it's really good. The movie's great.
All right, smooth segue. Merc, a
Yay.
question for you. A man was having sex with another man in a cemetery, okay? And then one of them mentioned the other's ex-boyfriend. So while having sex with him, he stabbed him 5 times with a knife. Here's the question. In what state did this occur?
Florida.
What did you say?
Is it Florida?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Of course it's Florida. It's always Florida.
It's always Florida.
Dude, Florida's just... What's happening down there?
I don't
All
know.
those senile little bastards are ruining everything.
If someone gets their face eaten off, what state did it happen in?
Florida.
Florida.
Yeah.
Every time something really fucked up and crazy happens in the United States, controversial or something that's weird, it's Florida. And we should talk about the reasons for that, because Florida's an interesting part of the United States, and I know we got a kind of a global audience here. It's that little peninsula that hangs off the bottom of the United States like a little penis. It's that whole area basically, and it's weird because it's both a tourist destination. It's a really nice like tropical area where there's it's a peninsula, so it's covered in all those beaches. So you've got that area of lots of money and partying and immigration, and then in the middle you've got all this what's basically swampland, which is really cheap and inexpensive. So you get a perfect mixture of like the poorest of the people and the richest of the people, and they're all in this one state, and it's also politically diverse. It's
people who knew
kind
the
of
country.
50-50. Yeah, and lots of immigration from different parts of the country. A lot of people go there to retire. So you've got all of those old people there. So it's just this weird place where all these odd groups migrate to, and weird shit happens there.
Pretty much.
It's where the Trayvon Martin thing happened. It's literally where that man had his face eaten off by another man who was on a drug cocktail known as bath salts. There's a subreddit called Florida Man. And it's a whole subreddit. The news stories about quote unquote Florida man. And the news story always starts. It's like Florida man arrested on charges of snake fucking, and it's like there he is, the picture of this guy, and they got his snakes in cages, bringing them outside of his trailer behind him, and he's been fucking them and like live streaming it on the internet.
You would think that snake fucking is impossible, but I'm here to tell you, snake fucking sounds completely plausible to me, and I'll explain why. One, think about the size of the mouse that a snake would eat, right? Now think about your own penis. Tell me I have actually seen video of a snake give oral sex, so that much is confirmed. Two, snakes lay eggs, right? So given that snakes are egg-laying animals, we know something at least this big is going to fit through. And don't kid yourself. How big is your wiener anyway? You could fit through that egg-laying hole and have sex with a snake. I don't see a problem.
Who says the snake's the one taking the penetration? Maybe he was using the snake on himself. It's Florida man, Woody. It's out there.
I like the way you're thinking outside the box. This is good.
Okay.
So yeah,
Like
sex with snakes. It sounds completely plausible.
I definitely think it is. So yeah, check out that subreddit, Florida man. That's really funny stuff. It's not as good as justice porn, but it's close.
Whenever I see a justice porn link make it to my front page, I'm excited about it. It's always something great. Some bully getting knocked out, some bad driver getting wrecked.
Some guy who just did something really bad, getting a real beating. And oftentimes, because they're street beatings, they're a little bit more hardcore than some people have a taste for, but it doesn't look like brain damage to me. It just looks like a real serious ass whooping. That's how I would describe it. It's the kind of thing that you might technically call assault, but they didn't used to. I saw one last night, and this guy had like threatened to kill this guy and his girlfriend, and the guy just whipped his ass, took his back, and started throwing elbows at the back of his head, hard as fuck, until he knocked him unconscious. And like I said, that's assault. But I was like, in my head, I was like, he shouldn't have said he was gonna kill her. And as the guy's like throwing these blows, he's like, said she's gonna kill her, huh? Wham!
Yeah.
Said you're gonna kill me. Wham!
I saw that too, right? You gotta kill her, and he's dropping elbows. You gonna do this, he's dropping more elbows. And the guy,
don't do it now.
The guy's in trouble. Full mount, right? And he's like belly to the ground. The guy's got his back, and he's covering. And the I'll call him the victim, even though he was the dick, was covering his head, trying not to get hit. And he's screaming, "Let's reset, man! Fuck you! Let's reset!" Like he wants to go back to the feet and start over again. Get the hell out of here. That's not part of the rules. There's no ref going to stand them up again. So, yeah. Paul, you might be muted. I'm not sure.
I'm back. No,
okay.
My mom came in and tried to come in here, and I was like, no, I'm on a podcast. Please
Mom,
leave.
I'm doing something.
Dude, I've been living over in my own house 3 years in England, and coming back here and having to share a house with my parents again for the next couple of months until I find one is just painful. Like, I love my parents and all, but it's painful.
So are they like parenting you again? Like, is there a bedtime?
Sorta. My dad is completely like real with me. Like he doesn't care, But my mom is. She's a bit back and forth, If I'm too loud, she'll start banging on the freaking wall. I'm like, ugh. But all my friends are on holiday in New Zealand and Australia, everywhere. So I have to wait because. I can't go and buy a house myself yet, unfortunately. So we'll have to wait.
After I moved out, I got a job, I did whatever, and then I got fired. And yeah, it sucked. I wasn't like criminal or anything. I was just incompetent. And so then I got fired and I had to move back home. And that was the worst. Like in my house growing up, if you're like watching a TV show or something and my father enters the room, he would just take the remote. Like it would literally be like on your lap. You're obviously into a show, and then he'd put on CNN or something and just like this is what's on now.
He seems like more of a Fox News guy.
Now this is old school, but right. Nowadays he's absolutely. It's just the background noise in their house. They convince them. They submit themselves to a 24/7 brainwashing right-wing news. Like it doesn't matter if you hit the car, listen to like Rush Limbaugh or Hannity or something. If you're surfing the web, you hit the Drudge Report, and if you're just in the house, Fox News should be on at such a volume level that you can hear it from every room. That's my parents' house.
That's really true with old people. My grandparents are like that. Every time I go over there, there's just Fox News blaring.
Yeah, but Jackie's parents. Well, okay, Jackie's mom is like that. It used to be her parents were like that, but her dad died, and but yeah, you'd go to the home and just like, yeah, Fox News, they had like a kitchen TV and a living room TV, so no matter like where you were in the house, at least the audio was covered, so you could hear and probably see it. But yeah, when I moved back home, I don't know if he was just being him or if being him was like a motivational technique to make me want to get back on my feet again. But I considered getting a job. I'd spend 5-6 hours a day like applying and researching and just, whatever it took to get employed and back out on my own feet. That was it was a top priority not to live at home.
Yep. Yeah, that's the same for me right now. I'm ready to get out because my parents said, just save up a little bit of money. I just want to. I don't care if I'm paying an extreme amount of money. I just want to get out. Because I know if I stay here, I'll just stay here for a while.
So you've wanted to be a games programmer since you were like...
I have, and I said that the last time I was on here, didn't I? I came on and I was like, I want to program games.
We used to talk about it now and then over Skype, like for like 5 years now.
Yeah, dude, I remember when I was first going to university, I was actually just, always querying you about it because up until maybe like a few months before, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know what to go to college for, and I saw you went down that route, and we hung out a lot playing Modern Warfare 2 at that time. Mm-hmm. So we were talking back and forth, and I was like, screw it. I put down computer science, and I did that, and it was a really tough course, but I learned a lot. I learned a really, really lot. I met a lot of sort of games programmers throughout the YouTube thing. Like, I met up with one of the devs of Starbound at a gaming conference, and I'm really good friends with some of the guys that develop Minecraft. So I've been kind of looking into that, and I don't know. I've kind of took a 180. Like, I'd like to do games programming, but sort of more of a hobby thing now. Like, I don't know. Because looking into the games industry, it's like if you want to go into the games programming, you either have to have like a really good indie hit, or you're going to end up programming something like Barbie or My Little Pony games. And I kind of don't know if I want to do that. Mm-hmm. The whole reason I'm interested in games is just evoking fun, and to do shovelware, which is kind of like an entry position into the games industry for most people. I don't know if I want to do that. So right now I'm just, on the path to see where the YouTube thing takes me.
Because, and the other thing is, it's considered a highly desirable job, right? So you've got a lot of people willing to work for less, or just willing to do extreme things to get that job. Extreme things including like 80-hour weeks, or I don't know, just generally being mistreated, right? Low pay, long hours, death march projects, getting fired a lot, right? That's part of the deal. Like, did you deliver? Congratulations. Now you're fired. And that's par for the course in the games programming world. Whereas if you work in like corporate IT, it might not like excite you to build a new whatever reporting app for some accounting department, but you'll have steady work, and once the app is finished, they'll ask you to build another thing.
For sure. That was kind of something I faced. Like, I enjoy programming, but it isn't something like I went through a period where I really enjoyed it, where I woke up and wanted to learn programming, but towards the end of my degree, I was like, I can do this as sort of a job, but it isn't something I'm overly passionate about. So I'm kind of was at that point at the end of my degree, and sort of everything program related just went to the back burner because I don't know. I guess you could call it like a quarter life crisis. You can say that. I have no clue what I want to do in my life at this point, which is don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm just seeing where it takes me right now, and I want to continue programming as like a hobby sort of thing. Like I want to jump into hobby game dev like Unity and iOS and Android apps because stuff like that interests me, but I don't know if I want to do it as a job. And I can do it as a job, but when I've got this YouTube thing, I want to take like a sort of year out, a gap year, so to speak, because before I was going to college, the UK government decided to triple the university fees. So I was like, I have to go now or I'm going to be in even more debt. So I did. And now I'm here. And I'm sort of taking a gap year.
I feel like both school and work do that to you, which is to say they suck away your passion. I mean, I swear, I think if you're a porn star, at some point you just wake up and be like, do I have to? I have to perform on demand, and I'm not doing the things that I want to do. I'm doing the things that I'm scheduled to do. And
yep,
it's a natural output of both school and work.
I think even with YouTube, seems like a dream job for some people, but some days I just wake up and I'm like, this game again. Like, don't get me wrong, I love it when I get into it, but just getting that drive to get started in some things, like for Minecraft, for me, like I love Minecraft, but I hate Minecraft. Like I've played for so long, so there's only so much that can hold my interest. But when I get into it and find like I can go and just prank the fuck out of one of my friends, that's really funny to me. But Minecraft, I've done everything. So the thing I get from it now is really just messing with other people.
The YouTube thing is a really good example, right? Like it starts off as an absolute dream, and even when you earn like $8 a video, you're like, oh my god, I got paid for this. Like, they're totally like paying for my PVR. And I remember one of my early moments. I bought Battlefield Bad Company, and I uploaded a video to Machinima's channel, and I think I forget if I uploaded 2 videos to earn $60 or if I just earned it in one. And I was all excited. I was like, I literally get free games now. All I have to do is make a video, and it pays for the game. This is the most amazing thing. But you keep doing it, and you keep doing it, and it turns what is glorious into what is your profession. And sometimes it's that way with everything, though. I had this thing in my head, right? So Dan Savage has this thing like, it just gets better, right? That's his thing. And in the context it was meant to be applied, which is like gay people struggling with their identity crisis and such as teenagers. I like the concept, but it's been applied so broadly, like, hey man, if you just sit around, it gets better. Like things are going to be awesome when you're 22 or 25 or whatever. And that's kind of a disservice to them. The reality is you can make it better. Like you can strive to go and make a thing happen. And that often involves doing things even when you don't feel like doing them. And that, whether it's computer science or YouTube or I imagine if you like acting seems like a pretty cool job, right? Especially on the outside, all the fame and the glitz and the glamour and the money and etc. But I bet when you come to the reality of it, like it's a haul, right? Whether it's body transformation or whatever, there's a lot of parts of acting that are hard. And you have to wake up and have the drive to be better than everyone else who wants that job. And somehow in my head, this all ties together. These dream jobs aren't that dreamy because everybody wants them, and you have to compete for your spot.
For sure. When you walk up to someone and say you play video games for a living, it sounds like a dream job. Like, I wish I could do that, but people don't realize how much work goes into this thing. Especially when you're producing like 3, 4, 5 videos a day. It's really tough. And thankfully for me, I'm with a bunch of guys who we just dig about and record, and most of my videos are pre-recorded group content, which is really fun. I'm sure you guys know from doing your PKA play stuff, it's a little bit easier.
Oh my gosh, in comparison to like what I used to do was put like my thoughts over a COD video, and one, I'd have to get a video where I did better than average, and that could take some time. And then, even at my standards, which is like, 25 and 5, like, sometimes that game, sometimes you just like, everything's falling apart and it's just not being my day. and which is how the 25 and 5s get uploaded. Like, fuck it, it's the best one I got. And but I would upload 2 videos a day for a while, and so first you have to get the game, then you have to do the recording, then you have to put it all up and put it together and come up with an idea, and sometimes there'd be multiple takes, and it's I feel like we're going on too long about this. I mean, there's someone out there changing bedpans right now, or like, that's what my personal example is. Cook.
Yeah.
For me, cook is the anti-job. I've worked in a kitchen before. I was like a potato peeler, and like there's an odor that comes with the kitchen, and especially like the garbage in the kitchen that is burnt into my head. There is like these like super powerful sinks where tons of water come out that for some reason annoyed me. Like instant splashdown, like waterfall. There is the floors in a kitchen are this permanent kind of like slime, and it's hot in there always. And there's like nonstop burns and cuts. And not me at the time, but people who are real cooks who pursue it as a profession, they work long hours. And just being in that environment for so long, it's so hard. And to me personally, it is like my version of hell on earth. There are other people who love cooking and just think it's their dream job and that's what they want to do. But for me, I'd rather be an accountant. And so there's someone out there cooking at 80 hours a week, getting lemon juice in cuts that just don't seem to heal, saying, "Oh yeah, the video game gig must be really tough, Woody."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
It's tough. Call me simple, but I prefer to sit in the comfort of my home making videos for YouTube to earn my living.
Do we need to?
Yeah.
I'm ready for a new topic.
It looks like Kyle just got back because the alien's moving.
Yeah, I've got an idea for the next PKA plays I wanted to throw out there.
I like it, but are you guys familiar with the Auto Blow 2?
I don't know what that is.
My life.
I can infer what this is going to be.
Click on the link. Do you just have one monitor or something? Is it going to be a
wow.
Yes.
Oh, it's a blowjob machine.
So
there you go.
We are not sponsored by Auto Blow 2 yet, but they have come up with the successor. If you find that a fleshlight is too much exercise, then let me introduce you to the Auto Blow 2. This appears to be some sort of blowjob machine. You put your willy, if you scroll down a bit, up here where the number 1 is. And then there are what look like rolling beads that work your junk.
The GIF is so good that they have on the side.
All right. So
this is ridiculous.
If you're listening to this on iTunes, it's autoblow2.com, and it's pretty much a fleshlight, but the GIF has a cutaway where you can see the tube that your junk goes in, and there's I guess like a row of beads that works up and down your shaft. And there are only 6 things you need to know about the Auto Blow 2. Plug it in. 6 things. It uses interchangeable sleeves, so now the cleaning issue is fixed. It is a hands-free masturbation device. It feels great. There's robust construction, and it is fully hygienic. So,
how much?
Oh, that is the question, isn't it? It looks like everyone's gonna miss this, but apparently it's 25% off right now. But that's shop now. Okay.
I'll take 3.
They come in sizes A, B, and C.
C.
Yeah, so you say. Here we are.
Seems like the chode.
Wouldn't C be the small one?
It is like the chode. That's what it is. I see.
So basically, this is just like for people who want to masturbate but don't want to deal with the hassle of masturbating.
Exactly.
Nothing just ruins my orgasm more than movement. It doesn't. This is ridiculous. Like you can't even just use it on yourself, like the fleshlight. Yeah.
Oh God! So wait a minute. It's $159. I don't know how many interchangeable sleeves that comes with. The size C is out of stock, but the size B fits 80% of guys. So I don't know if they're just not manufacturing enough C's for, say, everyone on the internet who talks about their penis size, or there's just lots of people who think they have giant junk. And
I love says the
I'm gonna say
graphic.
That's definitely people just being like, well, I'm not gonna, if I'm ordering this and someone does see the packaging, it's not just gonna say Auto Blow 2. It's gonna say Auto Blow 2, for the little pecker or like something on there. Like you don't want to add insult to injury when you're already ordering a blowjob machine.
And then they also sell a couple different lubes and antibacterial cleaners. So wow, getting some good visuals of this thing.
Has some good reviews down below as well. 4.5 stars.
I was looking at the top of it. You can see it if you're watching this on my channel. And at first I thought that's an oddly shaped vagina, but now I realize those are human lips. They really should put lipstick on this thing. Have you moused over the second picture?
Oh. Have you guys seen the still video? The still of the video of the guy holding it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you ever someone looks so smug holding a fake pussy? Like, oh, look at me, I'm here with my fake vagina. No, get over yourself.
The Auto Blow 2 could very well be, the next generation of masturbatory devices. The flashlight, it being so manually operated, it feels almost old school at this point.
Yeah, this is the era of technology.
Mm-hmm.
You think we would have had this by now?
It feels cliche at this point, but women freely enjoy their masturbatory devices for decades now. Yet guys, you're some crazy perv if you're down for the Auto Blow 2. Is Auto Blow 1 taken? I wonder if there's anything we can learn.
That was just a mistake.
Yeah, it was. Why 2? Yeah, that is interesting.
Oh, the inside of this thing. When you scroll down, you can see like the inside of it working. It
Yeah.
doesn't look comfortable.
I'd be afraid of one of those, like,
pulling the shit out of your dick.
yeah, anything that I have to.
I'm down.
Oh, wait.
I mean, I'd try it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna not put my penis in it. That'd be
Well,
obscene.
so
If you
what
go
if-
to
and you-
autoblow.com, it takes you to roboticblowjob.com, and it sells the same device.
that is interesting.
They should
So
be
they figured they just
competing
cornered the
on
market.
price here. Let's explore now. And whoa, it's $279 on this site.
Really?
Whoa.
And at
not so bad.
Autoblow
Markup.
2, I want to say it was only $159. Yes, this is definitely the place to buy your robotic blowjob devices.
Which site? Not that I want to buy
How
one
can
or
we
anything.
incorporate this into the show?
Autoblow2.com is the place to be. Oh God, now I feel terrible for making all these jokes. I'm reading the reviews. This guy gave it 5 stars. I suffer from MS, and they sent me one as a tester. I can't use my hands well anymore, and I can't hold the other kinds of masturbators. This will change my solo sex life. I hope you guys make the floor stand you mentioned soon. It really grips my entire shaft tightly and strokes the end right at the tip. I'm working on a wheelchair mount right now, and I can share the design with you guys.
I didn't even think of that. That's crazy. Well, there you go. Thank you, AutoBlue 2, for helping those in need.
For lending a hand, whether it is.
I actually never
He
really
has
thought
the
of that.
ability to type out a review, but he can't beat off.
Yeah, did he have his nurse type that review for him?
Oh God, wouldn't that be humiliating?
Maybe.
Yeah. Stacy, get in here! Get in
You
here!
didn't.
won't believe
You
I'm
left
doing
out the
this
part
once. I
about
gotta
the
tell
tip,
people.
Stacy. Put it back in there
Read it back to me.
slowly.
Through his Stephen Hawking like voice translator.
Meanwhile, in the background,
Oh, yeah.
like
So
like just
good.
moving obscenely
Oh, yeah.
beneath the sheet.
Like, what if it makes this? Did you guys ever play with Kinects as a kid? And you have the
Yeah.
ones that you can make into robots, and they kind of just, click, 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 make that really annoying noise and all the twisting.
Sure.
I wonder if it smells like or sounds like that.
I can imagine.
Sort of a swirling, buzzing noise, like a
Well,
because it's going
I'm,
like a
I'm,
nin 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 nin.
I'm still
Where's the
going
video?
through the reviews. The good. It fit me. It didn't stop when I used it. I had an orgasm pretty quickly, and I found a way to lay on my stomach, so it really was hands-free. The bad is...
He found a way to lay on his stomach.
Yeah,
Innovative.
so it was...
Fucking idiot.
The bad is the motor makes noise, so he can't use it in silence. I think there's a solution. This guy just needs to step up his weight gain to drown out this.
Oh
If
my
he can lay
God.
on his stomach and be heavy enough that he can completely submerge the thing in belly
I
fat.
think if Wings of Redemption fucked one, it would just sound like, and then he would roll over like, damn, that was good, and you hear it, yeah. Whoa, that's loud.
Get that thick six working.
It would just be a dull hum.
It would sound like a swarm of bees 100 yards away.
And there's really not a problem with like stepping up your weight gain game, because I mean, hell, you've got a robotic blowjob machine.
Yeah, don't judge.
Yeah, it doesn't judge exactly.
Supersize those Arby's fries. The Robo Blow 2000 does not care. Whatever that
What do
thing's
you
called.
get it to stay on you?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Because it's like, from what I can tell, you need someone to put it there and hold it there, unless you're laying on your stomach.
Well, this
like
guy's got a
Newton
bracket
told
put him
us.
out of his wheelchair.
Guy has a wheelchair mount, so
I'm thinking, could you get like a chain and then put it around and then hold it
Now
with
who-
the chain?
like
made
a
the-
strap-on auto blowjob. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
It should be like a
Let's-
jock strap, and then you can like wear it to work and shit, and they'll just think you're well endowed. But in reality, you're getting a robotic blowjob maybe 2-3 times a day,
That would make those cubicle jobs so much better.
right? Like, Woody, why do you always wear sweatpants to work? Oh, there's room for my auto blow.
What's that like cubic foot sized object that's square and like swirling and whirling while you twist and groan in your chair? That, with
Stop
that
looking at my
extension
junk.
cord,
I'm gonna call HR on you.
like you've got a surge protector for your Robo Blow. Like,
This is going to be one of those commercials with like people fumbling an infomercial, like hungry and horny. Why not both? And they're like someone's sitting trying to masturbate and like make a salad. They're like failing horribly. And then it shows them with that thing strapped on their cock, and they're making a pancake or something.
A
Now I
pancake.
can make food whenever I whenever I want.
well, those things are interesting, and they're just affordable enough that that's not so bad. It's gonna cost you that much in like dates to
Yep.
get the blowjob. Probably just
Oh,
go ahead
these
and buy
are
the
cheaper
blowjob
than
machine.
women.
It
Don't
wouldn't
even
be
compare.
cheaper if
Yep.
that's your thing.
I
Anybody
have another
watch?
review I want to read. This guy also gave it 5 stars. He starts off a little pretentious. I was one of the original Auto Blow customers and was sent an early sample of this product for testing. I should note I did not pay for the product, but the opinion I express here is my own. This product is much better than the original Auto Blow. He's a bit of a connoisseur. I found the original impossible to clean, and it broke easily. The sleeve on the new Auto Blow makes cleaning very easy, and they're not kidding when they say this thing is built to last for 500 hours.
Oh shit!
You can really feel the quality when you hold it. The most important part, the feeling. I would give it an A-. I don't know if it's because of my
He's
size.
had better, but it's pretty damn good.
I don't know if it's because of my size. I'm on the smaller side or not, but I felt it has given me a tighter grip. No, I'm sorry. I felt it could have given me a tighter grip. I was still able to reach orgasm in about 10 minutes or so I'm not complaining too much, but I'd like to see the product have the ability to get tighter in the future if the user wants. The downside is the sound that it makes. It's not silent, so if you need silence, go with another toy. But if you can deal with the motor sound, go for it.
Go with another cock-sucking toy that's a robot. Go with one of those.
By
One of
Tim
the quieter
R.
Oh my god, this guy is taking that so seriously. As a review.
Can you imagine though? There's probably like a whole community of like sex toy reviewers out there.
There are
Can you
YouTube
picture
channels
him
that
there
do
with
that.
both, like
Yeah.
both of the things in his hand, like switching back and forth, like 1, 2, listening to both motors, like Fast and Furious. Then he just sits
Yeah.
We have another connoisseur here. Early reviewer here. My feedback to the company was also to add... Is there a typo here? It just didn't print. Early reviewer here. My feedback to the company was to add texture to the mouth sleeve. The product feels good and should meet the expectations of most men, but interior sleeve texture should be your obvious next step. They told me they'll release more mouth sleeves in the future, but I wish they could release more mouth sleeves at first. By Chris PF.
What is a mouth sleeve?
Well, there's an
Interesting.
interchangeable, like, I picture it to be a little like a condom in there. And you put your junk in, do your business, and then when you can pull the mouth sleeve out for cleaning. One might guess you could bring it inside out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, inside out.
Yeah.
It'd be like, the back door, or you can swap them around with your friends, like a swingers party.
Oh.
Not the kind of thing you would want to loan out, I don't think.
If you do that, then you don't even need lube, I guess.
Oh, that's awful. Sloppy seconds from a Robobot. That's
don't
the
you just,
bottom of the
use,
barrel, boys.
Yeah, so apparently the sleeves, they have mouth by default, and then they've got pussy and ass coming soon, so
Ooh.
a lot of variety there.
Well,
Which
I mean,
would you
what other holes would you like?
Taylor, so which one?
Disfigured eye socket, is that on the way?
I think you want to. I think you want to go with the vagina, right? Because if somebody ever finds it, it looks much less creepy if it's an actual vagina. I think if you've got the butthole there, and they see that you went and bought a sex toy, and you made sure you got the butthole, like it's extra embarrassing, right?
It is more embarrassing. Yeah.
Well, what if you're?
What do these lips look like? Are they big voluptuous lips? Because that could be embarrassing.
Oh wait, you haven't seen the lips?
They look...
Let me help you out here. Go to this link.
For $300, you should get it designed your own lips.
And I will show everyone the lips who's watching this on the channel. And then scroll down a bit and go to the second image.
Oh, I see it.
And then mouse over the image to get a close-up of the lips.
Oh.
Oh, interesting. I like that. Yeah.
That's okay, I guess.
I'm glad you all approve.
Yeah, it looks...
It's much less... what's the word?
I think it needs lipstick. And quite frankly, if I owned one, it would have it.
What color?
I mean,
red.
You know what? I like red with
They come in
the
flesh
black
tones.
outline. Like when they take the eyeliner or whatever the hell it is that they use, and they define where the edge of the lips are. It's hot.
Yeah.
That's what
You
my
want that
robotic blowjob machine
Yeah.
would have. I think they should
I would
send
put
me
a
one.
mustache on mine, just so people would think I never used it. Like, oh, it's just a gag. I don't fuck this mustache hole.
Yeah.
It's
too good.
Yeah, but that is interesting. It's
There
like
you go.
it's basically the improved fleshlight.
The
Yep.
real question I have is, are the mouse sleeves dishwasher safe, right? Can I put this in with the rest of the things I clean and just like put it inside out, run it through the dishwasher, and presto?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I would keep it clean by just fucking it with Germex, but the aloe kind. So it's kind of lotiony, also cleaning. Easier.
Yep.
Here's a criticism of the product. I didn't realize this toy needed to be plugged into a power outlet when you use it
It's
until
the
I
other
got
kind
it.
of robot.
Yeah, at least the cable's 9 feet long, but it's inconvenient and should be battery operated. Why in the world didn't you make this battery operated? I don't know.
What?
By
Oh, that's
I agree.
absurd to think that thing could run on batteries. What are you putting D cells in there?
You know,
I was trying to masturbate in my car the other day on the way to work, and I couldn't even plug it in.
You need one of those.
It needs a car. It needs a car extension for it. If you
Yeah,
ask.
it really does.
Yeah, car adapter.
You know,
Yeah,
it-
people do that.
I have
Talking
some-
to blowjob from a robot in your car while driving.
Here's the thing, and this is just life advice I'm throwing out
I
there.
got a converter.
If something runs on batteries, it is a temporary device. It is not going to last.
Oh.
This goes for okay, power drills, right? You get that like Makita DeWalt like power drill thing. 5 years from now, that will stop working whether you use it or not. The batteries will just stop holding a charge. It's kind of temporary. Battery powered stuff is replaceable stuff. Now, on the other hand, think about your dad's drill that's like 45 years old in the house, right? That thing has a cord on it. All this shit with cords, routers, whatever, it lasts forever. It's just, they are permanent machines that will, quite frankly, outlast you. So when I look for a robotic blowjob, you have to ask yourself, like, do you consider this to be like a one-night stand type thing? Or is this a robot that you really want to commit to? And if you're a guy like me who makes long-term relationships, then you want a corded robotic blowjob tool.
That's also better because I don't imagine the people using these are using them within reason or tactfully. I bet they're leaving these on their dicks for like 3 hours at a time.
Yeah.
Like a long time.
I don't see why you wouldn't. I don't see why you wouldn't like kick back to a Lord of the Rings trilogy session and just rock this thing the entire time.
Oh, that's what you should make Chiz do for his adventure. As he's sitting there moaning, like, I've already came 3 times, and it's only to the part where they talk about the quest.
I approve of that. I give my thumbs up.
All
Official
right.
thumbs.
So Kyle, what was the
Pyropuncher.
topic that I interrupted with my auto blow machine?
I wanted to talk about the my new idea for the next PKA plays. We're going to play online poker for money.
For money.
Yes.
Interesting. Now,
So,
we do
we'll-
remember what happened last time, right? We played for money. I don't know if you're too embarrassed to talk about that.
That's technically a sit and go. What we played, where everyone enters a set amount of money. They're given their chips, and it's a winner take all kind of scenario. Or
I remember. Who took it all?
You took all the money because it was a very low stakes game, and we were all drinking some very cheap Mexican beer in a hotel room. And I think what we'll do next time is we'll get $1,000 worth of play money, and you and I will make some side bets so that we're not technically doing any online gambling, but we'll play a cash game, and we'll play for a set amount of minutes or hours or so. And I think if we take all of our footage, all the players together, then we should edit together one video. That way you've got everyone's perspective, so you can see everyone's whole cards as you're going through the video, if you can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you would almost get the same effect as you get on watching World Series of Poker. You'd see, the players in their hands, and you'd know what everybody had as we were discussing and bluffing. And I think it'd be really good. And it'd be a really easy one to get fans in to play with. And we just use one of the poker websites, partypoker.com, something like that. And I was thinking maybe we could get in touch with them and maybe work some kind of deal out with them. That'd be cool too. But regardless, I think that'd be nice. And I'm going to take some of your money, which is always fun.
Is that what happened last time?
No, it's absolutely not what happened last time. No, you took all of the money, like you always do. Right into it, you motherfucker. But that's not what's going to happen this time, because I like to think I'm a pretty good poker player, but there is still a measure of chance of the game. So I think
we
it'll be
got
fun.
the answer on our poker debate from like 2 shows ago or one show ago. I don't remember. Did you see it?
I did.
Yeah, it was a debatable thing. Like some people were saying, "Hey, Kyle was right. It was roughly 4%." But to me, the core of the argument was like, you're like, it's 1 out of 50 or something, and I'm like, no, it's like 1 out of 46. And you have to count the river, you have to count the cards already in your hand, etc. And it turns out, if you want to estimate it, your estimates were close. But if you want to be precise about it, then the odds are changing.
Here's the reason the reason you don't have to be precise about it is it's not about being a mathematician or a statistician and knowing the exact percentage. It's about making the right decision based on the money that's required to stay. Like, let's say the guy raises you $200 and there's $1,200 in the pot. It's about the odds versus the risk. So is it worth putting $200 into a $2,000 pot if the odds are 2 to 1 against you? Yeah, of course it is. And it's so you don't have to be that precise. So if you know that you're 4 or 5%.
Yeah, this is nothing that's new to me. I feel like you're educating me on.
No, I'm educating the audience so they'll know how right I am. And how wrong you are.
Go back and play it. Listen to what he said, which was like, the odds are 1 in 50 or something, and that was the aspect that I corrected him on. He wants to redefine it as precision doesn't matter. Fine.
Redefining again. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Go back and listen. Go back and listen.
Maybe we'll just settle it on the poker table.
All right. If you're looking for a rematch against the champ, I will grant you one.
Oh my God! He's rewriting the narrative. He's rewriting the narrative.
When you hold the belt, you can almost pick and choose your opponents, right?
Oh
and everyone else is just looking for a shot at the belt. They beg for a shot at the belt. They think, please pick me. And I pretty much hand out lotteries. Like the pay-per-view on shit like this is huge.
I took $8,000 out of full tilt out of $8,000 out of partypoker.com. I took $2,000 out of full tilt.
I took everything Kyle put in. So that's a thing. Yeah.
Everybody's up.
Merker, you were in that game too.
Oh, the poker game?
Yeah.
I think I lost first.
Yeah, everybody was just
I'm
pushing their money.
It's not easy, I'll admit. So.
Yeah.
I wanted to. I thought we were actually going to play, and then but Woody just kept saying all in over and over.
Yep. and Kyle was getting aggravated, like, "You guys aren't taking it serious," like, like that.
Yeah, and so I had Kyle on tilt. The game was going exactly like I wanted it to go, and
that's why I think we should play for a medium amount of money when we play on the show. I think we should buy in for at least $100 each.
Yeah, I mean, the more the merrier, really.
Oh, okay.
Put in my amount of money too, since I'm just an employee. You guys are the partners.
Right. He doesn't have any expenses, so I guess we put in his, and then we give him a percentage of whatever we win, in addition to, I guess, like an hourly rate for playing, in addition to whatever ad money comes off the uploaded video, such that it doesn't even matter if we win, he gets all the money.
But there needs to be enough money involved, seriously, so that it's so that you take the game seriously. You know what I mean? Because like if I play in like a game where we're playing with like change, literally change, like those are our chips, like quarter is a big bet. I can't take that shit seriously because it's just not enough money. But if I buy in for $200 to $500 and the blinds are $2 and $5, I'm taking the game quite seriously. It's very important. I'm watching hands that I'm not in to see what players are doing. I'm trying to memorize betting patterns and what does this guy consider a small bet? What does he consider a big bet? Because it varies from player to player. You pay much more attention to the game. It becomes much more fun. It's like, have you ever bet on a sporting event?
Yeah.
As a kid, I used to.
You know how much better it made watching that sporting event? Like infinitely better, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when I watch Joe fight, I've got something at stake. There's something there, and it makes. When I watch Joe Lozon fight, I'm so much more invested in that sporting event than in any other sporting event ever, because I know this guy in real life. Like, I've had dinner with this guy. I've talked to this guy personally, like hung out with him a good bit. I like Joe as a person, as a dude. He's a cool guy, and he's not. It's not a baseball game. He's fighting out there, getting bloodied and beaten. And when you see that, you're super invested. It makes watching Joe fight the best sporting event possible. And in the same way, betting on something makes it so much more fun, Pete Rose style. And when you're gambling, if there's enough money to make it work, to make it mean something, it makes it so much more fun to play poker then. You just can't.
It does.
As long as you don't get out of hand and start playing for tens of thousands of dollars when you can't afford it, which I've seen people do.
You?
No, I never got above my head. I took a lot more money out of poker than I ever put in.
Is there a way to get above your head in poker, or do you just have an inordinate amount of money? Like, there's just no way.
No, that's not what I meant. I just meant. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to get. No, there are games that I just wouldn't go to, and when I went to Vegas and I've played in cash games, like I know which table is like my level of table. Like I'm not gonna sit at something. I buy in for $500. It's a $500 buy-in, and it's $2 and $5 blinds if I remember correctly. Like that's my table.
Gamble if I go on one of those trips with you guys, if I'm able to, because I've actually never been in a real casino to gamble.
You didn't go with us in
he went, but he was under 21, and he had like a really good fake ID, but we weren't so. He had a perfect looking fake ID, but then they had like a scanning thing that connected to the like DMV's database over the internet, and we were like, "Ooh, I'm not sure it's that good."
Yeah, it was less than ideal, but that'd be. I don't really understand gambling. Like I don't even know how to play craps or any of those things, but
craps is my favorite game. But it's one of the most complicated, so I don't pretend to know like the proper decision making in all situations. But the thing about craps that makes it fun, it's the low class game, right? When you're at blackjack, you're expected like not to talk and follow certain protocols and whatever. When you're playing poker, the same thing exists. It's a straight lace, sort of no talking, no glancing. You're doing business almost when you play those games. When you play craps, it's a group effort filled with like cheering and laughing and drinking and, like rooting for your numbers and things like that. Craps is the community game, and that's why it's my favorite.
Yeah, it looks like the most fun. At least in all the pictures they have in casino commercials. There's always a bunch of people cheering with the dice, and there's a tasteful amount of minorities sprinkled in.
and then when it's your turn to throw the dice, I'm all like nervous. I'm gonna throw it outside the table or something. Like in any other situation, throwing like something underhand roughly for 6 feet is a task I can handle. But somehow in craps, with all those people looking and judging, it's a scary thing.
Blackjack.
Yeah, you don't want to look like a dick.
Blackjack and poker are really the only games you can play in the casino where the player can either use some skill or use some advantage. Well, I guess with craps you can. I know there are people who can fucking throw dice, like who can actually roll what they want.
Craps has
But,
decision making involved in it. You know, when
It does,
it's
but
not
in the
like you
end,
just bet
like-
on the 7-Eleven, whatever. I mean, once it comes and it's time, it's like, all right, so this thing needs to be this. Are you gonna play the hard, the soft 8? Are you gonna, you can put counter bets, like bet on the yo.
But the house always has the advantage.
That
You're always at a
That's every game.
disadvantage.
what game is that not true in?
Blackjack.
Well,
If you-
by
if-
that measure,
yeah.
that's also
You
true in
played a little.
craps. There's opportunities to double down in craps when.
What is
it's
it
to
that
your
Phil Ivey
advantage.
plays? Phil Ivey's a professional poker player. He's won I don't know 12 or 13 bracelets. He's the black guy, and he plays some table game that's similar to craps, but I think it's slightly different. And he wins so much money playing it that he just got into a lawsuit with a casino over the way he plays the game. Like he takes these casinos for $10 or $15 million a night.
That's
Like he
amazing.
flies around in a private jet to casinos around the world and is destroying them. I've seen him do it on video.
Yeah,
They put him in a private room on a private table, and he just takes them for like $8 million and then leaves.
I've watched videos on how to play craps, and they'll point out like, all right, now that if the table's showing that, it's time to double down and put your bets here because you can actually work something to your advantage and make it so the odds are you'll win. But it got kind of complicated, and I can't even identify those. Like I'm not that good a player. But
I watched 21 a few years ago, so I think I'm good.
okay,
Oh yeah, you got this.
I saw Rounders, which was enough to beat both of you in poker.
Rounders is a great film. I
is.
like Rounders. It's Ed Norton and Matt Damon do a really fucking good job. And what's his name? The
Ben
Russian
Affleck.
guy.
Wait, who?
The Russian guy with the Oreo cookies. John Malkovich does a fucking awesome job. So yeah, that Rounders. It might still be on Netflix. That's a great movie. Also,
haven't seen
Bad
it.
Santa. People need to watch Bad Santa.
Oh, I still
But
haven't.
Merker,
watched
have you seen Bad Santa?
Oh, I love Bad Santa. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey,
Yeah, it's
this segues into my next topic.
Oh,
Christmas.
Ooh.
So what do you? No, go ahead.
Which celebrity do you wish was a porn star or did a porn video?
Ooh.
I'm gonna kill this
Really, Kyle's like, I've given this one a lot of
because
thought.
I know which angle to go with. I haven't picked the person yet, but I'm gonna pick a perfect one.
Porn? No, celebrity you wish did porn. Like a lot of people might say Jennifer Lawrence, but I'm not sure she's dirty enough.
No.
Even the girl that I pick is my who is to me the prettiest girl. Emma Watson.
Yeah. That was a good choice, but
I like her, but I'm not sure that
Hermione.
she's down enough. I imagine
yeah,
she's.
that's what I feel. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've
I
had
just
like,
wanna-
No, I want to see it from every angle.
You want a performance
She's
as
got
well?
to step
You-
up
you
her
want-
game. Yeah.
You're really asking for a lot here. Not only do you want to get to pick a celebrity who gets to now make a porno, but you also get to decide. No, just be
here's what
happy
I'm
with
doing.
whatever performance you get.
I am picking a celebrity based on the performance I predict. Right? Like there
Well,
was
that's
this
not my motivation at all.
There was like a Czechoslovakian singer whose porn got released. Is anyone familiar with this woman? Slavian? I forget what she was. I didn't know her name, but apparently she was like a celebrity sex tape that got released, and it was on a sailboat. If this helps anyone identify this, no, just me. Nice. I'm the fucking pervert on the show.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Porn connoisseur.
yeah, this woman on a sailboat was having sex with her boyfriend, and it was a celebrity sex tape that was released, and it was awesome. She was outstanding at sex. Fantastic. They poured wine on each other repeatedly and drank it off one another. They were it's every position that you want to get rocked during the night, they covered it. And they break from sex and switch to oral sex every so often, which I thought was a nice touch. So if I'm gonna pick my celebrity, oh wait, I think I have her. Who's the chick from? She used to date the Star Trek guy, Olivia Munn, maybe. Is that her name? She was
Olivia
on that
Munn
geek
was the one
TV show.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Yeah, and she used to send that guy all those naughty pictures of her, like
Yeah, with
with
the
the red
captions.
text over it with the captions. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got my pick, Olivia Munn. I think not only is she gorgeous, but I think she gets
That's a good
down.
one. That's a good
I
one.
don't even know what she looks like.
Olivia
man.
Munn? Well, let
I
me
probably
help
will
you.
when I see her.
I think she's biracial, and it's a really interesting hot look. That's a good pick. Okay. I'm thinking, and I still haven't quite come to a decision yet. I'm thinking either somebody who's like really like relevant right now, like a Miley Cyrus,
Yeah.
because I do think she's attractive,
she is.
or someone who's like older and more wholesome, who like you'll never get it out of. Because there's a chance we might get a sex tape out of Miley Cyrus, right? But what are the
Yeah.
chances you're going to get one out of Brooke Shields or
Or the guy in the 700 Club.
or Dolly Parton? Let's pick
Or
somebody
Dolly
old and wholesome. I like that idea. Or Julia Roberts.
No,
wait.
I
I
don't
think if
care
you're going for
about
old and
that.
wholesome, I think I can beat all those picks.
Betty White.
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra
Barbara
Bullock.
Bush.
Yeah.
There you go. That's my pick.
Really?
My
That's the
pick
one you're going
is-
for?
Yeah, I think it would be really high effort because she seems like a classy lady.
She used to date Jesse James. I bet she gets down.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, he did leave her for a Hooters waitress or something, so maybe not.
Yeah, maybe she wasn't. Maybe she wasn't down enough. I don't know.
But she was really hot in Gravity recently, so.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Okay.
one.
So I'm going for
What about
Olivia
you, Paul?
Munn. Kyle's going for Sandra Bullock. Pyro. Paul.
So I don't know if she's well known in the US, but there's a TV show called Countdown here in the UK. I don't know if you guys know that. Have you heard of it?
We have one called Countdown too. It might be different.
Yeah, so they put letters up on the board and you make words. Is that what it is?
Nope. It's like a news
No.
story type thing.
Oh, so ours is the one we show in the UK is pick a bunch of random letters, 2 contestants, and they have to make up words. I've watched this show since I was like 5, and they have a really, really nice, attractive female host who puts up the letters. And I think in the past couple of years it changed to someone called Rachel Riley, who I have had the biggest crush on ever. Not only because she is really, really beautiful, but she has I don't know, she has like a really intelligent charm about her because she has a degree in maths. And I really appreciate that about some girls, but I think she is super hot. I'm gonna say her.
Oh,
You guys
yeah.
probably don't know her.
I
who
don't
that
know
is, but I
her,
would watch
although
a video with her.
I'm showing
I
her
linked her.
picture to people watching, and she's clearly hot, and I agree with that thing. You know who I have in my head who I bet you would also like? Shucks. Hold on, I'll know her name in a second. I'm not that good with names. Danica McKellar. Do you know her? Danica McKellar. She played Winnie Cooper in the Golden Years. And
Yeah.
she has a PhD in math.
Oh,
So
wow.
she's a really bright girl. She had a promising Hollywood future that she kind of skipped to pursue her PhD. And
Uh-huh.
she is just about supermodel hot, but she has a PhD
Oh
in
yeah, I
math.
agree.
And
Yeah.
you know, so that's kind of a neat combo.
Yeah.
I'm still going Olivia Munn because I can't guarantee this
Yeah.
girl gets down, but she's a good pick too.
Uh-huh. There you go.
All right, now only guy left is Taylor.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Megyn Kelly. Do you guys know who that is?
Yes,
She's
Fox
a
News.
Really sexy Fox News correspondent. Just
Ooh,
because,
yeah.
and it would have to be the video that I'm imagining, because after all the conservative stuff she said, it would be great to have a video go huge that was just her getting gorilla fucked in just the most dirty, nasty positions, just
Jesus
wildly inappropriate.
Christ.
Talking about like, oh, I love Obamacare and like stuff like that, like dirty talk to her. That would be great.
Dear God.
Yeah, give me that free insurance. Like, you know, that's what you would do.
Well,
You don't like that idea, Kyle?
no, I like that one. That's pretty hardcore though.
It is.
Gorilla fucked. What does that even mean?
I don't know. Joe Rogan says it on his podcast.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it was funny.
I like
I
it.
thought that was an actual term.
I think that's a position.
Oh. Well, I don't know what that position is then.
Yeah, I thought I knew the positions.
Sounds awful.
Yeah,
But
it sounds
I-
uncomfortable.
Sounds violent.
Is gorilla fucked when Like you walk up behind her without asking permission and finish in 6 seconds shortly after some other guy did? Because I think that's...
No,
Jesus.
Isn't that what gorillas do?
no, it's when you hoot loudly in their ear as you're fucking them from behind and throw bananas around the room. Anyway.
Yeah, I think that question did pretty well. So Olivia Munn, Megyn Kelly, Sandra Bullock, oddly, and
Oddly? I'm oddly.
yeah, dude, I don't
Rachel
think you won the
Riley.
question like you said you would. I actually put you in 4th place.
I think that my video will be the most valuable out of all of these videos.
No, the Megyn Kelly one will go huge.
Yeah,
If there are actually bananas, yeah.
Right. If the guy's actually hooting and like, you know, if the whole session is like this,
Throwing bananas. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
then it'll go big. That'll do it.
That sounds awful. Nobody wanted Megan Fox, I see.
no.
It's too stereotypical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, I mean, I'd make time for it, but
Maybe that Jada chick from the Food Network, that Italian chick who's always showing so much cleavage, she'd be a good pick too.
The
How
Food
about the other
Network.
chick from the Food Network, the one that said the N-word?
No, that's
Paula Deen?
that's Paula Deen. Her food's much better, but she's not nearly as hot.
No, she's just as good. Pretty
Paula
sure all that-
Deen?
No, this
Yeah.
Jada chick. I think I'm pronouncing her name right. I hope I am. It's weird. It's like a Greek name. It's like Jada.
Is Rachel Ray still hot?
She was never hot. This chick I'm talking about is smoking hot.
Okay. I'll give you that Rachel Ray was never smoking
She was
hot.
wholesomely cute.
Okay, here's my thing. First of all, Rachel Ray, hot, seems like a wonderful wife, etc. You know, I don't mean to be hating on her.
Oh, she's a winner.
She's a winner. She's a
She'd be a
keeper.
heck of a catch.
Right.
Multi-millionaire and all.
Yeah. But having said that, she always looked pre-fat to me, right? Like a girl you put 10 years on, you're going to put 30 pounds on too. That's how I see Kate Upton. Kate Upton, obviously gorgeous. I am not really. I shaved the neck beard, but roll with it, right? Only the worst of the neck beards would say Kate Upton, too much belly fat, would not do, or Megan Fox,
3
man
out of
thumbs,
10.
no part
Would
of
not
it.
bang.
Right? So Kate Upton's clearly hot, but amongst people who just make a living being beautiful, it's got a tummy, in my head anyway. She's pre-fat. You add 15 years to her, you're going to add 30 pounds. Rachel Ray, did that happen to her?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
Might have gained 5. Might have gained 5 or 6, but no.
Hmm.
She looks good.
Good for her. Good
But
for her.
the Jada chick, or whatever her fucking name is, the one with the cleavage, who's always smiling with her enormous, perfect or fake teeth.
All right. Do we have any idea how to spell this name, Jada?
Just search Food Network hot chick
I
cleavage.
think it starts with 3 J's.
Jada. Her name's probably like Rebecca, and I'm just completely wrong.
Is her name Ingrid Hoffman?
No way.
Okay. When you search Food Network hot chick cleavage, that's the first thing that pops up. Hot women of the Food Network. All right.
There you go. She's got to be number 1,
Um,
unless there's some like late night barbecue titty channel.
is
Which
she a
sounds so
hot
good.
blonde MILF? Oh,
No, dark hair.
her name is,
smut.
you're thinking of one named Giada.
there you
Giada, who's smoking hot
But I
and
think
always
it's pronounced.
shows major boobage.
Oh, I see that. Is it Gayada de Laurentiis?
There you go. But I think it's pronounced Jada.
Okay. So I'm looking at images here. Yes, I even recognize this one. Like I've seen her picture before.
She's
and
43 apparently. She does not look 43.
stuff. No, she's
No,
aged
she doesn't.
really well. Wow, in a bikini, she even looks young.
Yeah.
How did we get on the topic of her?
She's my new pick.
Oh, you swap picks. Well, I think I'm gonna call this
Yeah.
one an upgrade.
Yeah, I
You
think
can't
so.
change
She's
picks.
she is what I wanted. She's she's older. She's pretty wholesome. Food Network money.
There's
Yeah, I'll take her.
repeated pictures of her cutting herself in this Google image thing. But
I guess I don't know what that's about, but
she cooks and she cuts her fingers. I guess it's just part of
Wow.
the deal. Yeah, she's beautiful. Oh, if you look up close, you can see she's 40, but still, she's held up really well.
Asshole.
Yeah, I am, aren't I? Here, I'll tell you what. Go to this image.
Okay, Graybeard.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, Woody, your beard is way grayer than the rest of you.
Dude, all my like age is focused right into my chin, right? Like I if you look at my head, there's not a lot of hair, like a lot of gray hair anyway. I'm oh wait, awesome headphone hair. Huh? But so there's not a lot of gray up here. Pubes brown. I don't know. I guess in my face I've aged a little bit. I get like wrinkles here when I smile. But this part of my beard is like completely gray. It's where all my age is channeling, I think.
Can we tell them what you're going to do to your beard? Or is that a secret?
I have to come through with this, don't I?
Well, if we talk about it, we do. We could just let it slip away now.
Go ahead, talk about it.
Yeah, so we're going to dye that motherfucker black. I think it's going Blackbeard, and we're doing a very high-effort Evil Woody video.
Yeah, so
Woody will be asked questions, and Evil Woody will be asked questions, and they will each give their answers. And it'll be a little bit more. And Evil Woody has a beard. Regular Woody has good Woody has he's clean shaven. And I think we might go a little more high effort than that. I think we should film this on the trip. I think it'll be good.
And
I can't. That's a long. I want to get this.
You'd have to regrow the beard.
Yeah, maybe in the Europe trip we could do it again. But I think maybe sometime next week I'll get this video filmed. And but yeah, there'll be Good Woody and Evil Woody answering these questions. That's the concept.
Yes, and at that, like, someone needs to ask you the questions. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how you put this together.
I was thinking give Jackie the question, film her, have a mic in front of her, like Merca's or something.
Yes.
Merca, can we get you doing the podcast while laying in bed on your stomach? And is that something you can?
But only if you kick your feet back and cross them like a 16-year-old girl reading a box card.
I'm thinking like 1950s pinup poses.
Oh yeah, like the one where your arms are crossed in front of you and you're kind of got you.
Oh, he's got the legs. I like the bit of calf.
Now cock your head to the side and smile, and imagine you have red hair with pigtails and you're wearing a bonnet. Now think about nothing but Hostess cupcakes while you do it. There you go. That's it. Nailed it.
Oh.
All right.
Very good.
Well, that's an uncomfortable way to do it. Oh man.
Do we need a new super smooth segue?
Let's talk about Wings of Redemption's latest videos.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
The walking. Oh man. Okay, so I'll catch you up in a little while, Merca. I guess you'll get a little catch up right now. So, Wings is on day 30. Let's call it 5 of his walking videos. He walks, he talks. Lately, he's sort of evolved into a thing where he walks, talks, and he stops at checkpoints along the way. And he's become a part of a pretty big internet GIF, or GIF, if you will, where he's tapping a stop sign and looking blankly into the camera. And it's become sort of a reaction GIF for, hey, stop doing whatever you're doing. Or for all those people who are doing this thing that you should just not be doing anymore, here's it's a reaction GIF that says that. And it's gotten a good bit of play. I've seen it on the front page of Reddit. I've seen it on a few websites. But yeah, the walking videos, he's started doing what makes them entertaining more and more. He started sharing a lot. He started talking about a lot of deep stuff, about a lot of things that his hopes for the future, and they're really good right now.
What he's doing is he's walking every day for a year, and it's kind of the theme is, I'm tired of being fat. I'm done with it. And 2014 is going to be the year in which I embark on major weight loss. So, and then just like yesterday or the day before, he started changing his diet. So that's the next phase. He's exercised, and when he first started, he could hardly walk a mile. It was a real struggle for him, and he had lots of pain, and his legs would go numb and stuff like that. Now, 35 days in, I think he walks 2 miles every day. Is that the deal?
He usually gets 2 miles in, and he said he pushed it one day to 4, and there's been a couple of days, I think, where maybe he said he did 3. But those days seemed to tax him. He said he had a goal to be able. It's several months in the future, I think, but to do a 5K. And he said run a 5K, but I think he means sort of jog and walk at the same time. That would be a more realistic thing, because running a 5K is pretty serious.
A 5K is 3.6 miles, right? Do I have it right?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's that's quite a jog.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's a good run.
When is he gonna do that?
It take me a couple.
I think it was
weeks
November.
to get into.
Mm-hmm.
In November, he wants to run a 5K.
Yeah. I've actually been watching these new videos, and I haven't watched Wings videos in a long time, but I occasionally check up on his channel because I mean I've known Wings as long as you guys, pretty much. Maybe not as close, but he's
Right,
always
but
been.
he's OG, and you wonder like, hey, what's that
Yeah,
guy up to
yeah.
right now?
I always check in on the guys, who are still doing it because you see a lot of old channels have like faded out now, and there's far and few between of us. I don't mean to make us sound like old men here, but you know, there is a lot of channels that were around in '09, 2010 that are gone completely, and there's very few left. But I check in with Wings from time to time, and I don't know, like I know I've probably ragged on him in the past quite a bit, I've poked at him a bit, but I really respect what he's doing, and part of me really wants the guy to achieve his goal, and I think a lot of people see that as well.
It would be
Because
amazing, wouldn't it? Like his
Yeah,
goal's not without ambition, right? Like he doesn't want to be a really heavy guy capable of walking 2 miles. He wants to be a new Wings. He wants to be a different person. He wants to lose 200 pounds and then some. He wants to be able to run, a 5K. He wants to, like, yeah, he's going, like, his ambitions are to look like you, Pyro. Like that. That's where
Skinny.
he wants. That's where he aspires to be. It'd be neat to see that. And he's 35 days in. He's walking every day, and that's kind of cool. Except once there was a hurricane. We'll give him a pass.
Yeah.
And no. What was
I watched his. Sorry to interrupt there, but I watched his video where he was talking about like, I think he was walking, and one of the ones he started to break down, and almost started to cry and say that, he actually enjoys doing these videos where he's been forcing himself to do the Call of Duty stuff and trying to get 2-3 videos up a day.
Mm-hmm.
But these walking videos are like some of the best things he's ever done on YouTube, and part of me felt happy for the guy there because I've seen him struggle the past couple of years on YouTube. Because we've all seen him, we've been there with him, because we've been on YouTube for that long.
Did you see the FPS boot camp?
Yeah, I did indeed. I've tracked it all. I've left comments of support here and there.
What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought.
Is he measuring his weight now, or
He doesn't
is it just
tell
kind
us.
of a do it every day thing?
He hasn't told us in a while. I'm a little worried about his diet because he's on the Myrtle Beach diet, okay, and like I think that's like a low carb diet where the carbs gradually rack up after days go by, and it's just not a. It's sort of a crash diet that like women do to like lose weight for bikini season or something. Like it's not a. And I just feel like he needs to be making life changes, with his diet because it's, if you're gonna maintain that massive dramatic weight loss and then successfully beat back the apparent addiction that hunger is, then you're not gonna do it with a crash diet. I feel like he needs to be like I would make a calendar and I'd assign points. I'd do a bootleg point system where like maybe there's an ice cream sundae in there, but it's once a month. Like I think most people could live with one ice cream sundae a month. Maybe there's like 2 plates of Zaxby's chicken in there. But if he measured it out like that, and these things that he feels like he's addicted to, and the things that really feel like he feels like he misses, if he just did them once, twice, maybe 4 times a month, if it's something not too bad, 4 Cokes a month, or a Coke a week, and an ice cream sundae a month, or a pizza once a month, and then he filled it in with healthy
I wonder
stuff.
how educated he is on diet, right? I mean, there's 2 things. Like Boogie, for example, is really educated on diet. Oh, we lost him for a second. But that his challenge isn't knowing what to eat; it's following a plan. With me, while I intrinsically know the same thing that everybody else does, like M&Ms are bad for you, licorice is bad for you, etc. What is proper diet has changed in my lifetime enough times that I don't even trust the current stuff not to change again. And when I was educated on diet, there were known truths like, bread is the foundation of the food pyramid. And now like legumes or something are supposed to be the big thing on the food pyramid, which I know to be like peas and beans and stuff. But, at a high level, you kind of get that fruits and vegetables and meats are the good things and the breads and the sugars are the bad things. But,
fruit juice is terrible for you, just so everyone knows. That orange juice you're drinking for breakfast is not good for you. It's sugar water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And to me, it's like I occasionally drink orange juice. I bet I probably have 2 or 3 glasses of orange juice a month. And but when I drink it, I'm not fooling myself into thinking that it's a health drink, that it's going to ward away
Colds.
Colds or cure things, or that it has magical vitamin C in it or anything. No, it is an indulgence. It is a cheat drink, and stick to your water.
I actually used to be like really skinny, and I put on maybe 20, 30 pounds, and I used to be under the mindset that a calorie is a calorie. Like, I could eat whatever I wanted as long as I was hitting 3,000 calories a day. I'd put on weight, and I did put on weight. But I started incorporating a lot of nutrients, those green shakes people seem to be over the moon for lately and stuff. And stuff like that really made me appreciate, certain types of food. And as you said, there's a difference between an orange juice and a green shake in the morning. And it really does transform how you feel during the day. So it is important what you're putting in. And some people do think a calorie is a calorie, but it's so different when you look into it and the nutrition.
Yeah, sugar is an empty calorie.
I was just reading on the web the opposite. Like in terms of, here's what I read on the web, like this today or yesterday, and it puts me in this spot. Like I wonder where the truth really is. They were saying, and I'm sure somebody who like is not a doctor is going to reply to me and tell me what the correct answer is. But they were saying a calorie is a calorie in terms of weight loss. Now, surely, if you want to like build muscle or something, it's not. But if you're just trying to burn fat, it's calories in, calories out. That is the whole scoop. And on top of that, exercise plays a very small role, I'm reading, on losing weight. Like you can go to the gym, burn your, full energy for an hour and a half or something. And that is equivalent to like a bagel at best. That if you really want to impact your fat composition, this is your lean body mass, then it's really about diet and cutting food. And someone replied like, well, doesn't having like more muscle on your frame make a big difference in how much fat you burn? And they're like, well, it does, not enough to make up for diet. Like, if you're a muscular guy and you just like your resting metabolism is slightly higher, it's a pretty minor difference compared to not eating pizza for dinner. And so I read stuff like that, and then I read other stuff where they're crazy about the workouts. And
I think for me it was how I felt, because I could eat 3,000 clean, and I could eat 3,000 on KFC and pizza, and I felt like shit, So for weight gain, as you said, it's the same, but for personal quality of life, I think you need to be hammering those greens and vitamins and stuff.
What makes the biggest difference for me is sometimes I just have like nutritional standards that go high, and I'm not at my highest right now, but I'm still higher than some. Like I had a coworker, this guy from India, who seemed to survive on like donuts and coffee, and and he was a smoker, and it was just like, wow, like if that's your
There's totally been periods in my life where that's what I lived on. There was like 3 years there where I lived on like cheeseburgers, French fries, and cigarettes, and fucking like nothing. I never water. There were years where I didn't buy a bottle of water. I remember when I bought my first bottle of water because it seemed so stupid. Because why wouldn't I want a Pepsi or a Coke or a Mountain Dew? Like you can live on nothing. You don't need any nutrients whatsoever, because I did it for years. I promise. You don't need any. Like whatever comes in that Wendy's. Wendy's had. There was this year where I ate nothing but this one burger that Wendy's had, and it had melted cheese poured on top, and it had jalapenos in it, and it was so fucking good. And I would eat like 3 of them a day.
When I was at my athletic peak, I had kind of a food snobbery. I'd see a cheeseburger and think, what? No, that stuff's just not allowed in this temple. Like, and that level of food snobbery, to me anyway, has directly corresponded with my level of fitness. And I feel like if Wings could develop a little of that and be like, what? Pizza for breakfast? That's just a non-starter in this temple. Like, oh, like I don't know what he's eating that's bad, but like maybe
it's that. Or it's the self-control that I think is what's kept me from,
I'll give you some
getting extremely big, because I love that food. Like that food I just mentioned, I would love to still be eating that. That when I'm thinking about that burger right now, that's one of the best burgers I've ever had. I really wish I had 3 of them right this second. Then I got enough willpower to be like, I'm not gonna eat 3. I might eat 1, but
Yeah, but don't you feel better now? Because it's like it's not until you stop doing something that you realize how.
oh
bad
yeah,
it
you
was,
feel much
know?
better. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you totally feel better when you're eating healthy, when you're eating lots of greens, lots of vegetables,
just-
getting lots of vitamins. Yeah.
Like I've been eating healthy recently, or better, and just not drinking as much is a world of difference.
We've been drinking a lot of water. All of us have for one reason or another.
I actually need to
right at a gallon.
fill it.
Really,
A
yeah, I'm trying to
day.
drink like a gallon a day or so. That's right, isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I read different things online.
That's the Joe Lozon challenge. Joe made a video, and he said that like he and the guys at the gym saw this video, and a woman drank a gallon of water every day, and in it she had all like her skin was better, her sleep schedule got on track, she just felt better, she wasn't hungry all the time. So we've been doing it, and some of those have been true for me. Like one thing is like the sugar drinks like orange juice or lemonade or whatever, they just have no appeal to me. I'm drinking so much goddamn, a gallon is a lot to me. And you know, if I have a gallon of water, there's no room for lemonade. Just F off. I don't want it. If I have a gallon of water, I'm not hungry all day long. If I have a gallon of water, you know, like it impacts the other things I drink, which is like nothing, and what I eat. Like I'm just not hungry all the time. Sometimes you eat and you're still hungry, but a lot of times you're just dehydrated, and the water will fill that stuff up, and you won't be hungry. But the other things like beautiful skin or sleep schedule I haven't seen that myself.
You know, when I was trying to put on weight, I went on a diet called Go Mad. Have you guys heard of that?
Go
Gallon of
mad.
milk a day.
Really?
Yeah. I swore I put on weight like a motherfucker. I did it for like 3
A gallon
days.
of milk a day?
I
Like
did it
whole
for
milk?
3 days and gave up. Yeah, whole milk. I gave up.
Oh my god.
I just started shitting everywhere. It was so bad. It really was. So it works, but be prepared to spend most of your day in the toilet.
Now
If you
I've
Google it, literally it comes up.
I've
Go
definitely
mad.
done a half a gallon
was
of milk
it
in a
like
day.
a really slow way to kill yourself?
It's only recommended for short periods. Apparently, strength athletes really find it helpful because milk has a fuckload of protein and fat in it, which really helps for calories. But I couldn't stomach it. I felt like I was gonna throw up most of the day. But if you love your milk, that's the way to
I
get
really
calories.
I like milk
and-
a lot. I think I'd like to see if I could drink a gallon of milk in a day just for the fun. Because
Oh,
I
I'm sure you
could
could
definitely
today.
do
You
half
feel
a
like
gallon.
shit.
No, I made a super bowl of cereal about a week ago, and it was in a mixing bowl, and there was at least it was almost half a gallon of milk alone. Like it was a super bowl.
Whole
Yeah,
milk?
You probably
I,
wouldn't get sick. You drink a lot
No,
of
2% actually.
I first met you.
Oh.
I've heard that whole milk is not as bad as you might guess. That apparently skim milk has sugar in it to make it taste as good as whole milk.
Skim milk
Yeah, I
is
heard that
fucking
as well.
gross. That's white water. I don't want that shit.
Whole
give me
milk
that
is the most delicious milk, without a doubt.
Whole milk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, for sure.
And
but
then again, it goes
2%
to,
is pretty close.
in the diet. Okay. Taking a step back, in the gun world, right? If you want to get some advice or statistics or whatever, you can't. Everyone who collects data about whether guns are dangerous, for example, or whether they actually protect you, has an agenda. Everybody. And I'm a pro-gun guy, right? But I can see if they're like, there's so many unreported cases of people who use gun in self-defense. They just have to show it or brandish it or whatever. And the bad guy goes running away, and that doesn't show up in all these statistics. So guns actually prevent millions of crimes and accidents and dangerous situations a year that just don't go reported. And I hear that, and I think it's kind of right. But you can't get reliable gun statistics because everyone who collects them has an agenda. That's how I feel about this diet stuff too. I like everyone sort of intrinsically knows that skim 1 and 2% are better for you than whole milk, right? Whole milk is this creamy, delicious, bad for you weight gaining device. But then you hear like, oh yeah, actually those other things, you'd be surprised. They have sugar added to them, whereas whole milk does not. And that leaves me in this, well, shucks. Everything I
truth
ever
is just
learn
keep
has a
it-
counter.
It's keep it simple, stupid. That's all there is. Like people get so worked up with all these diets and all these specialty plans, and the real secret is that it's calories in and calories out because it's physics, and it's general levels of activity, and it's consistency, and that's all there is to it. You
It
just
is.
you take
Calories in, calories out. While that seems to make a lot of sense on the surface, allow me to take a shot at it. And I could go either way.
sure.
Frosted mini wheats taking a step back, what is a calorie? You take food, you dehydrate it, you burn it, and I think 1 calorie increases the 1 gram of water or 1 milliliter of water, something like that, by 1 degree Celsius. Like that's rough.
It's a measurable amount of energy expelled from the food item. Yeah, that's how they count calories.
Right.
Exactly.
They do it by burning the food and seeing what it does to water. Okay. That's what a calorie is. So some things I eat, like steak or hamburger or something, seem to get fully processed. For me personally, frosted mini wheats, in and out, baby, right? This is like a laxative for my body. And I have to wonder if I eat a frosted mini wheat, or make it not frosted just for the point of simplicity. It's the fiber stuff.
You're confusing the whole thing now. So what I said still stands. Calories in, calories out. Now, what you're talking about is absorbed calories versus calories on the box. Because here's the thing. Certain foods require more calories to actually use. Like if you eat broccoli, your body might have to burn 7 calories to digest a stalk of broccoli. You know what I mean? Meats are more difficult to digest. You eat grilled chicken breast, it's more difficult for your body to digest. It burns more calories to consume it than it might, some oatmeal or shredded wheats. You can't get all convoluted like that. It goes back to keeping it simple. Count the calories on the box and forget about that this calorie might be this or that. You're not going to eat so much goddamn shredded wheat that it's going to matter. Hopefully. You should have a balance.
I'm just saying, the calories in, calories out thing, it seems like some calories, like if they're sugar calories, your body has a very easy time converting that into fat storage. Yet if there's some other calories, like celery, for example, I've heard is negative calories, right? It takes more energy to process it than you get from it.
Exactly.
Ice water is negative calories because your body is like working to warm up that water and do its thing, and then there's no calories in it whatsoever. So there's this concept of negative calories. But even outside that concept, I feel like some foods are just, like if I were to burn a frosted mini wheat, or I'm sorry, I keep saying frosted, but if I were to burn a mini wheat, I feel like that would efficiently convert into heat and warm water. Whereas if I eat a mini wheat, that shit doesn't seem to do anything for me.
It's all carbohydrates. It should. It's wheat. It's whole grain. It's sugar. Maybe you just need to work on your digestive system. Maybe it sounds like there might be something wrong with you. Not that it's shredded mini wheats.
There might be something, and I don't know that it's wrong. It just might be that I am not good at mini wheats.
How much roughage are you getting?
I'm getting my roughage. I have vegetables, probably 2 meals a day.
I hear about steak 2 or 3 times a day. That can't be good for you.
I've had steak once this month.
It's very good for you. Builds character.
Wait, once this month? I did have it twice, and that was last month, and that was the first time ever. What's that?
Only had, I was like, what is your wife doing downstairs if you've only had steak once this month?
She was gone for a portion of this month. She went to visit her family for like 10 days, and our steak process is not as simple as you might think. She orders it from a fucking steak specialist, and then it arrives at the end of the week, so it's like a thing.
So
and it was bad today.
Pretty simple and do a little bit of an ordeal.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to the bathroom.
All right.
How do you like your steak cooked, Woody?
I used to say medium rare, and now I guess medium rare is still good, but if you're going to make a mistake, make it on the rare direction.
Oh, I was on the opposite side. I was brought up in a family of lunatics. My mom is a chef, and to this day, she is the only chef I know that has a steak well done. And for all my life, I was brought up with well done steak until I was maybe 18 or 19, and the restaurant actually undercooked it, and it was medium. Mm-hmm. I discovered I missed out my entire life on rare meat.
So you eat horrible dry meat your whole life.
Yep, I cannot go back to it. I have no idea how my parents stick it. I think it's ruining the steak.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right, dude.
It's
got to be rare or medium rare.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. There's a King of the Hill thing, and they're like, you make your steak medium rare. And they're like, what if the guy likes it well done? Then you politely ask them to leave. Yeah.
I agree.
Do we need a new topic?
I guess so, if Cal's not here.
All right. What minor convenient superpower would you like for everyday usage?
Ooh, it's interesting.
I've got mine lined up, and it's not stolen from Reddit. The question is, but the power's not.
I'm trying to think, what realm of minor powers are we talking about
that's
here?
a good question. some of the answers from Reddit. Minorly convenient superpowers. The top one is the ability to know exactly when to leave to get to my destination in the least amount of time. Another one, to go back in time 5 minutes. That seems pretty powerful, actually.
Yeah, it does.
This guy's a minor convenient superpower would be the power to change traffic lights.
Fair enough.
To go poop without cleaning my anus.
Yeah.
It's a nice minor league superpower.
Now we're getting back to good diet.
I want to say, for me, the ability to feel clean. You know, the feeling after a shower without taking a shower. I don't know why. I just feel dirty if I don't take a shower and I can't get started with my day. Like, I can't miss the daily cleaning.
That's a vicious cycle. You're going to be a little dirty. You're going to become clean. Like, I want to feel clean. That's your power.
Well, how about we say it cleans me as well? So it's like a shower and, you know, like a mental cleaning as well.
Wow, you would like to be a person that doesn't need cleaning, essentially.
Well,
you would be
it
like
is cleaning,
one of those...
but...
Ever see like the water-resistant shoes where they like pour Hershey's syrup on a canvas shoe and it comes out super clean? Like, it's like hydrophobic fabrics and stuff. Are you familiar with this?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it.
Yeah, so you would like to be essentially kind of hydrophobic so that everything just kind of like repels off of you.
Why not? I mean, what?
I would have the ability to know what kind of handshake a black guy is coming up to give me. Is it a regular handshake, or is it a coming out of nowhere fist bump? Are we slapping each other's backs? I don't want to be embarrassed. That's my superpower. I want to know. You know, I don't want to have to stress.
I wish I had that.
Mr. Rogers' hand when he's coming in for a fist bump. You know.
And what pressure to apply to the handshake? That is another one. I was going for graduation last week, and I pondered that. Like, do I go for a tight squeeze or do I go for medium? I ended up going for the medium.
Yeah, just squeeze really tight and stare right in their eyes and kind of grit your teeth. It shows respect.
Yeah, I give a pat on the back as well as I was walking forward. You know, just a bit of, this is me.
Give them a nice little spank on their ass.
Mm-hmm. Someone actually took a selfie on graduation. You know, when they were shaking the hand, they just basically got the phone and put it up and took a photo in front of like 2,000 people. I don't know how they didn't get kicked out, but...
So, the coolest one I saw on Reddit is this guy would like the ability to be a Wi-Fi hotspot.
Ooh.
Nice one, huh?
What internet is he giving out, though?
I presume that his phone, his laptop, whatever it is, he is near the... Yeah, he's a Wi-Fi hotspot. That's pretty cool. Mine was... and it's almost related to his, but I came up with it first. I would like the ability to be able to recharge chargeable devices, right? So my usage...
I was thinking about that as well.
Yeah, like if I have an Xbox controller in my hand, bam, it gets charged. My phone, like as I look at it and surf Reddit or The Verge or something, it charges my phone because I am a recharging station.
There might be too much potential power to that.
That's like free energy. That's like what Tesla was trying to do.
You think they'll eventually lock me up in some power plant and just strap wires to my gonads until I power towns?
Yeah, that's what freaks me out about having special powers. If you did have them, you'd be an experiment, wouldn't you, if you got caught?
Yeah.
You don't need to be freaked out, Paul. This is all made up.
Or is it? You know, do I have the power to say whatever I said I was doing? Forgot.
Oh. Well, we should definitely tie something to his gonads and test him.
What's another good menial superpower?
I don't know. What do you think Cal's gonna pick? Or if he has
to stay on a fucking podcast for the entire time.
What's that?
Maybe. What is he going to?
I imagine, I don't know, bathroom break perhaps. I'm guessing Kyle's superpower is going to have something to do with women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, past experience has led me to assume that's the first go-to. That and then guns. Maybe he could like sit where guns are, like so if you were in a dangerous situation, you could just feel it, like there's a gun there. Or he can summon a gun. Actually, that's incredibly powerful. Summon a gun.
Yeah.
Just a menial superpower. Just
summon any gun. It's like the Warthogs, like that machine gun they built a plane around thing. What superpower do you think Kyle would benefit from that's minor league?
I'm not sure.
Focus without heavy-duty pharmaceutical-grade amphetamines. How's that?
You know, around exam time here, there was a few of those going around. I know it's a lot more prominent in the States, like study drugs and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I tried a few, like, no, what do you call those? Nootropics, I guess.
Oh,
The
yeah, I've heard
brain
of those.
drugs.
Adderall's the one that I hear
Yeah.
about the most, but nootropics is one that people wrote to me about on Reddit.
Yeah, I tried some of those. I was on something called paracetam and a bunch of other things. It made me have tunnel vision, so I guess that helped, but it was cool. Not something I would rely on though. But that effect would be cool, the ability to focus instantly without anything.
Without being bored.
Yeah.
Is that the difference? Like, how does it change your mind?
It just
I don't know.
makes it so that you're. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you take it, Paul? Go ahead. Sorry.
I had tunnel vision, that's all I can explain. Like my eyes were like this, like straight forward, and I actually enjoyed what I was studying, whether it be, discrete mathematics or whatever.
I didn't enjoy it, but I know what he's talking about. Like to study, like it makes you focus. Like if you don't do something, you feel weird and guilty for not doing it. Like how you talked about your dad earlier, Woody. Like saying, if you're spending 2 hours with a movie, or no, that wasn't your dad, that was just you. You say you wouldn't want to rent a movie for 2 hours. Like you could not do that on Adderall because you could be consumed by the need to do something productive. Like it's just weird.
I think another one that I heard about was going around was modafinil, and I heard about that on the Joe Rogan podcast, that they were talking about that it's this narcolepsy medicine that makes you stay up all night, and it basically you pop one of these when you're up for like 20 hours and you stay up for like another 20. It's crazy, just studying.
Does it make you want to study, or does it just keep you alert?
It's like an alertness thing, And the weird thing is, this stuff is legal to import to the UK. Well, it was for the people I know. It's not controlled or anything, but they were trying it out, and I don't know. I kind of like the phrase. There's no such thing as a biological free lunch, so I don't tamper too much with my body. If that makes sense.
So we talked about Adderall on the show. Now, for Kyle, he believes it is like a super drug, and it's all been wonderful for him.
Dun, dun, dun.
There we are.
He's back.
And but people would write me and talk about their experiences with it, and oftentimes it started out as a super drug and then shifted into something that wasn't so good. Then when they came off it, they had depression issues and stuff like that. And essentially, they were warning me.
Depression issues.
Yeah, especially because I had depression issues in the past, and like, Woody, this isn't a fit for you. And then some of them in the same breath would be, try nootropics. It's much better. And I don't know. And I think the core takeaway I took from it, which shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, is just tell the truth to your doctor. And and then presumably they work in your best interest. And if you're someone who they think is a good fit for it, then they'll prescribe it. If they say, no, this doesn't seem right for you, then they won't.
Well, if you can't handle a little depression, then you don't want to be messing with any mind-altering drugs. I will say that.
And
I get a little
you
bouts
are
of
gonna
depression.
lie to your
You just got to push on through that. I just I've done that so many times. I kind of get numb to it. Can you get numb to depression?
I always.
I sort of see myself starting to like go down that slippery slope, and I'm like, no, fuck this shit. We're getting too much in our head right now. We gotta that shit doesn't matter.
Yeah.
3 years from now, you won't give a fuck about this little issue that's bothering you right now, and you just gotta power through that shit. That's what I try to do anyway. I guess it's harder, easier said than done, but I have found Adderall to be like a 90% positive experience. It's difficult to sleep at times. You drink a shitload of water, but I take it when I need it, and I don't take it. I didn't take any today. Oh, actually, did I? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Because like before the show, I told Woody, I was like, what episode is this? He's like 190. I was like, could you write that in the chat? I didn't take any Adderall today. That's how I got to keep it straight. But on an Adderall day, I'd be like, of course it's episode 190.
Yeah.
You said you're on 10 IR, right?
Yes.
Huh. Yeah, it's really not that much.
No, it's not at all. You guys want to hear the most? All right, so
Can I? Before we do, I was going to cover the juicer battery.
Yeah. Okay. So we didn't cover the juicer battery very well last week. I felt like it got swept by for something else that came up, and I forgot to get back to it. And I actually looked more into it, and it turns out that we were kind of giving them a hard time. They were like, "Really?" We were like, "An extended battery? Never heard of that before." But now they're read up on it. They've got a whole new thing that they're doing, and they were able to get a power density that's like 1,900 times greater than any other lithium-ion battery. Like this thing is legit, like a super fucking battery that they've come up with that actually does charge faster and lasts longer. It's several times longer than standard batteries.
Their video is just 47 seconds long. I was thinking of playing it.
Sure.
Any objections? All right. So
Nope.
I'll let you know when it's over. Oh, whoops.
I really want one now. I'm going to get one. Like,
Sorry.
this is cool.
When I try to position this silly thing. Oh wait, let's do this. Okay.
So are we listening to the audio of this video right now, or what's?
You'll hear nothing. You'll just sit still for 47 seconds, please.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, you can wiggle if you want.
The juicer will become the
I think
new
it's okay.
standard in
I
batteries.
said wiggle.
Oh no. I think
Emerging
it's
advances in technology has allowed our engineers to create the world's longest lasting
Yes,
and fastest charging battery.
People in Missouri wiggled. Figure that's in the same area.
By altercating current Li-ion batteries, we have
got
created
another
a
whittle
more
in my time.
powerful and efficient battery with higher energy density rates. Included with the juicer battery, if you donate enough,
got good
will
whittling
be a
wood up
fiber
there?
optic USB
Oh, you
cable.
got great Wheatland Wood.
Hardwood, softwood.
This
black.
cable will not only increase your
hardwood.
download speeds,
Me too.
but help
That'd be
charge
a real
devices
nice
by
sign if you
allowing
know
more
what I mean.
power to be supplied to your device.
No.
Would you stop talking over the video?
It's funny.
I did too.
All right, it's done. Wow. 47 seconds and you assholes couldn't give our sponsor some respect.
We'll just play it again. We were just fucking with you, man. It was just to get you going.
Well,
Sponsor?
yeah.
Well, yeah. Let's play it again.
Well, let's play it again. I was
We
teasing.
just played it.
I know. We didn't get to listen to it though. We were telling jokes about Whitland, which was funny.
No, they couldn't hear you. You were just like silent mumbling over,
They heard
drowned
the
out.
Whitland.
They heard the video is what they heard. And I thought you were saying wiggle the whole time.
No, we were talking about whittling.
Yeah, we were Whitland.
Yeah.
We weren't just talking about wiggling around.
I
That'd be
thought you.
gay.
I heard something like you can wiggle, and people from your area wiggle or something, and that's what the people watching the podcast will hear too. So,
don't
so
think
anyway,
so.
we felt like we didn't give them their due. There'll be a link in the description to them, and you can check them out and help them meet their goal. Advance the world's batteries.
They are actually making super fucking batteries for your phone. Go check this shit out. I'm literally going to get one.
I am.
My phone's battery goes really fast.
Yeah, mine
It
too.
drains fast. You're saying?
Yeah, like my battery dies fast. Like I have to change batteries 2-3 times a day.
That is fast. Yeah. Like, do you have the GPS on and the Wi-Fi on?
No, I've got the Wi-Fi on. I run it on Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi redditing, like pretty hardcore. Like it gets warm sometimes.
I have a big data package because sometimes I have to use it to upload and if you're not from America, the way that it seems to work is like if you buy a little data package, it's like whatever, $5 cheaper every month or $10 cheaper. But then the 1 month you break it, you have to take out a second mortgage on your house and they fucking rape your dog and kill your sister and I don't want to talk about what they do to your mom. And that's just for using too much data. So what I do is I get a big data plan and I just have headroom all the time. I went to lower my data plan because it was too large and they're like, 6 gigabytes. You could go to 4, but you're using like 3.5 a month. Or you go to 10 for the same price. So I was like, I'll just raise my data plan. And somehow that seemed like a good idea. So now I have like 10 gigabits a month. And I keep Wi-Fi off because using LTE is a lot better in the battery.
I don't have that option here because of the service.
Oh.
I didn't even know it made a difference on the battery.
Yeah, GPS and Wi-Fi to me are the biggest differences that you can make.
You have the Samsung.
I do. I have the Galaxy 4, not the newest one. Because
Yeah, that's
like when the iPhone comes out, I want all my options to be available, and I'm likely to go iPhone this time. We'll see, but I feel like the iPhone universe is better.
I've been in the iPhone universe since iPhone 3 GS.
Really? And you're European.
Yeah.
I felt like Android was big there.
Well, I never really had a phone until I got my iPhone. Like I had phones, but I sort of didn't really do anything but take photos and play games on them. So my iPhone, like when I realized I could actually get internet on the go, like I was like, what? My life was revolutionized. You know, I never really had a phone that could do anything bar go on Google.
Yeah,
So-
iPhones are awesome. And here's my issue with the Galaxy. One, there are aspects of it that just seemed unrefined. It seems like it's 4 different operating systems. All the icons don't seem to match. It doesn't look good. Yada yada yada. The basic things. Another problem I have with it is it doesn't get updated. Right? When you buy an iPhone and then whatever, like iOS 8 comes out, you get it. Like that's actually a thing that you can expect. When you buy an iPhone, you know that phone is going to get better over the next 3 years. When you buy an Android, you pretty much better like what you got because it's not going to change a whole bunch. Sure, you're going to hear about shit like the new KitKat is out. But by the time Samsung and AT&T and Google and United States Congress get together and decide that you can have KitKat, then you won't even care about it anymore. And then what do you get? Like some option buried in like a phone exposure menu? Like I don't even know. I think I have it. I didn't notice. It's the same damn thing. Whereas like in the iPhone universe, you're like, wow, here's the new thing. It really did happen. Now I have whatever maps or tiles or parallax or something like that. It's new and they keep it up to date. My daughter broke her phone. She had a Galaxy 3 and we had like an iPhone 4 around the house. And sure enough, like we got the 4, it hadn't been turned on forever. We charge it up and then they put in the latest OS and there is something Siri related or who knows that it couldn't do that the new ones could. But by and large, Apple was like, oh, iPhone 4 that you bought in the, eons ago in the smartphone world. Let us bring you up to date and give you a good user experience. And that's what she has now. And I just feel like that doesn't feel true in the AT&T, Samsung, Google conglomerate world. They don't keep you up to date. They don't.
But
That is true.
what they do is protect you in case you hop in the hot tub with your phone in your pocket, which is something I've done before.
That's the Galaxy 5 in particular. Yeah, Kyle really values the waterproof feature.
The waterproof and like just the toughness, like, and I think that I see that the iPhone's going to be super tough with, what do they call that glass that's on it?
Sapphire glass or something.
So this sapphire glass stuff is just next level. Like we watched a video where the guy's stabbing it, slicing it with a blade, and it was just taking it, like no scratches, no visible scratches that I could see. I don't know. It didn't look real. It looked like Star Trek shit, like it was transparent aluminum or something. But anyway, that's cool and all. But I'm sure that the S5 is going to have a pretty decent glass as well, whatever it's going to be. It'll be good.
It's already out, the S5.
Okay, whatever it is, I'm sure it's good enough.
It's good glass, yeah.
But the thing that being able to be boiled for like 10 minutes and come out and be fine, like that's my kind of phone.
That's absolutely not useful.
It's useful if you get into hot tubs with phones in your pocket.
Oh, if you get into a big cauldron of boiling water.
Yes, that's
Your
exactly
phone,
what I did. That's what a hot
and
tub
then 10
is.
minutes later, you're concerned about its well-being as you're peeling swaths of skin off of your back.
Well, it's not
Kyle's
boiling,
dating
but it's
a girl named
104.
Gretel, and the two of them routinely hop into cauldrons to escape witches. and
It was an
I feel fun for Hansel and Gretel, but not much for anyone else.
No, it's a legitimate thing. If this phone can be boiled, then it can survive a hot tub dunking, which is something I do to electronics. On the survival trip, I hopped in the water with a camera in my pocket. I do that shit.
He did.
Like-
Yep.
And
No, in all seriousness, I do understand that is useful.
And he still
It's that
managed to.
battery on this thing that sucks.
I managed to get the footage off, but the camera was.
Yeah, he got footage of me potentially missing a turtle. I still argue that turtle was shot.
When we do the survival trip, I'll play it on a laptop so that I can make it full screen 1080p, and I can show you. You can see the turtle walk off the log and into the water. Now, if anybody out there wants to re-examine the footage, it's on my YouTube channel.
It was a 22.
FPS. It was a 22, and here's what happened. He shoots. Here's the timing. Pow! And then the turtle turns to its left and takes 2 or 3 steps off the log he's on and slips into the water and swims away.
Which is exactly what I would do if I was being shot.
No, if you had been shot by a 22 and you were a turtle the size of my palm, you would just kind of twitch and you would die.
That turtle was way bigger than your palm, and it was the impact of the bullet that drove it off the log into the water, plunging to its death.
I'm gonna have. This is like the JFK thing. The bullet should have pushed it back and to the left, but it actually came forward and to the right. Like that was it. That's literally the direction it moves in. It comes forward. It comes toward the camera and to the right off of a log that's along
The turtle
that's
had
in the water.
dreadful wounds, and it ducked into the water
Absolutely
to
not.
escape.
And I don't blame you for missing because those rifle sights are difficult to use to hit something that small at that distance.
Yeah, it actually it was a hard shot that I think, I'm actually not bad with a rifle.
I likely would have missed it as well. It's a very difficult shot with that
Yeah.
rifle. I'm not dogging your shooting skills. I'm just saying you didn't hit that turtle. He hopped off that log.
Yeah, if I honestly evaluate myself, I think I'm competent. I'm pretty good with a rifle, pretty good with a pistol, and I'm curiously bad with a shotgun, which we're gonna try.
You're
and fix.
gonna be an ace with that shotgun within an hour of us hanging out, man. I'll go buy 1,000 skeet. I'll go buy 200 shells.
And we'll get it
500
figured out,
shells and
huh?
2,000 skeet. And we'll sit there, and at first they'll be really close and really slow, and you'll have a body of water behind you, so when the shot hits the water, you'll see why you missed the target. Within 5 minutes, you're gonna. It's about accelerating the learning process. All those you learn through failure, and
Well,
your failures are going to be very educational every time you make one. You're going to learn really fast. In an hour, it's going to take an hour till you can throw a
Yeah.
skeet in the air and shoot it out of the air.
it's weird. Like, I'm not that poorly coordinated, and I'm not that bad with other gun types, yet somehow, like, I feel like a brand new bad shooter would somehow hit flying targets better than I do at the moment. And, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just take someone who's never handled a shotgun. There must be something different. Like, I'm purposely aiming 6 inches back, or I don't know what it is, but I miss with a shotgun. I think I'd hit a guy standing still in a hallway, but I just,
I'm telling you, after an hour, you'll be able to throw one up and hit it out of the air. And at the end of the day, you should be able to throw two up and hit them both out of the air.
that's the goal. All right, there it is.
Yeah, that's a minor league trick shot. You should be able to do that.
We'll put it on my YouTube channel.
Those world champion motherfuckers can throw 10 or 11 up in the air.
Fuck them.
10 or 11.
Yeah, 10 or 11 clays in the air and shoot them all before they hit the ground. Tom Knapp.
Have you seen that asprin guy? Like,
Yeah, I know him.
throws the aspirin in the air, shoots it out.
I like
That's pretty cool.
the bow and arrow guy who can shoot lifesavers.
Oh,
That's cool too.
Yeah,
I like the bow and arrow guy who can shoot super fast because he holds the arrows between his fingers.
I don't like that. I'm more impressed with accuracy.
He shoots 3 targets out of the air before at the same time. Like they throw 3 frisbees and he's like bata bata bata.
Yeah, I've seen him do that while jumping off a ledge. Like
Exactly.
He
And
can like
that's
simulate
accuracy.
jumping off a horse. You're right, that is accuracy. Although I feel like it's almost like one of those dude perfect accuracy things. Like
he's like a
so
ninja.
excited. He's like, yeah, got it. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that take 93? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Maybe not. It depends. It's
But
hard
he
to
is
say.
Fires
fast.
with his fingers. How would one fire it otherwise?
He holds multiple arrows between his fingers instead of a quiver, and he fires at a super high rate of fire. Like it's like bata 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 bata, because he's just continually drawing back and letting go and hooking another arrow.
And he-
Because between each finger is several arrows.
Oh,
and he
So he's
doesn't
not
shoot at
reaching
full
back to him.
power. He kind of
it's more like Legolas-esque.
Faster than Legolas.
He's faster
actually. In the
than
video,
that. They actually put
they-
Legolas next to him, and he outshot a movie character.
yeah.
You know what? I'm putting that fictional elf way above anyone in this world.
No, he's fat. He's literally faster.
He is
be
faster, although the
literally
fictional
faster than an
elf
elf.
seems to be able to hit eyeballs from like a football field away.
Yes, but we're just talking about speed. This guy shoots faster than Legolas.
Does he slide down stairs on shields and
He
speed
jumps
over a guy?
off of ledges and does 360s while he shoots sometimes.
Ooh, probably not at Helm's Deep.
No, it looks more like a YMCA.
It looked like it was a high school basketball court or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, with like pads and stuff. Yeah. No, it wasn't Helm's Deep.
Probably not a Helm's Deep.
It wasn't at the gates of Mordor facing down.
It was not.
No, not at all. But he is faster, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool. You'll have to send me a link
But
to that.
but yeah, you will be able to shoot stuff out of the air. It's fucking dirt. It's so fucking easy, man. I promise. It just is. I think when you see like the targets, like I said, we'll throw the target over the water. You'll shoot at it, and if you hit it, then you know you did it right. And if you miss, you'll see the shot hit the water. You'll be, oh, I was 3 feet behind. It really fixes the whole learning curve thing.
So I have a whole new topic with an awesome segue. I don't really have awesome segues. Yeah, I don't do that. HOV lanes. You guys familiar with this?
Sure.
High occupancy vehicle lanes. Typically, if you there's some roads in America where if you have extra passengers, they let you use this extra lane. And the idea is to encourage people who to carpool, right? So if everyone has their own car, it gets clogged up and we use too much gas and stuff. But if you carpool, then you get the bonus of passing all the other traffic who's congested. So I found some cases of people who tried to get around the system. Now in Arizona, they defined unborn babies as people. It was like this big thing, and then suddenly, like if you murder a woman who's pregnant, you could be found guilty of like double homicide. And this woman was in the HOV lane, and she said that because she had an unborn child in her womb, that she was allowed to drive in the high occupancy vehicle lane. But a judge subsequently ruled that as an individual under Arizona traffic laws, they must occupy a separate and distinct space in the vehicle, and therefore, she wasn't able to use the HOV lane.
They should have fined her for not having the child buckled up. Or being in a car seat.
There's another one. Hold on. So another guy had his own ideas. His thought was that since a corporation is now a natural person, and corporations are defined as people under the law, and then they're allowed to contribute to political figures and stuff, he actually took his articles of incorporation and put them in the passenger seat and buckled them up.
Shit! I have mine in the car.
Yeah, and he so he buckled up the seatbelt and everything, and he said, and then he got pulled over, and he tried to claim the articles of incorporation as a separate and distinct individual under this looks like it was California State Vehicle Code, but the judge threw it out. He said that common sense says carrying a sheath of papers in the front seat does not relieve traffic congestion. Are you purposely blinking, or is it just happening?
Yeah. No, I'm doing this. I move the camera closer and I move my face a little closer, so I've got more control now.
You're freaking out. Open your mouth wide. And your eyes.
Love it.
You can't get a wide mouth, though? Because I know the character does it.
I'm opening my mouth. It's not doing anything.
There we go. A little bit.
I see a bit of tongue. Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Looks so happy. Epic. Just in a state of euphoria right there.
All right, do we need a whole new topic?
Sure.
Yes.
You got one?
If you could choose something that the
one
opposite...
moment. Before you do that, I have put a mannequin in my seat and thrown like a hooded sweatshirt and a hat over it like it's sleeping, and rode the HOV lane before because it looks like a fucking person. If you just have the torso up, you've got the head, dude. It looks just like a fucking person, just like a dude sleeping in my car.
My
I was
brother
terrified
did
of being pulled over.
My brother did that. He bought a blow up doll, and basically it was. The toy that you jump on with a little handle, the bouncy balls?
Yeah.
It was about the size of that, but it had a Ronald Reagan head on it. And you could you could put the seatbelt on it and put it in your car. And this is a long time ago. And my brother had that, and it would look like he was riding with Ronald Reagan in his car. And I don't think he ever got a ticket for it.
Yeah, I was always afraid I'd get pulled over because you got some splaining to do. It was gonna be bad. I was like, this is bad, huh, officer? Yep, sure is. It's gonna be bad. Maybe I could just I don't know. It would be obvious what I was doing too. But the thing about Atlanta is they have this Peach Pass bullshit, and I'm really bad at doing paperwork. Like I always procrastinate paperwork in particular for some reason. I hate doing it. And all I had to do was fill this form out and put my car's name and number and everything, and pay $5 a month, and you get to ride the HOV lane for most of inner Atlanta. And it's usually the faster lane, but I didn't do it. And it's called Peach Pass or some bullshit. And they got cameras that take a picture of your license plate and send you a fucking ticket if you drive in that lane. So that's taken over most of the HOV stuff around Atlanta.
That's interesting. So it's pay to win, but driving.
Yeah, and the thing is, not that many people apparently pay, and it's usually a fast fucking lane. So it's I love the idea, right? You know, it's my kind of shit. But I was just too fucking lazy, and I still am. Like, I'm gonna say this right now. I drive in Atlanta all the fucking time, and I don't have one. I'm gonna do that shit. I got to.
You need Adderall Kyle to get on it.
Right?
I
That's
never
on
thought
to-do
about it
list
like a
for tomorrow.
pay-to-play thing. That's
Oh,
a
it's-
really apt analogy.
Yeah, I like it. And you know, obviously emergency vehicles drive in it too, but whatever.
I wonder if it's kind of like
Atlanta's
cell
actually
phone games.
Atlanta actually did something smart for the first time with the traffic the other day. They raised the speed limits on one particular road from 55 to 65. Because the thing was, it was 55, but it was like a 6-lane highway where people drove 80 consistently.
Yeah.
And it made no sense. And there was this, some college students once did this experiment where they got in a 6-car wide lane and they all slowed down to 55 miles per hour. And they locked fucking traffic down. It became a news story. And they were like, all we were doing is driving the speed limit. Like, that's the maximum that we're allowed to drive on this road. And that locked the thing down. So think about how stupid your speed limit is. So now it's 65. So everybody still drives 80, but at least they're not going 15, not going like 30 over.
In my opinion, maybe 80 is a little quick. I don't know the road like you do. Maybe it's appropriate. But a lot of times 75 and a 65 is about right. You know, sometimes if it's 65, I specifically set it to 9 over because I have this notion that the like alarm in the police radar is set to 10 over. Like, yeah, catch everyone 10 over. So I'll be the 9 guy. that's my master. That's how they get you.
That damn 9 guy knows our tricks.
That's totally what happens in my head.
Bastard.
Because they do.
over-
They have a
14
radar and it beeps when someone goes too fast. So they don't have to look at every number manually. They can kind of just zone out and then like, whoa, wait, what? And I don't know where that beep is set. I imagine it's being set to 10 or 15 over. So I go 9. I get him.
I'll get you someday, 9 guy.
That's exactly
Someday
right.
you'll slip up and I'll be there.
I love that Simpsons little credit where like Chief Wiggum and Deputy Lou are in the police car running a speed trap, and Homer goes by doing like 180 miles an hour, something insane like that, and the thing goes beep 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 beep, and he's like, "Holy shit, sir! Should we go after him?" He's like, "No way, Lou. Someone going that fast got no time for a ticket."
I was in traffic court once, and I lost my other train of thought, but I was in traffic court once, and a guy got busted for going 130, right?
Yeah.
So I'm watching like case after case go by. And you know, it's like this guy did this guy did that, some were parking, whatever. And then this guy comes up and he going 130. And two things were remarkable about the case. One is the judge kind of like leveled with him. He's like, look, I see a lot of traffic cases every day. It's my job. But I don't see a guy going 130 every day. You really need to stop this because you're going to kill yourself or somebody else. 130 is just not okay. And it was like, whoa, that kind of sunk into me. The other thing was this. He hired a really pretty lawyer. She looked like a young Sandra Bullock. And you could tell, like, the judge was flirty with her. And at one point, as he handed out what to me seemed like an unusually light sentence, he told him that he was lucky that she was his attorney.
You remember what he got?
No, but it was like they knocked it down to like a couple of points, and he didn't lose his license. Like beyond that, I don't
service
remember.
a fine.
No, just a fine, and some points on his license.
Do you remember the nature of the fine? Like 500,000, $2,000.
Nothing like that. No. Like they knocked it down to as if he was going 20 over or 15 over.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Oh wow, they could have and probably should have just taken his license.
Right.
I think under the law they can't. Under most state laws they can. And I know in Georgia they've got this super speeder law where like if you're going, it's not even much. It's like 20 over. I think they can snatch your license.
In North Carolina, I forget if it's 15 over or more than 15 over, but that's like the breaking point. And and if that's the case, but it has to be multiple times. Like apparently the dumb thing to do is just do a I think it's called a prayer for justice or something like that, and they'll just flat out not give you a ticket. They're like, you know, I'd like to do a plea for justice or a prayer for justice. And they're like, okay, mulligan. We'll get. But if we catch you again, and wow, your character freaked out. He's so happy at the mulligan.
Yeah, I love the idea of a mulligan.
They have a
like,
mulligan,
like
yeah. And
the
I
law.
think you basically get nothing. But if they catch you in like the next year, you're screwed. Like super mega screwed, lose your license, whatever. It doesn't matter if you go at 1 over. It's a terrible thing. So it's generally considered bad. You're supposed to like hire an attorney and have him talk it down and not do a plea for justice. But I've never had a ticket in North Carolina, so I'm not sure.
Wow.
But my friend had a
I didn't know
bunch.
you could do shit like that. A plea for justice? Like it's Game of Thrones, and he's
Sounds
about
like
to decree
bullshit.
something at you.
Yeah, I'd like to trial by combat every now and then with some of these speeding tickets. My insurance is off the chain.
Yeah, with some of these fat, short lady cops, I'll battle them to the death to get out of a ticket.
Anybody want to guess how much it costs for 28? Anybody want to guess what it costs per month for a 28-year-old white male to drive a Super Sport Camaro?
Per month?
do you
Yeah.
have?
See, I think it's not going to be as high as I'm guessing, but I'll say $250.
I'm gonna say 160.
I don't have an opinion because prices to drive cars in the UK are
$333.
A month,
Wow.
huh?
Who's your insurance company, dude?
That's the best rate I'm gonna get.
See, is that good or bad? Is that looked on
That's
as
It's
quite
really
bad.
high.
Is it? Well, I pay like in the UK it sucks. I paid like £4,000 for my insurance on my first year driving. So £4,000 in dollars is what?
$7 grand-ish?
Yeah,
It's
6,
definitely
7
more expensive your
grand.
first year.
And I was driving like a crappy Renault Clio, which is isn't.
You mute yourself when you type.
Oh, do I? Oh crap! Sorry, I was driving a Renault Clio. That's what I was driving. I don't know if you guys have heard of that.
No,
No.
we drive men's cars.
Yes.
That's the one thing I noticed. When I was in America
miles an hour.
for ManCon last year, I noticed the cars were just so different. Because I mean, everything was different on the road. Like I never seen a car that I saw in the UK over there. It was such a change. It's crazy.
I drive
A lot bigger.
I think my insurance is probably $800 a year, something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's quite
$330 a
absurd.
month. Wow.
Yeah, it's from speeding tickets. From about I think they come off every 3 years, and I think by January or February of next year, like 2 of the big ones come off. Because when I first got that car, it was very difficult to stay under the speed limit. It literally was. I would zone out, and the next thing I knew, I was going 80, 90 miles an hour. I mean, it's not a race car or anything, but it's 460.
Is it a Camaro
Yes,
Super Sport? Is that? Do I have the right?
Yeah, and with some minor alteration, and it's fast.
Yeah.
and
I'm telling. So how fast have I been in it? 160? Am I
we weren't
exaggerating?
we were going like 135.
Okay. All right. It doesn't
It'll
feel
go-
like that. You
not at all.
observe that all the other cars are flying by, or you're flying by all the other cars, but inside, like, there's no like shake or sense of like fright or urgency or anything. It's humming along at 135-ish. It's a really, like, in my truck, if you start to threaten 3 digits, right? Like if you're in the 80s or 90 something, then it, like, the whole thing is like it's all a little bouncy, it's a little bit squirrely, and everybody knows that they are on the edge of the performance limit of the best truck Painkiller already has ever seen. Kyle's car, on the other hand, at 130, 140, it's just kind of casual, except for the fact that you have to dodge the other traffic.
Yes,
That's just.
which I enjoy greatly.
I guess it makes sense if it's that expensive if you're going 130 driving around, but that's still.
Oh, but that's not
twice
what
what
no,
pay.
Oh no, I've never
Twice.
gotten caught like that.
I'm younger than you.
My speeding tickets aren't like that. They're like 14 over, like 12 over.
That's not
I ran a stoplight one time, like right at Christmas, and it was one of those deals where like it was either like slam on the brakes or roll through a yellow light, and I hesitated, tapped the brakes, and then so when I did roll through it, I rolled it just a fraction too late, and apparently I did that number where you like I looked straight up through my sunroof to see what it was, if it was going to get me, and it turned red while I was directly under it. And this cocksucker pulled me over, and it's just like, come on, asshole, you know who I am. Like all the cops here are nice to me. Like I shoot with you guys. Like what the fuck's your problem? And he wrote me the damn ticket. And like he got fired not too long after that. It had nothing to do with me, of course. That would be absurd to say, but he doesn't work there anymore. Is all I'm saying.
I speed constantly, but it's always the kind of speeding that no one fusses about, right? Like 9 over. I'm not changing lanes very much. I feel like I'm in the top 10%, like based on how many cars I'm passing versus past me. But I don't know. It's just always chill enough that no one pulls me over. It could be the type of car I drive too, like a pickup truck, just rolling along a little quicker than average. No rapid lane changes or silliness. It's all.
I haven't gotten a ticket in years now, though. It's been it's been 2 years, I'd say, since I've gotten any kind of a ticket or traffic stop. It's just, I had to learn.
You've got it threefold. 1, you're young. 2, you drive a red Camaro, and 3, it's easy to extra break the law. Right, like you said, when you first got it, it was hard not to go 90, just because you find yourself there by accident. Whereas in my truck, if you're going 90, that was no accident.
Yeah,
you did that shit on purpose. You've been planning it for 7 minutes.
Like I've never gotten a speeding ticket in my truck. I've never gotten a speeding ticket in my fucking Volkswagen. Like I've never gotten one in Kitty's fucking little turbocharged car.
Oh, like does she drive that?
I do.
You do?
No, yeah, she hasn't. She won't go get her license.
All right. So make your character wink if she sometimes drives it.
She can't drive.
Okay. Yeah, that was part of the question. She bought that right before she lost some mobility.
Yes, that too.
Okay. Is that part of the... I don't know if I should be asking this. Is that part of why she doesn't drive?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need a new holding topic? Awesome segue.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yes. We never even got Kyle's menial superpower, by the way.
Ooh.
So what counts as a... So what's the question?
As an example, my superpower was that I would know beforehand what kind of handshake a black guy was coming in to give me, whether it would be like a firm handshake or a black guy handshake.
My superpower was I can recharge chargeable devices while I use them. My favorite superpower I saw online was that person was a Wi-Fi hotspot.
Well, I don't know if mine is going to qualify. I guess it's kind of hard to think about. I suppose I would like it. Let's see.
Just can't be that powerful.
Yeah, a menial superpower.
What if my urine was tasty and healthy to drink?
Ooh.
It's more of just a unfortunate coincidence than it is a superpower.
Your superpower is diabetes.
Yeah.
You have really sweet tasting pee.
What if I had the ability to basically be one of those Coca-Cola machines that do all the 50 different flavors? What if I could urinate that?
Orange Fanta?
This
is incredible,
machine.
Kyle.
Yeah, if you want cherry orange Fanta, I can urinate that for you. What if that would be my superpower?
I just work like your eyelids and testicles in the proper way and get
You'd all want to taste. You'd all want to taste. Because I can do cherry weird, motherfucker.
That sounds brilliant.
That's mine. So I have a story.
Okay.
So I went to this guy's house that's kind of a casual acquaintance. I'd never really stopped and talked to him too much. I just worked with him. And he's like, hey, you want to hang out for a minute? And I was like, yeah, sure. So we're hanging in his basement or whatever. And we're sitting on the couch talking, swapping stories. And he shows me the thumb on his right hand. And he talks about how he had a really traumatic injury there where he lost the use of his thumb for some time. And I was like, whoa, start from the beginning. He was like, but that was just the beginning of like this 4-month period where it was the worst 4 months of my life. And he's like, I was like, well, start from the beginning. Tell me this thing from the beginning. I was like, I like stories like this. And I thought I would like it. But here's how it started. So this guy's low income, super hard-working guy trying to support a family. And so he's working as a roofer up on he told me what the pitch was. It was like a 12-degree pitch or something. It was a very steep roof, and there was this long piece of tin, like metal roofing, that was about 3 feet wide and 20 feet long. On the top, it had been cut across by like a hatchet or something, so it was very jagged and sharp. His partner was a guy who was really messed up on drugs and hadn't slept in a few days, really fucked up on the job, and so he's at the top of the sheet of metal. The partner's on the bottom. And without warning, the partner on the bottom shoves it to the top with all of his strength and pins this guy's hand between that sharp, jagged steel and a chimney. And it did it in such a way that it sort of began to separate his right thumb from the rest of his hand, and he heard and felt each tendon in his arm being cut, and he said it sounded like guitar strings, like ding 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 ding, as each of them were sliced. He's like, but it was much faster than that. It was like ding 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 ding, as they were all cut, and from the next for a good, I think 2 years it took for him to regain full use of that thumb through over the course of 3 different surgeries. But meanwhile, not very long after this thumb incident, he had gotten a new job in a new state. He was like, that old shit was bad for me. New job, new state. Goes to Tennessee. So he's in Tennessee and he's working.
So did he have his thumb surgically repaired at this point?
No, he's had 1 surgery, but it's failed. He still does not have use of his right thumb.
Okay.
At this point. So he's moved to a new state, working a new job, and he's thinking about buying a racing 4-wheeler. So he goes to this guy's house who's selling this racing 4-wheeler, and it's nighttime, so it's kind of dark. So he goes out and he sits on the 4-wheeler, and he starts it up. He's revving it up, and he's sort of like, slowly increasing the RPM so he can listen to the engine and see if there's anything wrong with it or whatever. What he didn't know was that the cover was taken off the side, the sprocket cover, and these racing 4-wheelers use chains that run through sprockets that are these sharp pointed gears. And his left hand is sort of on his knee, and his left foot is sort of up on the front left fender of this 4-wheeler, and so it's sort of dangling in sort of a crotch-like area beneath the gas tank of the 4-wheeler, very near the sprocket area. And at some point, he shifted his weight, and he said he just felt an incredibly horrible pain. And this is his left hand, mind you, and it felt like his brain was being electrocuted. And he just felt like a wave of pain move up his entire left side, and he heard a noise in his left ear that sounded like a siren that was just screaming a high-pitched noise. Because what happened was 3 of his fingers had went into the sprocket. One of them had just been sort of ripped apart, the fingertip had. Now the cuticle is there's 2 cuticles on the right side of his finger. It's difficult to explain. It looks okay at first glance, but when he showed it to me, there's 2 cuticles on the same side. They're just double long instead of double wide, if that makes any sense. It's hard to explain. On his middle finger, the fingertip is gone. That was the one that went directly into the chain with a sprocket poking through it. The sprocket hit the middle of the bone on his middle finger and just destroyed it. Keep in mind, his hand made a full rotation in the sprocket before it came out. His third finger, it was ripped apart pretty good, but it healed quite well. It was like, it's all good now. But at this point in his life, both of his hands are mangled. So even with the mangled hand, he gets a job a couple months later, and it's hard to explain what he was doing, but he was working with concrete substructures. And part of the job was hammering these steel spikes into sort of moist-ish concrete. And so he had one hammer on the workpiece, and he was hitting it with another hammer. And he hit it at the wrong angle. And in case you don't know, that's hardened steel. And when it chips, it can be extremely high velocity. It's a weird thing because of the construction of the hammer that is used in high quality hammer, the quality of steel that's used in high quality hammers. Anyway, the claw of the hammer exploded off of the hammer, penetrated 2 shirts, and went so far into his rib area that they thought it was a gunshot wound. It hit him and it knocked the wind out of him, and his partner was standing next to him. He was like, something hit me. He's like, yeah, something did hit you. I can see all the way to your red undershirt. He's like, I'm not wearing a red undershirt. And the blood just started to swell and swell until it was soaking his pants leg completely. And like he still had the pocket knife that he was wearing that day, and you could see the blood stains like in the gears and in the grit on it, where like everything on his right side was soaked and there was so much blood. That was a 4-month period in his life. 3 different states, 3 different traumatic injuries. And I was just like, all right, man, I got to get the fuck up out of here. I've got to go. You are bad luck.
That guy just needs to sit inside for a while.
Right?
And mellow out.
And he told me that because his hands were fucked up, he couldn't eat as well, and he got really depressed, and he lost like 30 pounds. And this guy weighs like 110 pounds right now. So I'm imagining he must have been like a Holocaust victim. So, Mitch, if you're out there, I hope you don't mind me telling your story, man, but that was the worst 4 months I've ever heard.
I totally thought where that story was going was like, oh yeah, first this guy mangled his hand in a roofing job, and then he mangled his hand in an ATV, and then you repeated yourself. Even with two mangled hands, he still manages to work a shotgun better than Woody. Okay. I thought that was going to be where this...
Oh, that's the thing. One of the cool things about him, he showed me, he's like, because he mentioned the way we got on the topic of his hands being kind of fucked up was that he had bought a Glock pistol and he'd been practicing really hard to get good with it, and he showed me hundreds and hundreds of spent shell casings that he'd piled up practicing learning to shoot again, with his hands. It was, but that was
how is he coming along?
4 months
Is he like a competent shot yet?
I don't know. I saw his targets in the backyard. They were all shot to shit, so I guess he's hitting something.
Well, for someone with a bunch of replacement fingers and just ragtag groups of spare toes from dead kids, is he doing all right?
Oh God, he told me that too. Like I told him that I had burnt I was telling him about my hand burning story when I lit the balloon that was full of acetylene gas with a lighter, and it did second and third degree burns to the back of one of my hands. And I had to scrape all the skin off, put this artificial skin glove on, and it was better in 7 days. But
how old were you when that happened?
9th grade of high school, so like 13, 14.
Can I interrupt? I'm sorry, I know you. That's
Sure.
one of the few stories I hear of awesome medicine. I'm always hearing about how medicine is so advanced and how wonderful it is, etc. Yet by and large, when I hear about stuff they do, it's like sewing and hammering. Like, we're going to use pins, which is a medical term for nails, and like hammer shit back together and let it heal that way. That's what happens when you break a bone. We're going to sew shit like, oh yeah, you got a tumor? No problem. We have knife and thread technology for this, and then they just like cut the stuff and then sew it back together, and your body handles all the neat healing. But you put on like a fake skin glove that healed it in 7 days.
It was incredible. Like my dad was like shocked by it too. Like if you had seen my hand, man, I looked like a freak. Like it was like one of those things where it's like, damn, am I gonna be like deformed for the rest of my life? Because this is bad. Like I'm looking at my hand right now, and it reminded me of like Hugo Weaving's prosthetic hand from the V for Vendetta movie when he's cooking the eggs on the bread on the stove or whatever. And Natalie Portman comes out and he like quickly puts his gloves on. How it was so red and disgusting. That's what my fingers looked like. They were just red raw flesh, and you could just see straight through to some subcutaneous stuff that should have been there. And prior to that, there were these massive literally black because of the way the acetylene gas burns, blisters the size of quarters and much thicker, like so thick and full of like fluid and just disgusting. And it was like, when your skin's like that, I couldn't bend my hand at all. Mm-hmm. It was because it was so taut. And then even after like they scrubbed all of that stuff off under quite a bit of morphine, the skin was still really taut, even after it healed for maybe 6 weeks before I gained like full dexterity again, where I could bend my fingers. I had told that guy this story, and I felt so ashamed when he repeated his. I was like, "Look, man, I'm sorry I said that thing about my hand. That you went through some bad stuff." He's like, "No, it's cool." I was like, "You just shit on my story big time, bro." Yours is horrible. Yours is like a Lifetime movie. Mine's just like a 2-month period where I was uncomfortable and in a little pain.
Oh, I heard who is it? She wrote a couple of books. I think she used to be in SNL. Oh, God Said Ha. Have you guys seen that book?
No, I haven't even heard of it.
Okay, God Said Ha was... Let me look up who wrote it. It's a book by Julia Sweeney. Are you guys familiar with her?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, that sounds a little familiar. Sure. It sounds familiar, but I wouldn't know anything about her. But the name sounds vaguely familiar.
Yep.
Let me just... In a second, I'll Google, like...
I can't believe Steve Irwin Starr's 16 years old. I feel like such a shitty fuck. Oh, that's dirty. I don't know. She looked like a grown-up, like on that magazine cover. Like she looked 20. Did.
Shit. I'm just a few seconds away. I'm gonna find out like what. I think the listeners won't know her either, but they might know her by like the SNL characters she played. She played It's Pat in SNL. She She played
yeah,
in
I remember
Stuart
her.
Little. She was Mrs. Keeper.
Oh,
There was a Mr. Pat movie, I think. That was a terrible skit.
I don't know. She's in 80 SNL episodes. She had like a really long run on SNL, and it's hard to go through her IMDb and like point out which one. Like, she's various, right? She'd be on several times a night, so it's hard to point it out. Anyway, that's her. Well, her brother got cancer, and she has all these like cancer stories from her brother. It's hilarious. Like, so he had cancer, and then they cured it, and then he got it again, and like, I don't know if you know, but when you get a cancer, oftentimes they put what's called a port in you, and usually it goes like sort of right here in your chest, like right below your collarbone, I think. My brother had one, and because he had cancer, and so anyway, what he went through was dreadful. It was like a really long, prolonged chemo thing, and like as soon as they made a little progress, then like 2 months later when they checked in again, he reverted and things got worse, and eventually his port like dried up or became unusable again, and she used to say, like, you know, like what Jesus went through is nothing. Like, Jesus had a bad weekend, right? Like, he quickly died, and then a few days later, he was fine. Compared to what her brother suffered through, Jesus had nothing. And so this guy's port, like, stopped being functional. So they, like, put it on the other side. And then, you know, he had cancer for so long, the battle was so drawn out, it was so dreadful, that the port dried up again. So then the third location, apparently, for a chemotherapy port is your forehead. And the doctor was like, you know what? A lot of people really like, you know, the port on their forehead. Like, it works out for him. He's like trying to sell it because he's contemplating whether he wants a port on his forehead or death. And every time he came into the doctor, they'd be like, well, how you feeling or whatever. And he's like, well, I love my port. You know, it's really great. This thing, you're right, Doc. It's been a big hit. You know, this port is fantastic.
Oh my god! How big was the port?
Like, picture like a faucet. Like, coming.
Oh my
It's like
God.
a quarter.
it's crazy.
That is.
My
Yeah.
uncle had one in his throat right there. It was really visible. It was quite big, actually. Not nice to see.
Yeah. Who had one? Your uncle, you said?
My uncle, yeah, he had throat cancer, and he had to get one of those in.
Yeah. So
Dude, going back to what you said about Jesus, that he just had a bad weekend.
yes.
It wasn't even that. Like, if you gave me that option, it's like, hey, you can have a bad weekend, get tortured, but then at the end of the weekend, you get to be God of the universe, and everyone has to bow down to you, and your edicts become reality. Yeah, I think I would
Yeah.
take that deal. That's a pretty fucking sweet gig. I'm gonna become God. But this guy complains, Jesus the complainer. Oh, I had to sit on the cross for 3 days. No, he didn't. You just had to sit in a tomb by yourself. Probably played on your phone. You had him back then. You just,
Didn't he have to wear like a crown made of thorns or something? Like, that
Yeah,
sounds.
and they
Yeah,
stared at
he
the
did.
sides of the
probably.
spheres.
And now he,
I don't. I
but
think
now
you're
he's wearing it in all
underestimating
his
how
churches.
pokey it was.
And they whipped him with the whips and stuff.
yeah, they got him good. I saw
Didn't you
Mel
see Mel Gibson's film
Mhm.
about the Jews?
I did. It was. He does not care for the Jews.
He
Not
does
much.
not at all. Like, not one bit. Mel Gibson hates the Jews so fucking much. It's impressive. I've never seen that kind of anti-Semitism in my life personally.
Quite frankly,
But
I'd
that
kick him off
guy-
the show.
Yeah, right. He really fucking hates
Are
the
we talking
Jews though.
about
Like
Jews?
some of this, you can tell by watching that movie that he's got a lot of hate for those people. Oh, did you guys happen to see that like cell phone video of Charlie Sheen wasted at the Taco Bell park?
Yeah, I
drive-thru?
saw it. I saw
Oh,
it.
No,
Is it
fill
good?
me in, fill me in.
There's not
this
a
dude
lot.
is sitting in his.
Go ahead.
It's short and sweet, but basically this guy is sitting at the drive-thru at Taco Bell, like getting some food, and somehow or another he notices Charlie Sheen's standing there, and he calls him over. Charlie stumbles through the drive-thru through, like, you know, they've usually got it like those round stones around the building with some shrubbery or something. He like stumbles through that shit. Hey bro, what's going on? He's got his shirt's all unbuttoned, like he's all disheveled, clearly wasted, and they have a little conversation, which it seemed a little shitty the guy uploaded it, but I don't think Charlie Sheen cares. I think we all know that Charlie Sheen is probably somewhere right now stumbling through a fast food driveway, drunk as fuck.
It's a little embarrassing, right? Like Charlie
little
Sheen looked back on his Tiger Blood days and said, you know, I was kind of messed up. That wasn't a good life, and he'd rather be sober, right? That was like the takeaway. And it sounds like, I mean, heck, just for his career. Like, if I was, for example, producing a TV show or movie and I thought about Charlie Sheen, I'd be like, he fell off the wagon right now. it's kind of a bad spot. Now, I don't think he did anything criminal, right? Basically, he was drunk while walking. Knock yourself out, right?
Yeah, he even had his bodyguard with him. It was clearly a driver and everything. Like there wasn't anything wrong with. I didn't think it made him look bad. I thought it made him look like a fun guy. It was clear that like drunk Charlie Sheen was just a cool motherfucker.
Yeah, just wanted some Taco
He came back there, shook that guy's hand, talked to him and his girlfriend for a minute.
He was messed, he was all disheveled, and his shirt was like torn open, and you could like see his like a big peck tattoo or something.
Yeah, he was showing the tattoos off. He was he didn't look his best for sure. He was drunk Charlie Sheen. It was probably 1 a.m. at a Taco Bell. Okay, like this isn't Charlie at his best. This is just party night Charlie, and
I'll be right back.
That's exactly what I think Charlie thought party night Charlie would look like. It was disheveled. It was a little rough.
Yeah.
Hey bro, what's going on?
Taco Bell.
I've never had Taco Bell. I think there's one Taco Bell in the UK.
Look, Taco Bell is so fucking delicious. Okay, it's the most delicious of drive-through foods. You go there, you drop $20, you just start naming stuff. The more hard the name is to pronounce, the better it's going to be. Enchilada, please. Yes, extra grande sauce. Oh, yes, Crunch Wrap Supreme, like Gordita Crunch. Chicken chili cheese chalupa with extra cheese. Yes, absolutely. Mexican pizza. I don't know what that is, but I want one. Nachos Bel Grande. Get the chicken extra large stuffed burrito with the shredded chicken and the grilled chicken. Make them mix that shit. Extra guacamole and rice. Get the 7-layer burrito. I can't even name all 7 layers, but it's delicious.
It's almost 6 a.m. right now.
You know nothing about cheesy Fiesta potatoes. You know what cheesy Fiesta potatoes are? Exactly what they sound like. They're tiny Fiesta potatoes covered with cheese and sour cream. Put some hot sauce on those things. Stir it up. They're incredible.
What is a Fiesta potato?
Yeah,
it's like a tiny roasted potato with like Mexican seasoning on it.
Party vibe.
Imagine like tater tots, kind of, but they're like home fries. They're like chopped potatoes, sort of fried or roasted with seasoning on them, and then sour cream and cheese on top of that. They come in a little bowl. They've also got pintos and cheese. You're going to want to order those and a couple of those Cinnabon things. They're these little Cinnabon bites, which are basically just like donut holes filled with like cream, and they're just delicious. But some people like the Baja Blast, but I think you're just wasting your time. Just go ahead and get a Mountain Dew. Why you want power in there? You need hydration? Fuck you.
That's what I did. When I was in the US last year, that's the first thing I did. I went to the nearest grocery store. I think it was like a Walgreens, and I picked up just shitloads of Mountain Dew, like every flavor. I was amazed because I went into the Walgreens and they had like maybe 7-8 refrigerators, and here in the UK, at most you'll get 2 in a store. Like everything is so much bigger over there.
What mic do you have?
Yeah.
I have a Rode Podcaster.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Look good.
Does the job.
Just had to know.
I've got a black and silver one.
I thought you were using the iPhone microphone built into the headphones at first when I saw you tonight.
Oh no, that's a long time ago, like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
No, yeah, like a couple weeks ago, he literally used the
Wow.
iPhone. Yeah. So
cool.
we shipped him out a new interface and a pro level mic and got him all set up.
Yeah, this is cool. I feel so professional.
Yeah.
You should see what they forced me to do over here. Isn't Patreon money supposed to be paying for this shit? Damn it!
That was before. You missed it.
What do I have now? You know
you
my
have a
setup.
Shure SM7B. You have a Black Mackie Pro or something like that. Black Magic Mackie Pro, something like that, and that basically covers. It's on a Rode
and
boom
that
mic.
Rode boom mic arm.
Yeah. You got a good setup. I actually have the same setup.
I actually switched away from your interface though. I went back to the Behringer.
Did you?
Or the Behringer, I mean. Yeah,
Okay.
I like it better. I couldn't notice any much difference, and it seemed to be more tinny or something with the other one. And with this one, I do have some control. With yours, I didn't feel I had much control to mess with it if I really wanted to.
It's easy to go too deep. Yeah,
of course it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. That's why I keep it right here. Yeah, it's like right in the middle.
Yeah,
but I like this one better, and it looks more Radio Shacky, and I like that.
Radio Shacky.
Yeah, I got lots of knobs and buttons over here, switches and levers. Don't know
when he first got it, I think he found it confusing, and now he likes all his knobs and levers.
Yeah, don't know what most of them do, but I turn them and twist them, and
Yeah, I can do some stuff. Yeah, I can drop some bass off and sound a little bit like that. I can drop some treble off and sound something like that.
so fancy. So I'm so jealous. Like the only thing that I can do with my microphone is drop the sound off and go like this. Instead,
You can just get really quiet.
Just volume. Yeah,
That's it.
that's
See, the way I handle microphones is the setting I got now that's working is
Yeah,
what it's
yeah.
gonna
It's
be.
on.
Now it's on, and that's what
It
it's going
transmits
to
sound.
be until this dies.
It would help
Yeah.
if you were closer, Merca. You sound better when you get closer.
Yeah.
Just a little bit closer.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
like you
sound
wanna
really
kiss it.
good. Maybe it's the wrong stand. Maybe if you're having a hard time being closer to the mic.
maybe.
Oh. It's because I'm sitting on a goddamn bench in a bedroom. I need a better place.
You should hold that thing like you're an angry protester or something. Just shout into it. I wanted to get you a mic that you ever see Rambo when they're torturing him and they're trying to make him tell that Murdoch guy that like read that confession or whatever over the radio. You remember this scene?
Oh, I remember.
So the Russian interrogator's holding him there. He's got the knife and the knife's all hot and he's got Rambo held down. There's the big Russian bodyguard too. And he's making Rambo go over the radio and like read this confession. And the radio is this old like Vietnam era thing that you like can like grab onto, and he's like holding, he's like squeezing it so hard his knuckles are popping. He's like, Murdoch, I'm coming for you, or whatever he says. I wanted to get you one of those, and I just imagine you like shouting these insane tirades and rampages into it, just screaming into it as you held it. But Woody said that we should just get you a microphone that worked, so we did that instead.
I got you a great mic. It's the Shure SM58 or SM58, and it is like the most popular mic sold in the world. It's like pretty much all those live performances. People use that. People who can get any mic in the world will choose that one.
Really? It's just that reliable and good?
It's been particular. It's known for its durability. Like it sounds good and it's durable, which is a nice combo for people who are on the road.
Apparently, it's ideal for live vocals. So, can we expect some Merca a cappella on the show?
Yeah, can you
You
sing?
absolutely can't.
Can you sing it all, Merca?
No, I can't.
So I mean, like if you did do like a few bars of Woody the Slayer, go ahead, bring it.
No, I want some share. I want give me a, if I could turn back time.
Classic.
Yeah, all right.
Give me one of those.
I'll practice for next week. I'll give you a little
No,
talk.
no. Practice is not the PKA way.
How about Love After Love?
Come on.
Classic.
Come on, Mark. A few bars. Come on.
I'm trying to think of a song that I know the words to. I haven't sang since I was like,
If you
I don't
could
know,
turn
how
back
old am I?
time,
23?
This could be your acceleration.
What follows if you could turn back time? If you could find the way?
If I could find my way.
All right, that's all you need to know.
If I could turn back time. I don't even know how to sing. I just realized. I
Do
don't
it.
know how to
Do it.
That's what I want to hear. How about a country song? Would you rather have a country song?
Give me a country song.
David Allan Coe. Oh God, why are all the racist ones coming to mind right now? The ones that are completely inappropriate.
Give me a tactfully racist one.
Okay.
Called like, I don't know, N-word Jim and Huck Finn.
I know a song that's like that. That's the worst part. Like some of them are. I'm blanking out right now for a weird reason. I don't know why. Oh, how about this? How about some Hot Rod Lincoln? So the lyrics are: have you heard the story of the hot rod race where the Fords and the Lincolns were setting the pace? That story is true. I'm here to say because I was driving that Model A. I want to hear that.
I haven't heard any of those things.
God damn it! Well, what, you don't know any songs?
Dude, no.
Christmas songs.
I do like really good like wah 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 like dubstep.
Oh, acapella dubstep. I like that.
Whoa 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 whoa! All that like I'm pretty.
I think you've got a feature in
I
it.
was on your resume. You listed that you had some vocal talents, and I'm a little upset now. I'm feeling backed into a corner. I'm feeling threatened.
It's almost as though both of us have reneged on a contract or two.
So you live in Boise, Idaho now? How
Yep.
are you finding it?
Thrilling, huh?
I actually like it.
Yeah?
Is it?
It's
What's there to
really
do in Boise,
small.
Idaho?
It's
Because
weird.
we were at one point we were looking at like where we wanted to go with our next trip, and I was like, why don't we do one near Merca? And then they were like, oh, but wait, he lives in Boise, Idaho.
There's
So-
everything outdoors you can
Well, we
imagine
were going to do
out
the
here.
potato farming adventure, and we were going to do Spud Village, and there was also some talk of going to Taters and Fries, and we also talked about Big Jim's Potato Mountain Adventure. There's the Potato Maze. There's Potato Mountain. It's sort of like Mount Rushmore, but it's potato heads instead. They get a little silly with it. There's also Potato and Friends, which is sort of a variety show with, as you can probably guess, potatoes. It's a family. It's a little bit like the Aristocrats, but more tamer. You could bring some 15-year-old kids, I guess.
15-year-old
So-
kids, you'd like that. Kind of like Steve Irwin's daughter.
Yeah, she's 16 though. She wouldn't get to play in the potato thing.
Nah, a little too old for you.
Yeah.
No, but it's got like, it's in the middle of a desert, and it does have potatoes. It's really weird. They make a big deal out of it. It says it on their fucking license plates here.
What does it say?
Famous potatoes on it. Like, that's what did it say? In Georgia, it's something about peaches. Right?
Peaches. Yeah.
Peaches. And
Yeah,
then
with Peach
North
State.
Carolina. Missouri was just Show Me State.
Dude, what'd you say, North
Georgia's
Carolina?
the garden show.
I don't know what's on North Carolina
Oh,
license
North
plates.
Carolina's the worst. Here's the deal. North Carolina is first in flight. And they take a lot of pride over the fact that the airplane was quote unquote invented here. Do you want to hear North Carolina's contribution to the airplane?
Yes.
A windy beach. That's why those two fellows from Ohio came here and flew their plane. So they were like bicycle inventors or mechanics or something from Ohio that had an idea on how to make an airplane. They like built it and prototyped it and whatever, and they were like, you know what? We'd have better luck if we had a really windy area, so we didn't need as much land speed, and we should be able to like jump off a sand dune, and if anything goes wrong, it's soft. So they went to the windy beaches of North Carolina, and suddenly we invented a plane.
It's not what it says. It says first in flight. Now, we're the Peach State. There's a picture of peach on our thing. Sometimes it says Georgia on my mind. But we didn't invent the peach, and we don't claim to. We just have some here. You had some flight there, and you were the first ones to do it, and that's all you're about. First in flight. I like it. I think it's legit. You don't see Ohio trying to be like, this is where they worked at most of the time.
No, Ohio's license plate says North Carolina bastards.
Actual first in
Took the one
flight.
thing.
First in flight in mind or something. Like, what are they going to say? Yeah, you deserve that, North Carolina. You're first in flight.
Yeah.
I think you're pretty generous. So I'm going to check out what the Ohio license plate actually says.
Ohio.
I've
We're
seen one. I know what
somewhere
it
in the
looks
middle.
like. I can picture it, but I don't know what
Oh!
it says. I don't know what their motto is.
I know what it says.
What's it say?
Birthplace of aviation.
Ah!
No.
I can't believe that.
They owned it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's great.
It says birthplace of aviation on it.
I'm not stealing shit from Ohio.
It's and then there's all sorts of little words that like scatter around, like the heart of it all.
North Carolina,
steel,
liar.
inventor state, balance for some reason, Lake Erie, but prominently is birthplace of aviation. Oh, and here's another one where all it says is birthplace of aviation.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they're kind of
Wow.
stealing your thunder.
Well, they kind of
Well,
made the
you're
lightning
stealing
though.
back.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm from North Carolina, and I just feel like, dude, you like be the Tar Heel State or something, you know? Like let go of the first in flight thing because you didn't really earn it. Like, if I came over to your house and got like the world's highest score on Guitar Hero Fire and Flames, would you be
yeah.
like, dude, we're the best at Guitar Hero? No, clearly I am.
I don't
You know,
know
I was,
what Show Me State means.
I like to
those
think it's
places.
perverted.
I think so too. All those.
I
creepy fuck.
can't recall what it is, but I want to mention something. I noticed in Wing's video the other day he was talking about having a hard time finding shirts that were his size that were cool.
Right.
We need to find him some shirts. He's gonna buy them on his own or anything. I'm not buying him any shirts, but we need to discover where he can get some cool Fallout shirts because I'd like to see him wearing some cool Fallout shirts on his vlogs.
Yeah.
I think he needs like a 5XL like Fallout shirt. And I've been searching the internet, but all I can find is 3XL. So if anybody can find a link to it or something, but
Get him
let's
a
help Wings
3XL
find a shirt.
So we can lose
Huh?
weight into it, you know? Like get him a 3XL.
Oh.
What's the load to be? Like how
That
big
just
is it?
seems mean. I'm gonna get the guy a shirt that he can wear. That's a Fallout shirt, even if I gotta make it on Spreadshirt. But
Oh.
I want to get him a shirt. I'm tired of seeing that Thunder Buddy shit when I
That
watch him pull
Snoopy
his heart out
one,
on the internet.
The
Yeah,
Corona
yeah.
one. Yeah. We
I
need
want-
some new shirts up
he
in
needs a
there.
Nuka-Cola shirt. He needs a Death Claw shirt, and he needs like a Resident Evil shirt of like Alice or something.
So have you guys been watching his videos aside from the walking?
I watch occasionally one or two of them, but my thing is the walking. I like to see.
I'm mostly about the walking. Sometimes I'll see a title that's grabbing enough to catch my interest,
Yeah.
but
Yep.
it's the
If you're
walking.
talking about homosexuals or something, like yeah, you got to tune in for that. You got to know what Wings is saying about the gays or like buttholes or something.
Yeah, there
You
was
know,
one
you know that's
about he knows what he wants in the next COD or something like that.
Yeah,
I
I
was like,
watched
oh, I'll
that.
watch this, but I don't. I walked away. I don't know what he wants in the next COD, to be honest with you.
It was a good list if I remember correctly. I just don't
Was
remember
it?
what it was. Yeah, we watched it together.
Call me crazy, but I think he'd be a great fourth mic. You know? Just add him
No.
back in.
Absolutely not. No, not for a long time. I'm gonna have to see major change from Wings before I would even consider such a thing. After what happened, a lot of people forgive and forget quickly, and that's a habit that you get rid of when you get a little bit older and you get burned a few times. So I hope Wings is on a road that's going to take him to being the kind of person that he wants to be, but no, not for the time being.
Seems like he is. I've only watched
Hope
like
he is.
snippets of like the walking videos.
It's been
here and
like-
there, but he seems happier.
He does for the last like 12 or 14 days. You know, it's a little fast, and I mean, I don't even know how much I want to talk about. Like my issue in particular is that I feel like he'd like say a thing or do a thing, and then I'd overlook it, and there's no apology or anything, just kind of a let time pass and forgive. And I repeated that process for years, and it's like, all right, I need to know that it's not going to happen again. It can't just be 12 good days in a row or something.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I've considered it. I
Yeah.
think Wings is very entertaining. I think I would love it if I could get entertaining Wings on here, and he would be the kind of guy that I need him to be. But I can't trust that that's something he's capable of doing right now, and I'm not quite ready to forgive him for all the things he did.
Right. And then as
Said.
a show member, they're like, he had some of the highest highs, but there are also a lot of lows. A lot of him, like I know they yelled at me for giving him a hard time for playing video games during the podcast. Come on, dude. You're literally playing games during the podcast, not paying attention at all, surfing Reddit, missing shows, rescheduling, in the last minute. Like there is a lot in there that, the people who do work on the show covered for him by like adjusting to his schedule or just filling up all the dead air that he would have left. That's so, yeah, he hasn't even asked to come back or anything, but if it were to happen, it would need to be like, need to see a whole new Wings.
I saw him say something the other day, and because I don't want this to be a Wings beat up session, I saw him talking about the Lefty situation. He said something along the lines of like, whatever they offered him, I'd have snatched it up. Because you know what I'm getting? You know what kind of PKA money I'm getting right now? Zero. He's like, working with PKA definitely helped my channel, and I thought it was cool that he was very clear and honest about that, and I liked that he said that. Everything he said wasn't 100% positive, but that's what you get out of Wings of Redemption. You get pure, unfiltered flow of consciousness, and that's why he's so entertaining, and that's also why he can be so difficult to work with.
Sure.
Double-edged sword of evil and entertainment.
Yeah. I'm trying
So
to
what else do we have on the topic list, Woody? I was just mainly joking around about that. I didn't mean to.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, thanks,
but
Marco.
I had
Thanks. Yeah,
but
we
then I had to-
totally wanted to cover that as a topic. Thanks. So I'll handle the topics right now, asshole.
I think it's good we covered that because
Yeah, I think a lot of people had questions
I
about it.
wanted to be known that no, right now I don't think it's appropriate. I don't see it happening anytime soon. Yes, I know he had high highs, but he also had low lows, and there were a lot of issues, and I'm just not confident that those wouldn't repeat themselves.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
If they ever are, it might be something that comes under consideration, but probably not.
And it's easy to see, like, day 35, it's been so great. Yeah, don't forget, like, the first 17 of those videos were actually pretty bumpy. And yeah. Again,
And that has nothing to do with it. I wish him the best of luck on his weight loss.
yes, me too, right?
And help
I want him to
things.
succeed, But when it comes time to like working with him every day, it's like, well, let's see him survive a bump on the road first, because really, it's like now that he hits the front page of Reddit, now that he gets the boost, now that his like ratios are like 100 to 1, he's being nicer. Yeah, right. And I'm happy for his success. But let's see him succeed when there's a bump in the road, because previously, whenever there was a bump, he'd attack us.
Yeah, and it's not just a matter of hanging out with the guy. It's a matter of going into business with him. It's a matter of depending on him, and it's a matter of trusting him a lot. And that's what you'd be asking us to do to bring Wings back at a time like now. And I'm not there yet.
Pyropuncher.
Hi.
If you could choose what the opposite gender found attractive, what would it be?
It's tough. Is this for like the entirety of humanity I'm talking about here?
It
like
is.
every female?
Yeah, so what do females find attractive in your ideal world?
Let me try and think of this one. Has everybody else answered this before?
No. I just brought the topic up.
Oh my
Hairy
gosh.
feet. I wish that they
This will be heavily criticized.
Hairy feet. I was going
hairy-
to say gray chin hairs. If women went wild over gray chin hairs, I'd be a god.
I'd be screwed, man. I can't even grow facial hair.
Wait.
It's like a pube beard. That's what I call it. Like, it's so bad.
Did you turn your camera off or just something?
Oh, am I not on?
I see
Oh,
him.
you see him. I don't. Oh, there he is. He's back for me now.
There we go. Yeah, it's awful. Like, never been able to grow a beard or facial hair because it comes out awful.
Yeah, I can see that.
So I shave it. I'll never be a real man. Maybe in the future, but unless I come up with a beard transplant or something, that would be good. I get that.
Oh, if women were really turned on by super fucked up sleep schedules,
That would be me.
yeah, that would
Almost
be...
6 a.m. right now, man, and I'm not even tired. That's the thing. It's so bad.
What if KD ratios became a thing?
Oh, if women love KD ratios,
Like Call of Duty? Like if they knew you had a high
Yeah.
Call of Duty,
I would
KD
completely
ratio.
stop playing
That
the
was
objective.
Like it was like they knew that it was like what if your KD like equated to like a massive bank account or like Tom Cruise looks or a Ferrari or whatever it may be that some girls might be attracted to. It was your KD.
Yeah,
What is
I'd
it?
never jump on a flag again.
Oh my god.
Yep. The girls love 10th Prestige and Black Ops. Or
Yeah,
Ghosts,
absolutely.
I guess.
I didn't
If you
prestige in
mentioned that
Black
your
Ops.
win-loss ratio is like 3, they just be, you'd have to mop the floor.
Sploosh.
Just everywhere.
Yeah.
This is a
Alright.
good question. I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
Huh, this is how ways you can go.
Yeah, there is a lot of ways you can go.
You got another one, Kyle? Or a first one?
Huh. The hairy feet one actually would work out pretty good. What if
You
it
do
were
have really hairy feet.
maybe taller guys? I'm like 6'2". I'm taller than most people, I suppose.
And women do kind of like taller guys. What if women really like guys with bad memories?
Oh,
Right? What if every time you fucked up a name, women were like, "Oh, that's awesome."
Oh my god, he thinks Hermione is Emma Stone.
That would be a good one. Complete opposites. I really can't think. I don't know why. But I mean,
What if
I'm
they
a short guy.
What if they preferred out of shape guys, and your thing was just to let yourself go and maybe not get obese, but like, go to 225.
Right, the skinny fat
just have a
thing,
big-
right? 225 and
have a
hardly any
belly.
muscle.
You got like a belly and maybe some man boobs, and you're getting double chin, but like that's what chicks find hot.
Wait, I
Yep.
got one. What if
Yeah.
chicks really dug a crooked lower tooth?
Oh my god!
Like if that was like the hot thing,
Everybody was like hitting them with hammers to make them look like yours.
just chipping them like is
Yeah, I can imagine that.
So are we all just talking about faults now? That if chicks liked a hairy chest that came way too far up on the neck, then I'd be in the zone.
There's been a lot of theories about what you do for a living. I think some people think you're the military, maybe some sort of secret spy organization. It's been funny to watch them throw the ideas around.
No, I saw a Reddit comment. You got it right. What did you say again?
What did I say?
Yeah, I thought you said, didn't you say it was a pig farmer in Alaska or something?
No, I didn't. I didn't reply to that at all. I'm on Reddit. I'm money everywhere.
Money everywhere.
I think I might have agreed to one of the outlandish theories, but I don't.
Oh.
I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, he's
You're
Vanguard
or
and
something. I need to make an account.
You don't have
Yeah,
one at
you-
all.
On Reddit?
Oh, I know
No.
what you're. Oh, so dude, make your username Owlman.
Owlman?
Owlman. Yeah.
Owlman.
That's a pretty badass name.
Because I think you look vaguely like an owl with your eyebrows. I think your eyebrows are super cool, and I think you should go with that.
Do you still have mismatched eyebrows? I'm looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. Like it's hard to pick
wow.
up on his camera, but that eyebrow kind of goes up with like some extra hair, and it's white.
It is not white.
It is white. It's albino. It's like there are white hairs. There's like a tuft of them. He looks kind of like Magneto a little bit.
He's not lying about that.
Yes, his mother crossbred with a skunk.
He has a helmet.
He has a stripe across one eyebrow.
I have seen him manipulate metallic objects with his mind.
Yes.
No, but if you guys have ever seen the potato chips called Wise, Wise, and on the front there's an owl. Merca looks a little bit like that owl, and I've always wanted. So Owlman. If you're ever gonna make a new Reddit account for you, that's what I'd be. I bet it's
You
not
gotta
taken.
make it soon before somebody takes.
Yeah, so you got till like tomorrow to,
Yeah.
unless the
You gotta
artist
get
stream
going, man.
goes up tonight for those
You know,
those Patreon members.
Oh, I forgot about that. On Reddit, I got invited to some Reddit called Top. Are you in that, Woody?
I
Because I
am
see you
in
have a
it.
lot of karma.
Yeah.
I honestly, I was never so pleased and so ashamed in my life at the same time before, just for getting invited to that.
I didn't know what it was. I wasn't sure if I was being invited because I had like YouTube stuff. But yeah, I am pretty much a Reddit superstar. I don't mean to make a big deal out of it, but I have a combined almost 70,000 karma, something like that. I have my
Wow.
5-year ticket. And I am in. There's a 1% Reddit club called R Top, and I was invited to it.
How many members has it got? I'll check now. Oh, it has 1,700. So, I mean, we're in there, man. We're in there.
Yes. So you are also a Reddit superstar?
I am. I'm approaching 70k karma too, as well.
Let me check because I actually don't know what my
Oh, I'll
actual
put it-
count is. Let's see. Oh, I've surpassed 70k. My mistake. I am at
Maybe me.
71 something. Yeah.
71 just for writing comments.
And links.
Yeah.
You know, suddenly I'm not proud of it anymore. Almost all my. So let me ask this: what's better, link karma or comment karma?
I don't know.
I don't know because a lot of my link karma is just like shitty reposts of links, whereas my comments they're actually mine. You know, like I've actually
Yeah.
typed that.
That's the thing.
the
I feel like comment karma is based on how witty and or intelligent or informative you are, whereas link karma is based on how lucky you are or possibly how hardworking you are at things you shouldn't be working hard at. But you know,
Or the naked injured links that you post in your Gone Wild post.
that's how I got so big. But
I think those are hilarious. All those
but
horrors.
yeah, that your comment karma is a reflection of what you have inside you. Your link karma is a reflection of what somebody else wrote, and that's why I think comment karma is cooler.
Absolutely. I don't have very much at all. I think I have like 3,000.
Yeah. Also, the PKA subreddit, like typically, if
Yeah,
I
I only
post in
post there. I don't
PKA,
post anywhere else.
everything gets in the double digits just because it's kind of
Yeah.
like home field.
Yeah, that's the same in the.
Yeah,
the
Reddit's a
Minecraft.
scary place.
Yeah,
I'm usually scared to stick my nose out there and say something about most topics. But a lot of times I come along so late. It's like I'll have a good story or an anecdote. But it's like I'm just gonna be buried 4,000 comments deep or something.
Yeah.
It's silly.
I used to love it. I used to love a lot of the front page stuff and the top Reddits, but it's just a lot of sarcastic comments now. And there's some subreddits that are really nice though, like some of the more moderated, smaller ones. There's really nice discussions, but Ask Reddit for me now is something I'll look at when I'm taking a shit. You know, it isn't something I'll.
Yeah.
One of the ones that I'm most active in, aside from PKA, is MMA. And
Yeah.
it was rated as the most negative and harsh and mean subreddit in all of Reddit.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's the most toxic
Wow.
subreddit. They apparently used a tool to like find negative words, you know, like sucks and die or whatever, and it's number one.
It is the subreddit for people who beat each other with their fists to bloody pulp. So
Yeah,
it makes
yeah.
sense, I guess. Like,
I remember. I hope he wouldn't mind me repeating this, but Joe Lozon lost a fight once ever, and he was saying that MMA is one of the roughest sports. He's like, man, you lose one fight in this sport, and suddenly you're like washed up, you're done. The fans come forward with the harshest criticism, and he's like, if you're a pro football player and you lose a game, well, people lose games. Baseball, heck, they lose like half of them. It's no big deal. In MMA, you're not on a 5-win streak anymore, and suddenly it's over for you, and the fans turn so harsh, and so the MMA subreddit, I think, follows suit with what he was saying, that it's one of the toughest sports to be popular.
Mm-hmm.
But he does
For sure.
I do go to the hockey Reddit. That one's really good. Or it
Is
was
it?
during the season. I don't know anymore. It's just like the game day threads where like people just talk about the game as it goes is what I do. But I used to have
I like those.
a comment though.
I don't follow hockey like I used to. When I lived in Jersey, I could tell you every player for the Flyers, what line they're on, and I could name every player who had been called up for the Phantoms and who had ever played, for that season. And I didn't see all the games, but I followed it so intently, and I would have my own opinions on what line combos they should try and what would work and stuff like that. And now I'm not that guy. I can't even name, beyond like the 5th or 6th player for my local team.
I didn't even know that the Flyers were your team.
They were. When you live in South Jersey, you root for the Philadelphia teams. So I would root for the Flyers and the Eagles. But when I moved to North Carolina, I'm kind of a homer. So I feel like every team deserves home advantage or home ice advantage, and like that. Like I hate to see a team get booed at home. So I root for the Hurricanes above all others. But I still have a soft spot for the Flyers. And one nice thing about being a Flyers fan is no one calls you a fair weather fan. They haven't won a cup in like 30-some years, maybe 40 now. So no one's like, you're only rooting for them because they're so awesome. No, it's...
Yep. No one ever calls a Blues fan fair weather. We've never won. For 50 years.
We won in the 70s with Bobby Clark. I don't know if that name even rings a bell to you, but he was the guy that led us. The Hurricanes, on the other hand, we lost a Stanley Cup and won a Stanley Cup last decade. So,
You won it in 05, right?
Sounds right, something like that. And like 03 maybe we lost it. So,
Yeah.
but
Not going to be that bad this year, hopefully.
How deep are we into the show?
a couple minutes away from our 4th hour.
Oh, it felt like 5. Or I didn't feel it. I thought we started at 8.
Ugh, I felt
I
like
mean,
so
like- I
fucking
mean-
long with you.
Do you need one
That's
more
not what I
topic?
meant. I I thought my count was 8. Oh yeah, definitely new topic.
All right.
I hate hockey with such a fucking passion.
Dude, come on.
Same.
Why?
Same. For me, it's not covered.
With the ice and the skates and the puck and the stick, they're all just unnatural objects. And
wait.
then all the protective gear and the fighting and the.
Pyro,
It's-
do you like hockey or soccer?
I love football, soccer. Yeah, but
These guys
you know,
run around the ball. It's very simple. I get that.
I want to look at hockey in the UK as soccer in America because it's very small here, but there's still a following. If you get me, like it's still, people still go to games and stuff. It's just nowhere near the size it is over there.
I just feel like when it comes to like sport coolness, hockey is way up there. It's full
Dude,
contact.
I've
People
been
get
and
hurt. People are
watched and
aggressive.
I really enjoyed it, but like on TV, it doesn't translate to me.
Just the whole fighting aspect amazes me.
The
Of like,
fighting aspect. Oh my
brawls.
god, that's one of the best parts of the sport. Hockey to me is great to watch. I will agree with Kyle that for some reason it's way better in person. Like
It's
Yeah, it
excellent. It's cold in there. You're drinking that $8 beer. It's when you can hear that puck getting slapped around. Sometimes it flies in the fucking
Yeah.
crowd.
yeah,
It's better.
You can feel the resonation when like someone hits someone else into the boards.
Yeah, when they hit that
how
fucking
really
wall.
strong
Oh
of a
my
hit
god.
It was.
Yeah, you see the move, you hear the move. It's not that far away. If you
I
ever
was at
see
a
it.
hockey game once. Now they have big nets that I think can almost always prevents this from happening. But back in the day, pucks
Almost.
used to fly in the stands sometimes. And it was me, it was this guy, and this girl. It was his girl. And like for whatever reason, even though we didn't have like really good seats or anything, a puck starts coming as like a line drive at Mach 1 straight towards this girl's nose, right? And it is, if you know anything about a slap shot, it was flat and it was hard, and it was zooming at her face. And she wasn't like even paying attention. She's looking down at like cheese fries or something. And like everyone in the arena just saw it, right? Like it's on a fucking rope, like this laser beam of a hockey puck zooming at this girl's face. And this guy was like I'm going to call him like 60 pounds overweight. He was a computer programmer by profession, like a junior computer programmer, and always like kind of slovenly. And just for this 1 millisecond, he was a goddamn superhero because he sees the puck going at his girl's face and he goes, whoosh, like that, like he caught a mosquito in the sky or something. and he saved her life or whatever he saved from her. And then my jaw just was like, like, oh my God, you just did that. You did a thing. And that's one of my favorite hockey stories.
Yeah, they had to put nets up because someone died at a Blue Jackets game a few years ago.
Yeah. It was a girl, too, like a young girl, right?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Killed her.
Look, here's how I feel about sporting events. I really like the idea of gladiatorial games. I think that they should be reinstated under certain conditions with certain things going on, but I think that there should be a place where certain people are forced to fight to the death, and if they win enough, they get to go free or they get some kind of reduced sentence reward, something. Roman gladiatorial games. And in such a scenario, the crowd can sometimes become part of the action. I like my spectator sports to have as little separation and barrier between the playing field and the fans. I think I would go to more NASCAR races if more often that car tumbled into that crowd of yokels. That would be fucking entertaining. If that number 8 went end over end through like through the infield of full of people sitting around on coolers and stuff, I'd watch more. I want more disasters in sports, and I think those nets shouldn't be there because if you should be paying attention. You should know if a hockey puck's coming, just like you should know if a foul ball's coming.
I actually agree. Yeah, if you're gonna be there, pay attention. And if you're gonna die there, sucks to suck. Should have been faster.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a much more exciting sport when you do it that way. But I think the gladiatorial games would be especially interesting. I really hope that happens in some sort of future apocalyptic scenario.
They can do like a pay-to-play thing where you can like adopt an inmate and you can pay to
sponsor him.
Weapons. You sponsor him.
I've got a
donate
thing.
5 cents a day to give this serial rapist bat with a nail in it to survive.
Exactly. Thank you. Words right out of my mouth.
What you're looking for.
So
Sponsored by Louisville Slugger. Let him swing.
I've linked a video, but I'm going to flip through it as I show people just a little bit of what they can see in this thing. So this is Team Fighting Championships. It is 5v5 MMA. And what they do essentially is they take like YouTube stuff. No, I'm sorry. They take UFC stuff and bring it to the extreme. So the UFC has like ring girls. These guys have ring dancers. And they're wearing like G-strings and stuff. So I just found it in advance. If you go to 2:30, do you guys want to pause at 2:30 and watch this with me?
Sure.
All right, everyone, queue up at 2:30.
Yep.
Pyro's ready. Kyle, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Taylor?
Yep.
That didn't sound convincing at all. Are you actually ready?
Well, it was still loading because my internet sucks ass.
All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, you're not lying to me this time.
No, it's at 2:27.
Can you get to 2:30?
Yeah, we'll let you advance. Press play. Press play. And stop at 2:30.
Press pray. Yeah, it's 2:30.
All right, ready, set, play. So check this out. I've turned these guys are angry. It's 5v5, and they're all like different weight classes too. There's some heavyweights in here, some welterweights, some middleweights, and they team up 1v1, right? But what's gonna happen, and I've watched like 6 of these things, is the moment one person is down, one guy's out. Now we're gonna start 2v1ing bitches, right? They start 2v1ing people, and they just wreck house. Team Gray is totally going to win because once you get a one-man advantage, you just out people and start 2v2. They curb stomp people into victory. All these fights are really
Raining
short.
goes down.
Yeah, and they'll see a guy like, all right, who needs it? Who needs an
over
advantage?
here? Let's whoop his ass.
And eventually, there's always one poor
With the hammer
heavyweight
fist.
getting 5v1. and that's it. Team Fighting Championship. It's
the last guy who held on.
This is basically just the last guy down. Loses.
What did you say?
the first guy to go down loses it for his team.
Yes, absolutely. First guy down loses it for his team by far. I watched one of these where one guy had another in a guillotine. If you don't know that, it's picture like the missionary sex position, but your arms wrapped around their head and you're pulling up on their throat. I think I did one to you once. Anyway, but he's laying on his back, which is why he was in his guard, and he was about to get the man advantage, but he was in a vulnerable position, and this is multi-man MMA. Someone else came along, soccer kicked him in the head, and then instead of his team going up a man, which was very close to happening, they were down a man because the soccer kick downed him, and from there it all falls apart so quickly. So, yeah, team fighting championship is pretty close to that. Oh, by the way, there's fewer rules. You can't hit in the balls and you can't bite.
Is that
There's
it?
swords.
There's probably no weapons too, but that's it. In the UFC, there's some other rules like you can't eye gouge, you can't headbutt.
Like back of the head.
There's some you can't hit in the back of the head. Here you can. There's another 12 to 6 elbows is a rule. Oh, you can't kick downed opponents in the head. You can kick them other places, but not in the head. So UFC has actually a bunch of rules, and this one is I think it's just headbutts and ball shots, maybe eye gouges. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
But-
I'm sure they prevent eye gouging. Everybody says no eye gouging. There's a story about this
That'd be the
back in
best
the old
strategy
days, like the
ever.
original days of the Greek Olympiad. There was this wrestler who was undefeated for like many years, and what he would do, he would get his opponents down and start breaking their fingers one by one. So they had to add a rule that said that no finger breaking, because he had sort of an arm lock that would allow him to break his fingers' opponents until his opponent surrendered or gave
Holy
up the match.
smokes.
And that was his tactic. And he was just undefeated. They had to change the rules.
Good for him.
Yeah, that's against the rules in the UFC. They call it small joint manipulation. You can break
Yeah.
arms and legs and knees and stuff, but not fingers.
Yeah, they're too easy to break.
For sure.
There you go, folks. Finger breaking.
There, successful strategy. I'm down for one more topic.
Okay, what's it gonna be?
Yeah, let's do one more.
You save Obama's life, and now he owes you a favor. What do you ask
Hand job.
for?
I
know
just wanna be
Kyle's.
the
He's
re-
gonna want a freaking something with his 16-year-old daughter.
God damn you. No, I just want to whenever he's going abroad, I'd like to tag along on Air Force One. You don't have to give me special treatment. Send me one Secret Service guy, give me a per diem, and let me just kind of travel around with him when he goes about the world. Then that's all I want.
That's not a bad favor,
That
yeah.
is not bad at all.
Maybe I get to write my memoirs. Me and Obama, the golden years. Obama and me, I think I would call it.
Obama. And
Wow, Kyle's is hard to top. I really like the travel with Obama thing.
I think is there any way for me to get into space with Obama's approval?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
can make that happen.
I'd probably pick that. That like if that becomes available in my lifetime, I'll probably bankrupt myself to do it. Like it's just
It's
something that
available.
seems so cool.
It's $20 million.
Yeah, I'll keep saving, break up in the piggy bank.
Or you can do the waitlist thing for I don't
Yeah.
know, several thousand.
I need to
or
make
you
a
can go
new
one of those.
video, how to have 20 million in like 30 years or something
Well, you
like
can do
that.
the Richard Branson style for much cheaper.
I could just volunteer for Mars One and just not come back. That's
Mm.
probably a better idea.
They always phrase that question like, "If you could go, would you go?" And it's like, "What? You think they're gonna take you?" No offense to you, but I think they're
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
they're not taking
I know.
me either. They're not taking any of us. Like
It'll
the
be
kind of person
elite.
they're- Yeah, it's gonna be some elite motherfucker. Like he's gonna be a rocket scientist, football quarterback, genius kind of guy.
You know, I feel like, well, Mars One
He's
again.
at least gonna be a scientist.
Yeah, he'll be a scientist for sure, and he'll be really smart. But I picture them valuing brains over brawn. Like back in the
For sure.
day when like Buzz Aldrin went, they weren't 100% sure they weren't like gonna wrestle space aliens. Like you don't know for sure. They
not
could be
true.
underground. Like,
They recruit from the Air Force, so you already got some pretty physically fit guys.
but if we were to go next time, like to Mars, I feel like they'd be okay. The skills we really need here are people who can like repair and jerry rig equipment, like the kinds of skills that a transatlantic sailor might have. Like, all right, if a diesel engine breaks in the middle of the ocean, can you fix it? You're the kind of guy we need. We need scientists, we need engineers, we need, I don't know,
Math, STEM.
Yeah, I guess the STEM stuff. Yeah, and I think you need to be fit, but just fit enough. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like me, I'm fit enough. You know, they're not going to be looking for someone
Nope.
who can,
False.
you know, whatever,
I
succeed in the
disagree,
NFL.
man, with the zero gravity, the high speed stuff, the long the long periods of time, weightlessness. They want
It's
some
like 90
physical
days
for this thing.
to get there.
I don't
A
think
lot
they.
of it
I
with the
don't think we.
weightlessness isn't just like physical fitness; it's just your ability to stomach it. I think, like, 'cause a lot of people just can't handle.
Yeah, I think
weightlessness.
I'd be one of those. Who's the
Here's
guy
the thing.
who got really famous with the big mustache that sang
Oh
the
yeah, that guy's cool.
David Bowie
Chris,
song?
Chris Hadfield.
Yes,
Yeah, that guy.
thank you. I would bet that in a physical fitness competition, we're in the same league.
Yeah,
don't
but he's
know
not
who-
going to Mars. He's floating around up there right now somewhere.
I bet they'd pick people like him.
Yeah, I could, thinking about it, I probably couldn't do it because watching ISS videos of them just floating around, like that is your life for the rest of your life. Essentially, floating.
Mars
Well,
is
not floating.
weird though. We don't know
Yeah.
what it would be like for a person. It's 1/3. It's I think it's 1/3 the gravity. There, it's
Yeah.
1/3.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Actually, I was thinking of it with space. Still
have
spooky
to-
though.
That would
Yeah,
definitely
and
be
it's-
in Pyro space.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd cry.
Good one.
I
Within this
think
day of my
I
life.
think space would be fun for like a week, and then it'd really suck because you'd be like peeing and pooping in bags and like floating around all the time, strapping yourself down to something to sleep.
hmm
You know, never being able to like brush your teeth or take a normal shower.
That's what got me. Showers, like getting washed, you have to use
I
little
don't-
bags.
I don't think you're getting laid too much up there.
No.
Yeah.
And I bet it's
Well-
real awkward when you start jerking it in space.
What if
They
you bring
invented
a
that.
robotic
Busy.
blowjob machine?
Oh,
Yeah.
You know, I bet the views are beautiful, but how many times are you going to circle the Earth? You know, you see it every day, all day. After a week, I'm good. I've seen
Imagine
enough.
how judgmental the other people in the space station would be when they
Right?
hit like the
like they've been in there 6 months and they're like still the blowjob machine in space. I thought you were gonna say of like how I was like done with space after a week, how judgmental they'd be.
No. When they hear like the me fire up the blowjob machine
Yeah.
for like the third time in 2 days, they're like,
Wow,
Jesus,
wow,
Woody.
wow, wow. I imagine it sounds like this. Wow, 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 wow. And it's like the faster it goes. Wow, 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 wow. They just hear you gearing up. Adding more food.
There's no
They're
like
like-
convenient outlet to my bed, so that 9-foot cord's going across the middle of the
Yeah.
space station.
And they're literally 4 feet away, just behind like some space curtain and like 6 inches of wall, like, and they're just eating their like space food with like mouths open, staring at each other. You hear the wow, 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 wow.
They have to manufacture reasons to like leave the other astronauts. Like, I'm gonna go check
You wanna go to
the wire.
spacewalk?
He leaves and
Yeah,
goes
let's go
away.
on a
You just hear
spacewalk.
Yeah,
of it.
they all go for a spacewalk at the same time.
That'd be the time to get it
Pulls
done.
up and goes, "Oh, you're a little bit off of your projected destination. Looks like you're one masturbatory item overweight."
There was some, I can't remember which astronaut, he snuck like a corned beef sandwich into space with him when they first went up. He got in big trouble with NASA. I thought that was hilarious. If I went up, I'd do some shit like that. Like, remember Homer brought the potato chips? I'd totally bring a sandwich or something. You gotta have
I'd
one
do
more.
Something better than a sandwich.
What would you
Like,
bring?
all right,
What
we're
would you
going up
bring?
for 6 months. Better grab some corned beef.
Yeah, right. That's not my pick, but
Yeah, that's
So-
just.
one food
That
item you're
space
allowed to
food
bring.
sucks.
What is it? Up
Into
to space.
space?
Mm.
I don't know. What do you really want to? That's hard, right? Like some personal item. Like, I don't know. What's
Well,
gonna
if
be
I had to
worth
be by
having? in
myself,
space?
I'd probably bring a shitload of
masturbating
cereal.
is actually pretty good.
I'd
Yeah,
eat
cereal up
cereal
there.
raw. I'd eat it
How's
raw,
that?
like with no
What kind of
milk.
cereal?
I don't know, something that can function as not only a cereal
Do
but
they-
a snack.
Do they have cinnamon toast crunch over there?
We don't. The best cereal we got here is something called Crave. I think you don't. I don't think you guys have it.
No, I'm
Do you have
familiar
it?
with that. No, I shop at a British store. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, it's basically like coated sort of things with chocolate inside, and you can eat them as a snack, but
Yeah, you guys have cool candies.
they're okay. Like I think you guys have awesome stuff as well.
Oh, we
That's the
do.
thing.
All right. Well, your chocolate's better. We got milk chocolate, which isn't even real fucking
yeah, I do
chocolate.
feel like America dominates the planet in terms of desserts.
They do.
You ever been
really
to yeah, we have a place called the Cheesecake Factory. It's a restaurant where they make cheesecake, and you can literally go and get an entire cheesecake where every slice is a different kind of cheesecake.
Growing
That's
up,
crazy.
my best friend in the whole world was Yugoslavian. Now I guess he'd be Serbian. And his parents used to bring back like Yugoslavian candies and stuff. So you go to his house, and you'd be like, "Oh, this is candy." They're like, "Yeah, it's from Yugoslavia. Try it." And it would like fucking suck. I'm like, I'm like, this is like a meat. And they're like, yeah, we make candy out of like cow. I'm like, you guys are horrible at candy. There was another one where you ate the wrapper too. Like it was all wrapped in like gold foil and stuff. And like, I'm trying to like get the foil off the chocolate or whatever it was. And they're like, no, you eat the paper. I was like,
you know what I like? I like jelly beans a lot. That's one of my favorite candies. I like jelly beans.
Gourmet jelly beans are top notch.
Yeah, they make this kind that are like the oddball jelly beans that you can buy. I don't remember what they call them, but they're like all weird, misshapen, like retarded jelly beans, and those are great. And I like the Harry Potter kind where there's some weird ones in there. I love jelly beans.
Mm-hmm. I like that
chocolate.
Too.
With chocolate, I only like really dark chocolate, like it's like 70% or something.
It's a little too
like
bitter.
Yeah, sort of semi-sweet. But like most American chocolate is all milk chocolate, like Kit Kat, Almond Joy, Snickers. It's all the same chocolate. It's like
it's the better chocolate. Nah, you know what? I'll appreciate the bitter one every so often.
It's literally welfare chocolate, just so you know. Like that's what milk chocolate is about. It's welfare chocolate.
Well,
it's like
it is.
It's like the people who prefer government cheese or potted meat. Sure, it tastes good, but it's a low-class food.
Yeah,
low class food.
I tried the dark stuff.
It is. It's literally they made it. It's like welfare food. It is. I mean, it's low income food.
Well,
yeah, it's
milk
I
chocolate.
like it. You know what? I'm taking this the other way. You're tempting me to try all sorts of welfare food. I'm gonna try some like stew made with random shit that they give out at homeless shelters. I'm gonna try.
Oh, there's good food at those homeless shelters. I've been canvassing.
Well, we should add it to the PKA adventure.
Testing.
You know what? I actually thought of that. What if we like existed with homeless people for a while as a PKA adventure? Like we could go to LA like on Skid Row and dress the part.
I'm not doing that.
It could be Bums Night In.
You think you could survive?
I refuse to take part in that. I'm not hanging out with homeless people. I don't want to get any diseases. I don't get pricked by any needles. The most I will do is humiliate one and take advantage of him for Bums Night Out. Like I said in the subreddit, I think I can do it for $5,000. Anyone wants to co-produce, just let me know.
I would do it. I think that we should reconsider this. I think that Bums Night In is a good.
Living with the bums?
Yeah.
I like it. Sounds good.
Man.
Yeah, that would
Let's
be
have
awesome.
a bum screening process.
You guys should do it.
Because half these people are fucking crazy.
Are you
Yeah.
gonna go live with the bums, Merca?
I'll pal
Will
around
you go
with them,
live with
maybe have some
homeless
fun.
people on the streets while I film it?
Oh, like play with them?
You will sleep with them, you will eat with them, and you will talk with them about the things they do to survive.
Yeah, we should do it. And I wouldn't want to do it solo, right? Because like something could go wrong. But if there were like 4 healthy men or something, just like hanging with bums, then safety in numbers.
With guns?
All right, here's the only way I will film it, but I'm going back to the hotel at night, and you guys are going GoPro, because I'm just not. I can't live with the homeless, but I know that I can't do that. I just know I can't be pooping in buckets and underpasses, and like not showering for days, and like still living in kind of a semi-public life. It's just I'm too vain. I like my cleanliness too much. Can't do it.
So you wouldn't
But-
poop
but-
in a bucket for this show?
Yeah.
No, I would poop in a bucket in the woods for the show, but like you're asking me to like live as a homeless person under an underpass somewhere in Atlanta for several days, I would imagine.
You had no problem
And
living
I
with a homeless living as a homeless person in the woods, but living as a homeless person with other homeless. You're
Exactly.
you're homeless phobic, really.
No. What I am is like, remember what I remember we were in the woods at one point, and I was like, we were doing something like building that shelter or doing something like survivalist, and I was like, it would be so embarrassing if someone saw us doing this right now, because
A million
we're
people
minutes
saw us
away
doing
from
it.
if someone saw us doing the survival type stuff, it'd be kind of embarrassing. In the same way, I don't want anyone to look at me and think I'm homeless. Does that make sense?
No.
Like that's what they would think. It would bother me that someone had looked upon me and thought me to be a hobo.
The moment I opened my mouth, they'd say, "Wow, man, how did you get in this situation? And why did you get such
No,
good dental
fuck
care?"
no. I've heard plenty of articulate homeless people. I don't give a shit how they got there. They're fucking hobos. They had no friends, no family left, and they fucked their lives up. That's the trifecta. That's how you become homeless. Bad things happen to them. Maybe they weren't their fault. A lot of those guys have mental injuries or are veterans.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, their life's fucked up. I don't want anybody to think that my life's fucked up.
Yeah, but you don't just want to hang out.
Yeah, I have the self-confidence to know that my life
Oh,
is
like I
fine.
said, I'll film it. I'll hang out. I'll film it. But you
can't
guys are the
just-
ones
that-
dressed
that'll
as
ruin
hobos
the
sitting
vibe.
next
You
to them
need,
around the
like,
campfire.
I need glasses with
Yeah,
incognito
I'm not trying
cameras
to-
built into it.
Dude, you got the
1080p
beard. You look-
sunglasses.
dude, scruffle your hair and rip that shirt a little. You're homeless.
Oh, please, I'm
You
already
know it.
homeless. Look at my beard.
Yeah, that's what
Gray beard's coming on Nestle. Just get a bit of dye and you're on your way.
Yeah.
Why
do
would you
that
dye
unless
it?
you
It's
did
perfect
too,
going
Kyle.
gray as it
Yeah, I
is.
know. I think if you're going for homeless, I'm already on the right track.
Yeah, don't show any maintenance.
Crazy.
All I need to do is grow out the neck some more. and I'll be
I've
set.
seen. Remember? I don't know if you remember Seattle well, but down by the, do they call it a wharf, the pier, whatever the fuck they call it, the area with the water where all the restaurants are, and
Okay.
they got the Ferris wheel and shit. All right, so like back a block from that, there's an area where all the homeless people were, and it was almost like they had been driven there. Like they weren't allowed to go to the tourist area below by the water, and they weren't allowed to go north toward where the hotels were, and they were just all there, and I mean dozens of them, like
Dude,
sitting on
dozens?
this sort of.
When I did my, I don't mean to be an asshole story topper, but when I did that dance competition, there were like 1,000 in a block. That was Skid Row, and there was like, I guess they were giving out
What
something.
city was that? L.A. or?
Yeah, it was L.A. Hollywood, and I think they were like in line for a thing, maybe food or something, and I was like. The production assistant driving me around. He's like, "So how do you like it? What do you think of LA?" Everyone's always asking me what I think, like fishing for compliments. As
Yeah.
we drive by 1,000 homeless people, I'm like,
There's a lot of homeless.
like there's a lot of. He's like, right, well, that's Skid Row. They're all here for something or other, But otherwise, what do you think? And it's like. There's like a mattress and bags of trash not picked up on the corner of the rehearsal studio. Like, is that normal? And they're like, yeah, well, for this part of town. But like they wanted me to finally recognize good weather or something. Like, there's hypodermic needles everywhere. Yeah, but it's sunny, right? And I'm like, it's so down on my list. So I think LA and Beverly Hills and Hollywood and stuff are great if you're super rich, but if you're not, it's a struggle. This is rough.
I was
commutes
walking from like PAX or something to my hotel in Seattle, and I went past this park where there were a lot of homeless guys hanging out on benches and on these concrete pillars and stuff, and I came upon a pigeon which appeared to have been devoured by a man, and there was nothing left but bones.
Oh, wow.
I can't imagine what else would have done it, but it was picked clean and gutted, and there was very little left, and it was sitting there. And it hadn't been there earlier that day.
Good for him. Resourceful.
Yeah, I like that.
At least he's doing something.
He's playing survival
Pigeon,
trip in
chicken of the
urban
street.
mode.
Chicken of the street.
Chicken of the
Chicken of
street.
the street.
I've never been one for exotic meats. I can't.
I totally eat
Yeah,
a
that-
pigeon. I would totally eat a pigeon. I bet
about,
it's
like,
tasty.
Yeah.
Kangaroo.
It's
and
white,
stuff like that.
especially if it's white meat. Like I bet it's like a little partridge chicken type
yes.
thing. I've had dove. Dove's delicious.
Bird's a bird. I would have eaten sketchier stuff on that survival trip.
That would be a
crocodile?
cool trip. I don't know if it'd be cool or not for the PKA thing, but imagine this for a thing to do. If you got good at shooting stuff out of the air, and we went dove hunting this fall with silent shotguns, and then we ate the doves.
Silent shotguns. Wow, they exist.
They do, and they're quieter than you might guess.
And they're
They're-
legal.
I thought it was
Hardly.
like a COD thing, and then they exist.
No,
And so-
The silencers
so-
are they ridiculous? The silencers.
they're
Nice.
ridiculously effective. A lot of shotguns don't break the speed of sound, so
Mm-hmm.
that makes it quiet already. And then when you silence the explosion part of it, and you don't really hear much more than like the clicking of the next round loading. I can find you a video.
Yeah.
It's a little bit louder than that. You definitely don't need ear protection.
But just
Um,
like Call of Duty, if they're more than 15 feet away, you have to get
Yeah,
closer.
but no, imagine this: we hunt doves, silent shotguns, or something cool like that, and then we cook the doves. And the way you cook them is you take the breast meat out, you put cream cheese in it, fold it around that, and put a jalapeno on either side, and stick a toothpick through it, and grill it, and it's so fucking good. Oh, and wrap it in bacon. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Watch that video, Pyro. You know what? I'll play it for the
Well,
stream. Hopefully this isn't
There we
like a
go.
big problem. Check this guy out. Subscribe to his channel. Don't give me a strike. Here's a silent
holy-
shotgun.
Here we go.
That is crazy.
All right, there you go.
There it is.
It sounds like a toy gun.
Doesn't it? It's not much louder than a
And
Nerf gun in that
That would
video.
literally be like 4 or 5 people dead, and you wouldn't even have heard it, except for the screams. But
Except for the screams.
I like the way you're
That's
thinking.
not what they're for, though. They're for shooting without ear protection. So
yeah, wow. See, we don't have guns over here that we can shoot, so I'm kind of like, completely amazed by all of this.
But you're a video game killer.
I've shot guns in video games, never in real life. The closest I've got is probably like airsoft stuff, and even then, that's not even close.
It's there's less recoil and it's not loud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
and the stuff on the other end doesn't die and explode.
But I don't know. A lot of the mechanic. I have an airsoft gun, and if the tip wasn't orange,
Oh yeah, I held Woody's MP7, and
Right.
it's like, wow, this is what an MP7 feels like. It felt sturdy, it felt real. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference if it's sitting next to a real one, and you just picked them up, blindly without examining.
right. You'd have to look into it closely, but it has the feel and almost build quality of an MP7, which is
Yeah, very
interesting
much so.
because they're so much cheaper. It's like $300, whereas an MP7. What's an MP7 full auto cost?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'll guess then. I'm gonna say it's in the
Let's just say thousands.
maybe even 5 digits, or you think less?
It'd most likely be less. It depends on a lot of
Okay.
stuff. I'm not positive either.
High
It's-
4
it'd be-
digits,
it'd be a
I
couple thousand.
think. And it's like 300 in the airsoft world, and I don't think the other one's that much more expensive to make. I think there's just a lovely markup in the gun world. If you're a
I'm
gun manufacturer,
I'm gonna get you an exact price on it.
A bit off topic, but do you know one of those auto blow things we were talking about earlier?
not ringing a bell. No, what's this?
The auto blow,
Auto blow?
Auto blue?
Auto
I
blue?
haven't heard of it.
the flashlight thing.
Flashlight.
Flashlight.
Oh, the battery promotion we were
Yes.
doing. Yeah, we already did that ad.
The Juice
Did we?
Network thing?
The auto blow. This.
Auto blow? Oh, right. The
Oh.
robotic blowjob machine. Yes. Yeah, now I
One-
remember.
One of my friends told, I just remember, one of my friends gets sent one of these, randomly. He was a Twitch streamer, and he gets sent one by someone.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an
Is-
excellent gift to get as a surprise.
Dude, it's
like,
like $160.
Yeah. Because I pasted it in our chat just for laughs to see what it was, and he says, no joke, I literally get sent one of those. It's really loud.
So
It's really
Used to
loud,
be-
he said.
Yeah. So, I mean, he hasn't said
Before
anything
some,
bad about it, so, I mean,
Ask him, do you still have him on the line?
he says he hasn't used it before you ask, so
No,
he
don't,
said
don't even
He is
give him an
lying.
out. Be like, how did it feel?
he literally said, here's his total review. I've opened it and turned it on, but I haven't used it. It's really fucking loud. And then someone else said, you have to use it for science.
And that's
So-
it?
Yeah, if there's any updates, guys, I'll let you know, and you can put it on the next show. But
If one of you
Right
sick
now-
fucks sends one of these to me, I'll do a much better review than that. I'm just saying.
oh man, there you go.
Yeah.
So you used to be able to get an MP7 for $2,300 straight from HK, but some EUC regulations went into effect, and now they're like $10,000 to $20,000.
There you go.
So in reality, they used to sell them for $2,300, so that's kind of what they were selling for to like dealers and law enforcement, military. But now, because of demand, they're ridiculously expensive. But yeah, it doesn't make sense for yours to be so cheap when the build quality is pretty similar. That's just what happens with machine guns, though.
So I'm still
Yours is
totally
also
drawing a
scary as
blank
fuck.
on my Obama favor. I feel like we had to finish the
Ooh.
Obama favors before we close
Oh,
out the
yeah.
show.
Oh,
We did.
finished
Kyle
those.
has such
Jesus
a good
Christ.
one that I feel like I need to get in the same ballpark.
How about your private? How about some Secret Service hookup for like a long period of time? Maybe you got a guy with you. he puts a guy on you for say, the next 4 years or something, or maybe
I
the
don't
rest of
even
his
want that. I
really?
mean, it's
Wouldn't it be
neat.
cool? Think about what the Secret Service does, though. He's not just a bodyguard. Like, this guy could run intelligence for you. He could help you out with logistics. This is a super assistant we're talking about.
Maybe he could help with chargebacks
He
at
has-
WoodyCraft.net.
Yeah, absolutely, he could. He's in the Secret Service. Like this
Yeah.
guy, he handles counterfeit money stuff. I'm sure he's a part of the Treasury Department.
Yeah, I could see him, like, it'd be the worst server to charge back from ever in the history of Minecraft.
Yeah, you get a visit from the Secret Service.
Yeah. That's a
Maybe
thought.
the IRS. He's got connections. Maybe he just goes and breaks somebody's arm. He's also got that ability.
Also, I imagine with Secret Service hookup that you could skip traffic.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a pretty nice treat right there. Everyone's all blocked. He's like, oh, Woody's Gamertag's here. We can't have him stuck in traffic. There's a national security threat. And then we just start like driving on the shoulder.
Huh.
Sure.
One thing the president could give you, he could give you some really powerful law enforcement / gun / extra civil rights.
Yeah.
That people don't know about. He could totally like wave a magic wand and stroke a pen, and he can give you all kinds of powers. He can make you a federal agent. He could give you police powers, arrest powers. He could give you
You know what I
he
could
could
get?
he could all kinds. You could have machine guns. You could have anything. He could give you all kinds of powers.
License to kill or be killed.
That's not a thing. That's not a thing you can do.
I'd be OOW or something. All right, you guys?
Probably just a hand job.
All right, Pyro?
I said the space thing, right? I'll stick with that.
What did you say?
And space. That's right.
Oh, the
That's somebody
space
on
thing. That's right. That's
Send
right.
me the space and I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was Painkiller already 190. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for staying up. What time is it there, Paul?
6:30.
6:30.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I've done worse. I mean, I have nothing to really do anymore, so
If my plan comes into fruition and women dig guys with
Dude.
bad sleep patterns, you're fucking hooked up.
Hairy necks.
exactly.
And hairy chins. All right. Bye.
Bye, guys.